Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 4 for Hearing Stream 4 Centre Zones. I won't go through the usual health and safety rigmarole because I think everyone knows those rules. Just to remind people to put the cell phones on silent if they haven't already. Today we are kicking off with Argosy Property, Oyster Management, Fabric Property and Precinct Properties. We have quite a pile of evidence and legal submissions here, which we've all read. So as per our practice, we will hand over to Ms. Tree to lead her team through their evidence and the key points, focusing on the key points they'd like to make. So over to you.
And good morning. So I'm appearing with Joan Jeffries, who you heard from yesterday as well. Kevin Pugh, who's on my left, who is the head of Wellington at Precinct. Cam Wallace, Urban Design, who you heard yesterday. And online is Jared Thompson, representing Fabric. Corporate statements have also been filed by Grant Burns for Argosy and Tom Jameson for Oyster. Unfortunately, both of them couldn't attend today, but Tom Kane is here to represent Oyster. I will give just a few short statements in relation to my legal submissions, followed by Kevin and then Cam and.
Thank you.
So yesterday I spoke to the NPSUD and the city outcomes contributions in the metropolitan centre context. And there's just a few additional points that I wish to make in relation to those provisions in relation to the city centre. First, in terms of the NPSUD, there is a strong direction in policy 3A to provide for building heights and density to provide as much development capacity as possible to maximise the benefits of intensification. There is also a requirement to provide for building heights of at least 6 stories in a walkable catchment to the city centre zone, and this includes the waterfront zone. There are 2 controls available to limit building heights and density: development controls and qualifying matters. Where a qualifying matter is identified, policy 4 is clear that the relevant building height and density can only be modified, that is reduced, to the extent necessary to accommodate the qualifying matter. It is therefore necessary to consider the impact of these matters, such as view shafts, carefully in light of the new national direction. It is not appropriate just to roll over the same controls from the operative plan. In terms of development controls, I agree with the council's proposal to remove the maximum height limits in the city centre zone. I consider that this control did not give effect to the NPSUD. However, the city outcomes contribution framework in practice will have the same effect as a height limit. The city outcomes contribution provisions do not give effect to the NPSUD, and as addressed yesterday, these provisions should be deleted in their entirety, or Appendix 16 be deleted and the policy reframed to support development that provides these wider city benefits. So those were just the points that I wanted to highlight from my legal submissions. As yesterday, I'm happy to answer any questions now, or otherwise as yesterday I can hand over.
Thank you. Just a quick question from me, if you don't mind. Policy 3A, is there any advice you could provide the panel in terms of what as much as possible means? Is there any guidance on that question?
Well, I think it really is unlimited, is what it's saying.
So when it says to realise as much development capacity as possible, what are the things that will constrain that? You talked about qualifying matters. Are there any other matters that would constrain that, or is it just confined to qualifying?
Well, I think in terms of it saying as much as, obviously, qualifying matters on particular sites, and then those qualifying matters should only control or limit development at the extent necessary for those qualifying matters provided for. But generally, otherwise, as much as possible, I think that's more than going to something that whether something's feasible or not, practical and feasible. So there'll always be some constraints in terms of building height from a practical perspective.
Yeah, sure.
When you say from a practical perspective, are you talking about the financial feasibility, or is there any other matters that will actually influence that too?
Well, I expect there's also engineering feasibility. I think.
Yeah. So the well-functioning environment wouldn't come under those possible or not possible matters.
Well, in terms of the well-functioning urban environment, we still have development controls that apply in the city centre zone. So we're saying, we're not proposing a limit on height, but development still needs resource consent and assessed against a range of things, which will include the effects of height.
But yeah, so you agree that those policies and rules will actually minimise in some form the extent or the capacity that can be built.
I think it's more that they'll enable consideration of the effects of any proposal. But it has been clear in terms of the context that the height is unlimited. That's important.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll pass on to Mr. Pugh.
Good morning, all. My name is Kevin Pugh. I'm the head of Precinct Properties in Wellington. Precinct Properties is a NZX listed owner and developer of property in both Wellington and Auckland. I'm currently in Wellington, get that right. We own 10 in the city across city centre. My evidence is, my comments around the city centre zone provisions and city outcomes provisions from a perspective of an owner and developer and a long-term manager of property. So I'd probably like to briefly discuss the drivers and the tall buildings and reinforce why sort of certainty is needed around criteria for tall buildings. So, our first point is Wellington has a very limited, Wellington's geography is limited around, so there is not a lot of availability of development sites, and we don't sort of see sprawl out. Our CBD is very concentrated, so the ability to go up is very important. We understand from council that they do not consider these to be many situations where we trigger fresh height thresholds, and there's also reference to residential development, which suggests there's a threshold of 12 to 14 stories. We think from a commercial point of view, there's quite a difference between commercial and residential buildings in terms of drivers. With residential development, you tend to develop and sell immediately, so there's no long-term view around value. And as a commercial owner, that's where we're, and long-term owner, you're looking for the long-term value. So it's not just that completion is actually the long-term value, but is what we're seeking. From experience in developing buildings, there's also construction efficiencies from going higher, particularly in Wellington, where we have a high focus on resilience, and that's around sort of getting the economic feasibility to incorporate additional resilience features such as base isolation and fluid viscous dampers, and I think that's something that's really important. You need scale to be able to incorporate that kind of technology, let alone the actual sort of build efficiencies of building a larger scale. That in turn does have an impact on feasibility, which in terms of rentals and returns, which does assist the process. Further, once the building is on completion, scale and height does provide a overall management efficiency if you're spreading your operating costs over a larger metro area. I think there are a number of costs that are fixed and don't necessarily move per square metre basis. Management costs, even your rates are driven by value and insurance, and also there is demand. Well, yeah, the market will lead demand. What we're sort of seeing through experiences, there is a lot of consolidation. We've seen that through Wellington and other companies and government departments. So consolidation is a big aspect of development, and there's once again efficiencies around sort of being all in one location. And further, probably something which is more an international trend, and is where the growing future of sort of central city property is around multi-use. So that's around buildings that are both the commercial use, a residential or hotel use. So once again, sort of height is required for that. It's something internationally we've seen. Probably an example I can give where we developed property and did not go above, seek additional height limit. There's 40 and 44 Bond Street here. The existing 27 metre height limit there, we were able to get, I understand, dispensation to go an additional floor on building 44, but we didn't seek anything further. What we saw there was just potential risk and delay in our program for actually seeking further consent to vary that. I think the pre-commitment of that building, it's 100% of both those buildings, 100% leased. We think there was additional demand. We could have built further there, but like most development projects, you are trying to time lease expiries. So we saw uncertainty around trying to, elongate any program there. We were building to a program, so we chose not to seek further height there. But that was probably a prime example where we see there was more than adequate demand for additional floor area, and that would have been gained by height in that instance there. We think certainty on height is absolutely needed at feasibility stage. Sort of just picking up on my example just there. Property development is demand driven. Wellington, you don't see speculative building. Most buildings are committed probably at a minimum of 50, if not more, percentage of pre-commitment. So there's not speculative building. So building is usually developed for a specific user or users. So certainty in the design phase is required up front. And as I mentioned before, it is a lot around the leasing cycle. So you're building to time to meet other lease tails, lease expiries, I should say. So it's really important that we have certainty around what we can build in terms of height right up front at the beginning stage, and then also that incorporates into the design stage. That sort of moves to the next point, which is around the outcomes contributions. Similarly, we feel that they're too unclear, and that certainty can be consented. We consider them restrictive, incentives for developers to build buildings that have positive outcomes. So we sort of see that just having uncertainty creates time and cost, which is as a barrier to going to additional height. As a final point, we see Wellington as a place people need to invest and want to invest, and if it's sort of difficult, people will choose to develop others. And I think that's from a perspective of a development investment company, which is sort of head office in Auckland and has a strong portfolio in Wellington. But I think to have these barriers as possible to encourage further development in Wellington. We work in a pretty tight economic environment in Wellington here around the availability of land. Construction costs are no cheaper or dearer in Auckland. It's just you've got other ongoing costs, rates and insurance, which make development very tough. So anything beyond that is thank you.
Just a couple of questions from the developer's viewpoint. I think we've had some evidence that the city outcomes contribution will probably be more effective where high value in development is proposed. And from what you're saying, that's more likely to be in the office business sector rather than residential side of things. Particularly, here with the views of the harbour, they get premium in terms of rentals. Do you think it's the COC would be more effective or likely to be effective only in that aspect of the development other than the residential?
I think there's two things. One is talking specifically around commercial. Sorry, I'll take a step back. We're sort of seeing that there's probably a growing demand for multi-use. So you've got a couple of aspects there. It's not necessarily completely driven by views of rents. I think I mentioned, one of the biggest thing we see in Wellington is around resilience, and that's the premium that we'll pay for, and what that comes with is good development to develop resilience.
So if it was just purely residential, you don't see the additional height would be for the market.
Yeah, well, we're not a residential developer per se, although we are sort of moving to looking more around multi-use, and we see that depends which residential model we're using. Obviously, the predominant model we see here is build to sell. There is an international trend to build to rent. That's something that we haven't gone down that path, but one thing we're looking at, but probably where we're focused on, is around potentially multi-use, where you might have mixed use. You might have a residential component, you might have a commercial component, a hotel component. But right now, our current, I would say that the majority of our development is around commercial, which is kind of where your scale comes into.
And is your company primarily on the city centre rather than?
Yes. No, that's right. No, only city centre. So.
Is there a reason for that? Why the city centre over residential centres?
There's probably a few investment fundamentals there, but essentially we've moved from becoming being the owner of premium office buildings in both Wellington and Auckland. We see that like to be experts in our market, so we want to have areas that we know, and probably just so it's concentrated investment in sort of central city markets where essentially we see the best opportunity to drive returns for our.
If sort of higher end office, is it correct to say that they will naturally want to have high end in terms of earthquake standards, green star kind of thing?
Absolutely, yeah. That's what the market demands, but also as a business, that's where you can focus as well. From a sustainability point of view, there's outcomes for occupiers, for owners, investors. So that's something that you need to factor into, and obviously the Wellington market naturally dictates resilience over and above what you might call building code. There's opportunities to enhance that.
It was put to us that because of that some developments in the city centre will automatically get all those brownie points, city outcome points anyway, so they might be able to readily get additional height as of building these design features. Response to that?
I think there were some points around, particularly around some of the sustainability stuff, which is not determined until you've completed, and sort of been operational for a year. So it's hard to ascertain that. I think resilience point of view, some of those features are sort of over and above sort of cost plus, for want of a better term. But I think once again, it just comes around that certainty. You've got a time frame to design, to build, and to hopefully correspond with the market demand. So, if we strip it all back, that's kind of where we're sort of always focused on, is trying to beat the market demand, and then that relies on where people's leases are expiring. capacity in the market. So you're sort of trying to time that. So that really comes down to having that absolute certainty when you start your design process. It can be a long and very expensive process, and you actually only commit to the actual build relatively late in the process. So
that includes things like Green Star.
Your neighbours' ratings and Green Star.
So deliberately at the beginning, say that this development.
You always target a rating.
Yeah.
You can't
No guarantee.
You can't certify it correct. That's right. You'll obviously target it, and that's it. And obviously there's a bit of science behind it, of course, but can't certify it until sort of on practical completion. Then also 12 months of running, you get and understand your consumption. But you can design a number of features.
Just put to us that uncertainty can be dealt with through conditions of consent. So
I guess from our experience is that you've still got to operate the building to get a number of these items and ensure it actually is being used in the way it was designed as well. That's the other side of it. There's base build ratings for sustainability, but there's also user influence as well. So if there's sort of that often dictates how you get your final rating.
questions?
You mentioned 44 Bowen Street. It's the old Bowen State building, the Bowen Centre, I think it's now called. Is that right?
44 Bowen is part of the new complex, which is built further up Bowen Street in front of the old Charles Ferguson Tower.
Okay. So it wasn't because there was the Bowen State building itself, which has been around. So 44 was that building?
No. So Bowen State building, which is now Defence House, is 34 Bowen Street.
Oh.
So you've got the adjoining was the car park site, which is building 40. Then prior to then on back was the Charles Ferguson Annex building, which was demolished, which sits next to the motorway. So that's actually 44 there. There's two complexes with a shared atrium there.
Okay, so there was a couple of existing buildings and there was a component of a new building there as well, like from ground up.
No, there was two lots there. There's Defence House on 34 Bowen Street, or former Bowen State building. That's on a separate lot. Then next to it was a lot with Charles Ferguson Tower. In front of that was a car park structure, and then to the motorway side was an annex building. Both the annex building and the car park structure were knocked down, and then you had that development site and the two new buildings on that.
Okay, no, I guess the reason for the question was that I thought you were referring to Bowen State building, and that was an existing building, and you've.
Yeah, that's the reason we didn't knock it down, because of the existing.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Would you say that your buildings are designed to trigger as few provisions in the plan as you designed to what your market is driving at?
Probably a little bit of both. I think probably more to the former, because once again it's trying to create as less hurdles as possible to meet a time frame invariably. So you're trying to design within the rule, maximise your footprint and your height within the yard treatment.
Would you say that impacts on the type of development that you do? That if you run that way, kind of tick the rule box?
Yes, that's right. So you're just trying to do something that's as expedient as possible within reason.
Would you also agree, though, that rules and standards are developed to sort of protect the intention of that zone?
I could have to say yes, that you designed to adjoining properties and that, but I think strong believer in the market dictates what you build. The concrete monument's not gonna fly. You know, works that people are going to want to be in. Probably been through a period in life where we've sort of seen in the city. What we're seeing is, you know, and trying to attract people back to central city places to only support office development, but also sort of food and beverage and retail. And I think what we're seeing is a drive to sort of creating office space and environments that want to bring people back in. So part of your development consideration will be what your building looks like, how the amenity you provide in terms of lobbies, bike parking facilities, cafes and amenities. So I think there's quite a strong correlation between building something that's going to be sustainable and also, you know, long term is where people want to be. Not a sort of quick tick the box and get something up and quick as you can, as ugly as you can. It's you know, there's a lot of thought into it because at the end of the day it is a long term investment.
You've been saying that with regards to the COC and that you target a green star or whatever rating, and that you can only figure out really after about 12 months or so if you have achieved that or not.
That's when you get your final rating, your certification.
Yeah. Now, how much opportunity would you have within your building if you wouldn't actually achieve the rating that you had targeted or that you got some points for in the COC? How much opportunity would you have to actually make changes to the building to actually lift the rating up to that particular standard? Because if, as our chair said, if you have some conditions in a resource consent that would require you to have a certain amount of a certain standard, and you can't quite reach it, there must then be an opportunity to get to the point where you can. Otherwise, you've gotten the height, but you didn't give the payback.
Like all things, you know, you hopefully get things right from day one in your design. But you know, there's always opportunity to, you know, it just depends on your program, how far along and what it is you may or may not need to do. You know, ideally, you know,
you get it right, yeah. But if for whatever reason you wouldn't, you're saying there are opportunities and options that you can actually add later on to actually make it work.
Depending on what it is, but I guess like all things in life, you know, time and money. You know, if you've got time, if you've got money, obviously, it just depends. You know, if you're building something in a critical path, you have to re-engineer something that will have serious time and cost implications. Might be some easy things, there might be some harder things, but I guess until you're specific, it's a little bit hard to.
Yeah, comment. I'm just trying to understand if that, and in general, if in a resource consent, if a condition would actually work, if that would be a path that one could go down to say, okay, if it's a condition in the resource consent, then you could actually allocate those points and give the greater height. But if that's something that doesn't work in practice anyway, there is little point of going down that path.
Yeah, once again, it comes back to target, and that's targeted through design. That the finality is around the certification at the end, which is, you know, 9.5 times out of 10. Got it right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you very much. Thank
you. I will now call on Mr.
Morning, nice to see you all again. So I don't plan on relabouring any of the discussion points that we talked about yesterday, but obviously if you've had time to reflect overnight and you have any other questions around those, feel free to fire them through. just wanted to kind of focus on the key, I guess, points of difference in terms of waivers yesterday with today. So obviously discussed the COC to a degree yesterday. A little bit differently in terms of the city centre. So I still have, I guess, a number of issues or concerns with some of the criteria as proposed. I see it potentially giving rise to kind of just ad hoc proliferation of toilets and through site links and open spaces without any regard to context that I don't necessarily believe would be beneficial to the city, while some could be. As a whole, I think doesn't quite work in terms of good urbanism in my mind. I did briefly turn to a potential alternative relief, which wasn't really addressed to any great degree by Mr. Jeffries in terms of, well, if you were going to retain the thresholds, which I do disagree with. I think a general simplification of those would be more beneficial, and also actually linking them back to the core policy requirements of the NPSUD. Based on my understanding of the kind of existing height limits, or the proposed height limits, is they've largely been informed by a study conducted in the 1980s and essentially kind of rolled through and tweaked over time in various district plans. That's, in my mind, probably not entirely relevant anymore. I think if you are going to be setting these thresholds, it really should have greater regard to kind of the spatial characteristics within the city centre zone. So obviously, I think the northern end of the city centre, around where we are, is kind of the centre of the centre, so to speak. You're by the rail station. You've got this kind of connection of a range of kind of PT networks. You've got the greatest intensity of development. So I think if you were going to keep that threshold, kind of reinforcing this area as the primary part of the centre would be more beneficial than kind of really the varied and kind of bespoke heights popping up and down in various locations. And I understand at the time how they kind of came about, but I personally don't see any great benefit in retaining that anymore. In terms of the development standards, so we covered building depth, separation, outlook yesterday, so I won't go over those again. The only kind of additional matter was around the minimum ground floor heights, which I know there was also some discussion yesterday, which I overheard from restaurant brands. I generally support the idea of the rule. I just don't think it necessarily needs to apply to the entire ground floor of a site. There are invariably larger sites, bigger buildings and stuff, things that might be tucked away against the base of the hill or a motorway or something like that. They're not going to be used for kind of residential or frying grain retail and stuff. So recognising that there are things like service areas, back of house functions and stuff, I think is appropriate and it's common. It doesn't necessarily mean that would be utilised. There might be kind of structural or practical reasons where you'd just continue your 4 levels through, but I think there is some kind of merit in providing a little bit of flexibility whilst maintaining the key intent of the rule, which is really, I think it's more around the uses and activation of street frontages. And then the kind of final point is really around that Meridian building site in the waterfront zone. So Fabric have requested a height increase up to 23.1 in line with the existing PwC building. So realistically, it's likely to accommodate an additional floor, put a roof plant and that type of thing on top. So I've been to the site on 2 separate occasions and reviewed it kind of numerous times through Google Street View, just to kind of get an understanding of some of these issues and in respect of some of the supplementary evidence provided by council, and just in terms of my kind of observations. So obviously we're not seeking any changes to requirement to go through a resource consent design review process. Similarly, retaining the sunlight access control for the neighbouring square. So obviously those are kind of relevant matters to kind of be considered in terms of the height limit, and there is some pretty clear direction within the waterfront zone in terms of the external parents, height and placement of building mass. Got policy 6 requiring new and altered buildings to be of a high quality, and then a number of matters kind of listed associated with that. So I think there is suitable protection already within the proposed plan which could be retained to address it. In terms of the specifics of the site itself, so I've walked around it a couple of times just to try to get an understanding of what that additional height might mean. So in terms of approaching the site from the south, a lot of the site is obscured by existing development. You've got a number of kind of semi-mature Pahutakawa trees, filtering views towards the site in those areas. And then if you're actually right on the waterfront, that building is viewed within the context of a lot of that development on Custom House Quay. You know, you've got 50, 60, 70 metre high buildings there, kind of it's forming part of that wider urban environment. So you're not necessarily taking away kind of skyline, it's just kind of another building in terms of that wider urban environment. Looking north, which is probably where you, from the north, sorry, so kind of around where you're outside the PwC building, kind of looking kind of south, east, you probably get the most kind of prominent and noticeable view of the building. But again, part of that is within the context of all the development you have down around Willis Street and stuff. So you've got some very large buildings all within that kind of visual view shaft of the building. And then as you kind of get closer to the building, the actual building itself and the way it's currently designed in terms of it's got an upper floor setback, there are actually places around the site where you can't even see the additional story or the fourth story that's on the building now, just based on the way that the mass has been located on that site, which is no doubt part of that kind of design review process. And then kind of finally, in terms of how the area is used, so you know, a lot of users are using that as a key kind of pedestrian and cycling connection, heading from north to south or south to north. So a lot of those views are, I guess, are kind of transitory. They're temporal. They're kind of heading there. They're kind of changing constantly. You're generally focused on kind of your destination or probably the primary outlook, which is the harbour itself. So in that sense, a lot of the views I think would be kind of unaffected and would kind of blend into the wider urban landscape. So overall, I think in terms of that increased height, trying to support a feasible solution to get that building occupied again, in my mind, is quite a good outcome. You want people down on the waterfront, you want activity there. Having a vacant office building, in my mind, is not a particularly great outcome, and you know, it's as a result of, you know, obviously issues to do with some of the previous earthquakes. So I think in my mind, the increased height is really quite modest, and in terms of the potential benefits, I think that in urban design terms, in terms of that activity and that activation of the waterfront area is kind of outweighed by any potential effects from a story or a story and a half of additional height. So that's really all I've got to cover today, so happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, just one really. It's in Ms. Tree's legal submissions that the height that you're seeking is 23.1 metre. How has that very precise number been arrived?
That, I believe, is the exact height of the PwC building, the maximum height of the tallest building in the waterfront zone. That's right. Yeah.
Right, thank you.
Just a couple. In your overview you've given us, you made a point that there's a distinction in between the core city centre, the core commercial area, and the rest of the central area. You feel that in terms of a planning framework, there's be a good idea to make some form of distinction between the two? Because we're coming from a situation with the operative district plan, which was based on a high city, low city proposal, which had gone through decades of involvement in terms of where we are at the moment. In terms of land use and good urban design outcomes, is there any benefit to treat a site in Te Aro differently from a site in Parliament buildings?
I would say yes. So I think the city centre zone is, in my opinion, abnormally large. It encompasses several different suburbs. It's not really a centre. It's a conglomeration of different kind of neighbourhoods. It's kind of outside the scope of the submission and the main interests of the clients I'm representing. But I would have thought a more rational approach overall would have been a tighter and more focused city centre with some kind of maybe mixed use zoning, or heading further south as you head away, because they do feel like very different areas. They're trying to kind of achieve different things and accommodate different things, and kind of different drivers around what makes those various areas attractive and why you use them. So in short, yes, I believe there would be benefit and some distinction, but essentially between the north and the south of the city centre.
Presumably, if you were to apply for a resource consent and, your central building is going to be subject to a resource consent of one form or another, you take into account the different locational characteristics that there are in between a site towards the Basin Reserve and a site towards the railway station.
From my perspective, yes, I would. I think you would. Yeah, it would invariably lead to different outcomes, and part of that would actually be driven by the underlying land values in terms of what type of development the site can feasibly accommodate. It's pretty common where even if you have the same zoning, and I'm just reflecting on, say, the terraced housing zone in Auckland, where it's vast swathes of around Auckland, but where you have the terraced housing zone, say on a ridgeline in Mission Bay overlooking the Hauraki Gulf, you're getting very different design outcomes and intensity of development than the apartment building zone in Te Atatu, where you're largely landlocked and you don't have sea views. So in that sense, can be a big influence in terms of the built form outcomes that you see on any given site within the same zoning framework.
Okay. In terms of ground floor heights, you said that there is some, depends on the site, I think, and the activities there. You mentioned sort of back of house functions and where it is if you're up against a hillside and so forth. So if you're applying for a resource consent generally anyway, don't you make your case in the resource consent that there needs to be a differentiation depending on the site and what you're looking to provide? And that, in terms of the urban design mix, will be taken into account through the resource consent process?
I guess yes, you could. Whether that's necessary, though, I guess is the kind of key question in my mind. I'm not saying we should eliminate all kind of controls or standards. You understand the purpose of some of them, but I think to necessarily have kind of blanket or rigidly applied controls that completely ignore not uncommon characteristics of sites, I don't necessarily see as being particularly
Okay. Last one, waterfront zone. I know you're not from Wellington, but some of us are and have watched the development of the waterfront zone over numerous years and also watched with significant interest the amount of litigation that there has been in relation to buildings and the way they fit on there. I think the perspective is that the waterfront zone itself is, if you like, Wellington's jewel in the crown, and it has a combination of private interests in terms of the Meridian building, for example, but also large amounts of open space, large amounts of enabled activity within that zone. So there is perhaps a greater level of public interest in terms of design outcomes. Now, the proposal for an additional height on the Meridian building, it would be subject to a resource consent anyway. And in terms of the context, the waterfront planning framework, which is reasonably old now, but in terms of the overall concepts, again, would you not be able to make your case at resource consent that the additional height is appropriate in the context, as opposed to looking at a height limit, considering most of the waterfront zone has a zero height limit? So therefore, everything is assessed.
For other standards, possibly, but my experience is basically the two no-goes almost a height or height in relation to boundary type standards. Those are the ones that you basically try and steer clear from. If you can, those are, I think we've heard over the last couple of days, kind of the greatest risk and uncertainty as soon as you start going over heights and potentially opening up a whole kind of can of worms. So in my advice to clients, it's usually to stick within height limits. And if you are going to infringe them, minimize them as much as possible. It's very rare. It's very rare that you have whole stories or multiple stories of development over height through a resource consent process. It does happen. I've been involved in some, but for the most part, my experience is you take that height limit, and that's the envelope you essentially kind of work.
If we were to choose a different height limit based upon the PwC building, you also take into account the context of that site. isn't there a big difference between the PwC building, which abuts Custom House Quay, the 6-lane arterial, and the Meridian building, which is set much closer to the waterfront? It has quite a separation in between, and there's buildings in between Custom House Quay as well, historic buildings. So I'm really just trying to work out the correlation that you have in terms of setting up building height in between two different sites which have two different characteristics. You have a view on that?
I mean, yeah, I would agree that the custom house, the direct custom house interfaces have obviously very different characteristics. Without being too intimately involved in any of the previous work, I would have said around the PwC building could potentially have been higher anyway. Acknowledging that would have probably been quite a challenge in terms of getting that through. In terms of the Meridian building sitting outside by itself, you've got the, I guess, almost 2-story building fronting Custom House. Okay. But I think comes at that point that those views, in terms of it sitting out by itself, is, yes, if you're standing in one spot and you're viewing it in one particular direction, it does that, but that's not typically how you experience an urban environment. You're generally moving through, you're moving around it. You might stop in certain aspects. So a lot of the time it's not, say it's kind of prominent and kind of out by itself. It's kind of viewed as part of the overall development of not just the waterfront zone, but the city centre zone itself. So I think the 23.1 metres was really just derived from PwC as using as a benchmark. I'm pretty comfortable with that as a height. It could have been 24 metres, it could be 22 metres, but I don't see any kind of major problem in terms of that height proposed in terms of its context.
Yeah, I guess the reason for the questioning is that you base that height limit on something which is in a different spot on the waterfront, and PwC went through the environment court. It was site 10, I think. A number of those buildings have been through an environment court process, which has actually determined height limits for those sites. So there's a good body of reasoning for those height limits within the waterfront. So I understand what you're saying. I just think it's hard to actually make a direct correlation in terms of heights for something which is in a completely different context. Okay, thank you.
I might just add to that from a legal perspective in terms of the planning side for the PwC building. So obviously it's prior to the NPCD.
Yeah.
So it is a very different context.
And that's most legal counsel we've been hearing from have said exactly the same thing. It's a different game we're in now than it was before. So thank you.
Just a couple from me. Just in your evidence, you talk about the ground floor. You say that a 10-metre defined distance would be inappropriate. I just wondered why 10 metres? How did you come up with that?
If I'm being completely honest, there's a little bit of finger in the air type 10 metres. It's just kind of what's a reasonable space, or a space that you might see in terms of the depth of things, those types of things. Some are bigger, some are smaller, but it's just kind of mid ground, and it's kind of a depth that where you're on the street. There's if it's 2 metres, then all of a sudden it's quite jarring in from the street, so it allows a kind of transition into the building. Dr. Zamani said the other day it's very unusual for a building not to have the same floor height right through. And I know you talked about before about site constraints, but that could be addressed at resource consent stage. And I just wondered, in your experience, have you ever worked on buildings that have, that the bottom floor, isn't consistent all the way? Yes, it's usually when you're looking to incorporate the name levels and stuff as well. Usually at the front of the site where you might have a double height space, or sometimes where there are topographical differences, although that's less relevant in a kind of city centre zone.
You'd agree that that could be addressed at resource consent stage rather than having a hard rule.
It could be.
Just the other one, I just wondered, in your evidence, you say that plan doesn't regulate the outcome of buildings to be placed at the front of the site. Just wondered if you could explain in there.
Well, in terms of that, it was in the context of the building separation control. The building separation just dictates a distance from another building. Building separation control doesn't say it has to be placed at the front of the site. That seemed to be one of the key justifications for the overall structuring of the role. It just seemed a bit odd because I was like, well, it literally just does not do that in terms of the way it's worded. It just says it has to be 8 metres away from another building. Not, you could, in theory, set the building back 5 metres from the street frontage, have your building, and have 8 metres in another building that doesn't necessarily direct the building to the front of the site.
Thank
you. Just back to the Meridian building, I was just looking at the height limits and the waterfront zone, and your reference to the PwC building, which is quite a bit north of the Meridian site. The closest buildings are the new Bell Gully building, which is 16, so it's lesser height, 16 and a half to be accurate. And then there's the 2 old warehouses, brick ones on Custom House Quay, which are 10.2 and 9, and then the older building to the south of Meridian, which is 5.2, and then 18.1 for the Queen's Wharf Centre. So adding to the 17.7 another story would raise it quite a lot above those other buildings at all, and you're quite confident though that it wouldn't be more prominent, as Commissioner Dash questioned.
There would definitely be areas where it would be viewed more. It would definitely appear more prominent. I think over time that would reduce. You know, these kind of visual changes are usually very kind of temporal event. You kind of get used to them. They just form part of the wider urban fabric. A little bit different if you were saying a 100-metre high tower. You know, like, you know, in the context of the existing building that's there and the kind of issues it's facing, an additional story, I think, could be designed in a manner where it's largely, in terms of its visual effects, pretty similar to what you've got now, based on that kind of wider urban context, especially as you're looking at within the context of everything on Custom House.
Maybe I can just add a little bit to that as well. We actually did we were really interested in our 2 adjoining neighbours who are both 5-level buildings and we're 4. The PwC RL is actually 26.3 or 26.25. That's the top of the roof, or the roof of the plant room. So our Bell Gully, our lawyer, one of our lawyers, Bianca, in sight line next door is actually 22.5 metres at its highest point. It has a stepped roof structure on the south facade. But that's again another 4-level building. That's 22.5. 16.5 is the balcony at the southern edge of the site. So yeah, I guess the key macro point is we're 4 levels. The adjoining buildings are both 5. We have a viability problem on the liquefiable ground that we need to fix. It's expensive. It's the city's land. The city's at the moment unwilling to help, so it all sits with us to fix the city's land. And we're looking for ways to try and make it viable so we can actually get the building fixed and get it open again.
Thank you. Just also going back to the question around the 4-metre high floor. It was put to us by the council that that would, if you had a 10-metre setback requirement or 10-metre provision for that floor level, that would add significantly to the costs of building, because you'd have different levels you're going to have to construct to in terms of resilience and the like. What's your response to that?
You wouldn't have to, in the sense that if it was too expensive or whatever and it made sense to just continue it through, you could just continue it through.
Right.
It really just comes down to I guess the modification I'm proposing is a kind of a it's not getting rid of it or say going to 3 metres or whatever. It's essentially keeping it, but just providing the option should it make sense for a particular development to take up that opportunity.
And just following on from that too, I mean, the 4 metre floor level, as I understand it, is a long-term life kind of reuse of the building. By just confining it to 10 metres, isn't that confining its longevity in terms of multiple use? I can't think of the phrases for it, but you know, in terms of the use of the building over the longer term.
I think in terms of the way I have envisaged it is there are certain parts of a site where longer term they may not be necessarily appropriate for a kind of a range of uses. When we're talking about the 4 metre at ground floor, it's in a city centre zone. We're really talking about commercial or kind of retail uses, and so I think I don't think necessarily having every single space at 4 metres across every development in the city centre is kind of necessary. There's still options elsewhere, and you're just providing that little bit of flexibility to respond to any slightly different site context.
Okay, thank you. Just finally, the question around the separation distances and building depth, etc. Is there scope to have a blend of both? The approach you're suggesting, the outlook control versus and building, could they work together?
Well, I guess they could do. The way I've approached it is essentially the outlook control does both of those things, as it relates to residential uses, and in that sense, it's probably something I didn't mention yesterday. They could, in some instances, it can result in greater building separation. So obviously, between 6 and 12, depending on how you configure the site. So, yeah, the way that rule is constructed is essentially it fulfills both of those kind of roles, but provides, in my mind, a bit more kind of flexibility in terms of how you kind of use it on the site, and while still maintaining those kind of amenity outcomes that council is seeking, and which I kind of agree with in terms of residential development.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to come back to what you said earlier, to Commissioner Daish's questions with regards to the city centre zone, that you believe that it's unusually large and combining a number of areas that you wouldn't see typically being part of the city centre zone. The council, of course, has actually created that city centre zone out of the ODP for a start, but also because of the NPSUD is asking for bigger and better. And how could you see if you would reduce it on, you know, in certain areas? You know, I understand the shape of this particular city centre, and that has come across when we were discussing the walkable catchments. It's, you know, most centres are sort of roundish. The Wellington city centre is a big long sausage. So that has actually, in terms of the walkable catchment, that brings quite different issues with it. But I guess also in terms of that compactness of the city centre, if you've got one long stretched area, that actually provides different issues. Again, where would you see the requirements of the NPSUD being able to be fulfilled without including all these extra areas that make it into that long stretched shape?
I mean, the zoning is just one method to give effect to the NPSUD. You can have alternative zonings where you're still enabling quite intensive and large development. I think the key for the city centre is around that agglomeration of kind of retail, commercial, and kind of residential uses. Whereas as you're kind of moving away, the greatest intensity of things like commercial office space might not be as advantageous as you're heading down towards the basin, for example. It may be. I haven't turned my mind into any great detail, but I think you could still achieve the intent of the NPSUD without necessarily having a city centre zone. Obviously, there are big implications of that in terms of the directive policies. That has kind of flow-on effects, but I think, and this is just not being heavily involved in the process. I did look at some of the kind of draft and proposed stuff, but I think I suspect a lot of councils might be in this case where if they had commenced a district plan review process after policy 3 had been notified, they might have done a different approach in terms of some things like city centre zonings and metropolitan centre zonings. But
thanks for that.
Thank you. Any more questions? No. Okay, thank you.
Great. I'll pass over to Mr. Jeffries.
Welcome back, Mr. Jeffries.
Thank you. Good morning. So my statement of evidence addresses the provisions of the city centre zone and the waterfront zone. I've recommended a number of changes, and for all changes I've provided a section 32 AA analysis. The two most substantial points I've addressed are the city centre building heights and the city outcomes contributions. So I support the officer's recommendations to provide for unlimited building heights in the city centre. On the city outcomes contributions, most of my points are the same as those I made yesterday. Most importantly, I don't agree that there is an inherent connection between the effects of building height and the city outcomes sought. I don't agree that they address those effects, and I consider that there's potential for those city outcomes to act as a disincentive for taller development. And I think we need to really think about how this interacts with the changes to the building height rules of providing for unlimited building heights, which I'll address shortly. The way the city's outcomes are constructed, it could act to subvert those building height provisions. There's two additional points I want to make on the city outcomes that I didn't address yesterday. One of those is that the reporting officer has recommended an additional change through rebuttal to introduce a restricted discretionary rule that has a mandatory notification clause for developments that don't meet the city outcomes, which I'm opposed to that. There's another point in my evidence that also opposes a mandatory notification clause on the ground that it's inappropriate to explicitly use notification as a means of deterrence for development. I don't agree that's the purpose of notification. Notification is to enable affected parties to participate in the process and to potentially find out additional information about potential effects. It's not intended to add cost and delay. I don't think it's right to use it in that way. And it's the same for the city outcomes. The effect of that is it could make the city outcomes extremely constraining. And those matters around the uncertainty that would lead developers to avoid getting into that process and to just build below the thresholds. I think that exacerbates that. Another thing on the city outcomes I'd like to address that came up earlier today in questions for Mr. Pugh, and it was a point made, I believe, by Dr. Zamani in rebuttal, is that the sustainability and universal city outcomes could be conditioned. That was in response to the point made that Green Star and those other mechanisms do not get certified until a building is completed. Dr. Zamani said that could be conditioned through the resource consent process, and I believe he likened it to a landscape plan. But a landscape plan is a lot simpler. These are really complicated things to assess. A landscape plan comparatively is relatively straightforward, but also a landscape plan that doesn't meet the conditions can be easily remedied. That's not a complicated fix, but if you have a building that fails to meet a Green Star certification, there's not an easy remedy for that. You can't unbuild it. So you have a building that is not compliant, and not an easy way to fix that without potentially, getting into some complicated engineering that could delay the point at which that building can be inhabited. So on the building heights, I've stated I support the reporting officer's change to remove the building heights and provide unlimited building heights in the city. I agree with their reasoning, and I also add some additional points. Taller buildings have a number of benefits, which I outlined yesterday. And policy 3A of the NPSUD requires plans to enable building heights and density of urban form to realise as much development capacity as possible. In my view, this should be interpreted to mean no building heights in city centres, unless there are very specific constraints that justify imposing lower limits. Also note that the proposed plan includes a number of provisions that manage specific constraints in relation to that are adjacent to building height, such as the view shafts, minimum access standards. There's also provisions around building height adjacent to some heritage features. So in the context of policy 3A, it's my view that these provisions obviate the need for additional blanket height controls. An additional point is that all new buildings will generally require resource consent, and this enables appropriate consideration of the design of taller buildings and mitigation of potential adverse effects. And that would link to the policies around quality design outcomes, and there's another policy around adverse effects of development, including the potential adverse effects of bulkier or taller buildings. So there is plenty of scope to consider those matters for taller buildings, separate from the city outcomes process. My evidence also recommends a number of changes to the policies, rules and standards of the city centre zone. Of note, I recommend removing mandatory notification under City Centre Zone Rule 14, which is for car parking at grade. And as I've stated, it's my opinion it's inappropriate to use public notification as a means of deterrence by adding additional costs and delay to proposals, which does seem to be the purpose of mandatory notification in this case. In my view, it is more appropriate to rely on the normal notification tests. But I'm not opposed to the intent of that rule, and I'm not seeking any other changes. I agree there is an issue, there is potential adverse effects on the urban environment from at-grade car parking, and that consent process provides scope to consider those. But I don't agree that it requires notification on top of that, except where a normal notification test shows that it's necessary. So as discussed by Mr. Wallace, I recommend amending the minimum ground floor height standards that it applies within 10 metres of the street front. And I recommend deleting the building depth standard and amending the residential outlook standard as discussed yesterday and as discussed by Mr. Wallace. Moving to the waterfront zone, I recommend several changes to the waterfront provisions. I also recommend removing the mandatory notification provision for additions and alterations. So while I acknowledge there's a high degree of public interest in the waterfront area, in my view, it is appropriate to rely on normal notification tests for additions and alterations, as some of these activities may have limited impact on the public realm. I disagree with the reporting officer that additions and alterations are necessarily significant under this rule in all cases, as the mandatory notification applies to any non-compliance with the waterfront zone standards, not just the additions over 5% of building area. The rebuttal of Mr. Wharton, I think, characterised this provision as only applying to additions over 5%. disagree with that interpretation because it would be triggered by any non-compliance with the standards. So for example, to use the example of the Meridian building, we have a building height that matches the existing building. So any non-compliance with that, including for an alteration, which could just be to change plant equipment on the roof, that could be a very small non-compliance. I don't think that necessarily meets the test for requiring notification. I think it's something that can be assessed through a normal notification test. So finally, I support enabling an additional story on the Meridian building site, as this would be a moderate increase, and it is consistent with the general context of the waterfront. And most importantly, it would improve the viability of the works required for earthquake strengthening. In my view, the proposed plan process is an appropriate process to consider the merits and effects of this change. Also note that Dr. Zamani, the council's urban designer, agrees that a building height of at least 23.1 metres on the site would not result in any adverse urban design outcomes. Thank you.
Before questions, I just thought of another legal issue in relation to the city outcomes contributions and the restricted discretionary activity status and mandatory public notification if you don't reach the points that you need for your proposed height. And then that discussion around, well, if you don't, or the things that need to be assessed afterwards, once the building's operational, and if you don't meet those, that it could be trying to be conditioned. But you know, the response we had from Mr. Pugh was that, well, there's uncertainty, and you don't know, you might not reach it, and you might not then be able to rectify it either. So it just occurred to me that then you've opened yourself up for judicial review. So there'd be a scenario where the building is now complete, doesn't meet the standard that it was required to. It would be a very clear case that then that could be challenged, judicial review, that building should have been publicly notified and wasn't.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jeffrey, just a couple of questions. This is sort of further to our discussion yesterday, but a couple of things. I don't know if you were heard any of the discussion we had with the council's reporting plan on Friday around the minor alterations issue, which we sort of identified as, you know, it's a catch-all, it's a sledgehammer to crack a nut in terms of everything will need consent as an alteration, a minor alteration. There's no definition or no thresholds around what minor alteration is. It's just blanket thing. You're saying you're adding the word minor cosmetic alteration. I'm just interested how you would define that. If you were a consent processing planner, how would you determine what something is cosmetic or not, or more than cosmetic? This is your Rule 19. The CCZ.
Yeah, so that initially the client submission had sought deletion of that provision, the permitted condition of do not alter the external appearance of the building. The reverse of that is that anything that would alter the external appearance of the building would require resource consent, which is it's setting the bar extremely low for triggering consent. So we initially looked at deleting that provision, but it occurred that deleting it would leave a gap, so that's not even permitted. It's not providing a minimal alteration that is permitted. So we thought there needs to be a reference to something there, and that's the wording we arrived with. So a minor cosmetic alteration, I think it sets the bar slightly higher than does not alter the external appearance. I believe Bianca may be able to guide me on this. Is there similar wording in the Auckland unitary plan?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so it's a fairly standard provision in other district plans. So I expect in terms of then for a council officer, in terms of assessing that, there's some guidance there in terms of what would be considered to be just a minor alteration relative to something that would not comply.
Does the Auckland Unitary Plan define cosmetic, or is it just left to its ordinary meaning to be applied? Do you know?
I can't recall.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's some metrics around what is considered minor cosmetic, and it relates to, facade area and stuff like that. So there are some specific parameters tied to that.
Useful to know. I will note that the reporting planner has agreed to go away and reconsider that, how that may be better defined, just to avoid that blanket catch-all. Thank you for that. The question of demolition, and you're proposing to make it restricted discretion rather than recommend it be restricted discretion rather than non. So in the two places you've got it, and I understand there is a difference in context. You've got it for the city central zone, Rule 18. You've got one matter of discretion there, and I noticed in the waterfront one, it's also restricted discretionary, but the matters of discretion are slightly different here. And I'm just wondering if we were to agree with you, whether the matters of discretion could be consistent, or whether it was put to us, about the temporary use of land that's where a building's been demolished, that could be a matter of discretion for the council to consider as well. You've got the potential impacts of long-term vacant sites. I'm just talking out aloud here, whether that's sufficient to cover off any potential temporary use of vacant land.
Are you referring to the city centre rule?
Yes, because I'm just comparing it with the waterfront, the equivalent waterfront rule, which talks about how the land will be utilised and then creating a positive visual relationship while the site's vacant.
These side by side. Yeah, I think those waterfront zone proposed matters of discretion could also be appropriate for the city centre.
Thank you. Any questions from Mr. Jeffries?
Just one really. Just in terms of the policy 11 and the if you don't meet the city outcomes, the two restricted discretionary rules. As I understand it, the council have said that it's high interest, and they would like to retain that the public notification clause to them is important. If the public notification clause wasn't there, but there were two aspects to the rule, as in, if you can't comply or you don't want to comply with the city outcomes, there is another consenting pathway. Is it just the public notification that you're, I know you've got a wider issue about the Appendix 16 and that, but just if you set that aside for a moment, is the two pathways more appropriate than the one that was previously cast?
My greatest concern is with the notification provision, but that aside, yeah, I think it'd be more appropriate to have a single pathway. There is that Rule 20. I think it would be better to, as I said yesterday, the relief we've requested would be somewhat of a reframing of the city outcomes as a process for considering the positive effects of a building, and I think that's best done in through a single rule.
Thank you. I'll leave it there.
heard a lot of your evidence yesterday. There's some similarities, obviously, so we need to dwell on that. My only question is in relation to CCZ Rule 20 and your change in relation to Clause 5 in the matters of discretion, where you're wanting to actually reword the council's what they're calling identifiable site constraints. I'm just looking at that and whether there's any particular utility in your change, because you talk about unusual site size, shape or orientation, location, place. So you've got a whole lot more factors in there, but isn't that already encompassed in the wording identifiable site constraints? Do you actually think it needs that particular additional level of detail?
Yes, I do. The intention here is the proposed wording is very open-ended. The extent and effect of any identifiable site constraint. So it's giving the council pretty open discretion to consider anything almost. So I think it does require further definition, which is what this recommended wording is seeking to provide.
Yeah, you've got, I guess my biggest problem is your word unusual in there, and trying to look at a central area site and what is an unusual characteristic, which isn't already in identified site constraints. We might be playing in semantics here, but you know, what is an unusual site, and what are the site constraints which is going to be otherwise needing to be factored in terms of a development process?
I guess it's making a distinction between every site has constraints, so just a matter of discretion around constraints with no other qualification is just so open-ended. So I guess, yeah, unusual is trying to say beyond the regular constraints that a site would be subject to. I'm not sure that the wording is, you know, if that word specifically is absolutely necessary here. The main thing is just to qualify that notified wording to provide a little bit more guidance so as not to have open-ended discretion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, that is the end of our presentation. Thank you very much for your questions and your consideration.
Okay. No more questions from, no more points to be made from Mr. Burns or Liz?
No, unfortunately, both they couldn't attend today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will break for morning tea, I think, at the moment, and resume at 11 o'clock. So the hearing is adjourned until 11 o'clock. Thank you.
I just to say, that's what I'm
Right, hearing stream 4 has reconvened, and we welcome back Mr. Murcott. This time on for yourself, for your own submission. So welcome here, and again, we've had a pre-circulated copy of your presentation, but we would very much appreciate you going through it in person. That's good.
Thank you.
So welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you very much. I just also advise that yesterday's presentation was accompanied by speaker notes, which will be made available to you, and the same this morning. And I'd like to clarify too, there's a question, Commissioner, about the map. I think that's available at A3 size, so you're seeing it at such a small scale on that slide. The Thorndon Residents Association supports my personal submission, and we perceive that the PDP has deficiencies in regard to wind beside medium density residential zones and in high density residential zones. To us, it feels like there's a bit of a blind spot, a no-go area with respect to wind controls, avoiding an inconvenient truth of the climate in this area and its potential impacts in residential neighbourhoods with upzoning and intensification. My primary submission made in September covered wind, but it seems my primary submission on wind wasn't noticed for the Section 42 report for commissioners. We harvested this quote from an erudite Thorndon senior during the spatial plan conversations. We have ample examples of aerodynamic anomalies in Thorndon Pipitier, and we don't want any more. I'm familiar with this situation in Davis Street, and I understand all commissioners have visited the area when we were doing Hearing Stream 2 residential. It's an example of the impact of scale. The 6-storey apartments either side of the street are additions to older repurposed commercial buildings. And this is one of my cycle routes, and it's a nasty spot for hazardous wind gusts. Please note the house in the middle of the picture at the end of the street. We're at that house. This is the view from the western end of Davey Street, viewing the rear of the residences along Hobson Street. Earlier this year, the sturdy driveway slider gate, highlighted by the arrow at the bottom of the picture there, was hurled off its mounts by the wind. This is evidence of the forces that can be experienced by residential properties and their backyards. I believe the diabolical wind effects in this area are a consequence of the evolution of the 6-storey apartments along Davey Street. And by the way, in the proposed district plan, this area is proposed as high density residential zone, though in Hearing Streams 2 and 3, we have asked this area be zoned medium residential with a character precinct. Of course, adverse wind effects and anomalies do arise from proximity to high residential buildings, downdrafts and wind channeling, etc. These are views over my boundary fence from my small rear yard. The fence is 2 metres high from the garden. It's only 1.75 metres high on the apartment side. A strong southerly can thrash this rear yard with strong wind eddies and deflected gusts. We call these lettuce days due to the shredded leaf litter or worse that gets thrown around. There's been fatal wind damage to trees, squashing attempts to get them to grow higher than the fence to add additional shelter. This 10-storey apartment building stands 29 metres to the roof of the 4 penthouses, and then add additional more metres to the height for each of the 2 lift motor sheds. This apartment building is built atop another huge 3-storey building, which fronts onto Thorndon Quay. The difference between Thorndon Quay and the ground floor of the apartment building is 10 metres. So the total height of the top of the apartment building above Thorndon Quay easily exceeds 40 metres, accounting for the 2 lift sheds. Now, terrain is clearly a factor here. The apartment building's highlighted in yellow, and note the contours, and this is from the Council's open data portal. Note the contours and the escarpment, the Thorndon escarpment between the Thorndon flat and the original Thorndon beach, which effectively is 10 metre difference. And we note that wind patterns can be influenced by local topography and geographical features. And clearly adding large features into the frame adds new dynamics and complexity. We're bringing these learnings forward so that they might get some scrutiny by the PDP authors with consideration of impacts in MRZ and high density residential zones. And by the way, there are 84 apartments in this building. That's a lot of regular pedestrian movement on private property. But wind provisions on private property seems to be deemed out of scope, as far as I can tell, and that doesn't seem right. Further, just a little more about this particular area. This is illustrating the impact of this tall apartment building on its residential neighbours. If it's sunny, the brown area, if it's sunny this afternoon, the brown area will be the extent of the shadow at 2 p.m. today, 20th of June this year. This tall building obstructs a stiff wind from the south or the southeast, and maybe the wind gets channeled up Thorndon Quay and climbs the embankment. Whatever, it's a double whammy, whereby neighbours get shade, plus chilly and potentially damaging wind gusts. The concern is that not enough has been introduced into the PDP to protect neighbours in adjacent medium density residential areas and within high density residential areas. And experts acknowledge the problem. That's an extract from one of the reports. But the response in the PDP seems muted, to say the least. The windiest capital in the world deserves better. And previous submissions by the Thorndon Residents Association and others are seeking a livable city by design. So clearly this is a factor. Myself and the Residents Association remain concerned that out-of-scale new developments being dropped into or near existing urban residential fabric without any effective analysis of potential adverse wind effects or controls is problematic, particularly in our windy climate. And not just for pedestrians at street level or in public spaces, but also for backyards and adjacent private properties. The question is, will climate change increase the wind impacts? Should wind engineering assumptions from decades past be revised for this plan, and certainly not relaxed? Considering taller buildings being enabled amidst our low-rise residential areas, it's considered fair and reasonable for the city's district plan to have exceptional provisions to fairly and reasonably protect neighbours in medium and high density residential zones from adverse wind effects. And this suggests that Wellington needs significantly superior wind rules than any other New Zealand city or any other capital. All due to our proximity to Cook Strait, of course, and our hilly terrain. It begs the question, under the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, in Wellington, should wind be a qualifying matter. Concern for what climate change means for Wellington. We fear that enabling taller buildings in Wellington's residential zones without analysing the complex interactions and wind dynamics of neighbours risks poor outcomes that could erode livability rather than enhance it. And the slide just lists some of the potential changes that could come. We know we're already getting surprises, aren't we, with the extreme events that we're experiencing already. Well, how bad can it get? This is our opportunity to plan for it. Wellington City Council is encouraging active transport modes like cycling, micro-mobility modes, etc. But it's an inconvenient truth that our climate is not cycle-friendly, nor is our terrain. The wind is hazardous at times. The proposed district plan needs to be additionally vigilant to avoid introducing adverse wind effects in the windiest capital in the world. And I have direct experience of these matters. And thank you very much, Commissioners.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murcott. Just if I could lead off with a question. In terms of the relief sought, are you specifically looking towards having some wind assessment process for buildings that adjoin a residential area?
Yes, I admit to finding it such a specialised area is quite challenging for lay people to wade through the documentation, but it seems that lots and lots of attention is given to the subject for centres, where obviously we want to encourage taller development. But this whole idea of introducing quite large buildings, like at least 6 stories, into areas where we currently enjoy relatively low development, like 2 stories, is an obvious opportunity for adverse effects to be introduced, not unlike those that I've just relayed. We have a wonderful example just down the street, or a couple. And the plan seems to be silent somewhat. I read somewhere one expert say, no, we don't take account of pedestrians if they're in private areas. That building I talked about is a really significant population of pedestrians, all putting up with adverse wind impacts, and that could be repeated unless people are taking account of that. And with the medium stuff, I guess it's about what's coming near. What are the medium densities? Because my understanding is that that's less likely to have tall buildings creating a direct fit. But neighbouring, what's happening on the neighbouring zone, on the boundaries? Where's the some sort of tiering or something between those zones? So that's essentially where I'm coming from, Commissioner.
It's helpful. Any more questions, Mr. Murcott?
Not really a question, just a follow up. So the interface between Central City, for example, and I know where you are, so I'm just looking at the map here. There's a change in height there from, let's say, 35 metres down to 21, and so you're asking for some sort of interface acknowledgement that those differences in heights cause uncomfortable wind conditions, and not only public space, you're talking about private space.
Yeah. Thornton Quay is currently centre zone. The adjacent residential in a pre-1930s area has been proposed as high density residential, but we've submitted to you in previous hearings that we would prefer that to be medium with character precinct.
Yes, no, I realise that. I'm just looking at the notified plan, so I know what you've been.
So the differential, we're thinking about every one of those buildings that gets built, those taller buildings that get built on the western side of Thornton Quay, has enormous potential to create wind effects on, the adjacent residential area. And even if it was, some of them were built taller, and even if it was zoned high density residential, and somebody plonks a 6-story, a 21-metre, whatever, right up to the boundary adjacent to our lovely valued character heritage houses, that's not a great outcome, let alone how it will just start to destroy the fabric that we're trying to, that everybody enjoys. And, we have tourists walking up and down the street on the heritage trails and all the rest of it. Hence, that's getting into the previous hearing matters that you've heard. Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Murcott, just one question. With regards to your relief sword, you were mentioning or questioning, should wind be a qualifying matter? Is that something that you put on the table as the relief that you would like to see? Or was that just a general question?
Particularly after we analysed the reports and looked at the evidence about how windy Wellington is compared to any other city. I mean, our next windiest city is like a place like Invercargill at that latitude in proximity to Fogo Strait. It does seem odd that a national standards given for our cities in New Zealand under a policy statement, and no special provisions given to the special circumstances that some of those cities have, and we've recognised in the city that character and heritage or character might be one. It just seemed, why wasn't wind? And we don't know why, because we're not part of the process, and it's challenging to keep up with this complex matter of urban planning. But you see where we're coming to. We don't know whether, we're not qualified to say it should be but we're qualified to say, well, ask the experts or ask independent panel like yourselves, should it have been considered as in this particular hilly city with our well-known challenges with wind and some of our well-known windy streets, and secondly, are we going to export this across our residential suburbs from our centre zone?
Yeah.
What kind of planning are we trying to do?
Thanks for that.
And you said you had an accident due to the wind on your bike, is that right?
Yeah, a mixture of things. Always an accident always has a mixture of things. But if you start getting, the biggest thing that concerns me is being constrained to narrow areas, and I'll be a cyclist who will stay in the road lane in future, not in narrow bike lanes, where if you get deflected, you've got nowhere to go, into a hit stick or whatever. So, yeah, these are the sorts of things that, particularly wind deflection is a nasty one. You're sometimes not expecting it. Everything's going fine, and suddenly, because you're halfway down Murphy Street or something, and something's hit the number 180. It's a very tall building where the police commissioner is, and a good gust comes off the side of that, and you're in traffic, or you're beside other cyclists for that matter. It's a big fright. Now, I've not been seriously injured, but I'm an experienced cyclist as well. But none of this is going to encourage people who are a little bit reticent or concerned about being introduced to cycling. We're not that kind of place, and I don't think there's much we can do about it except try and reduce that kind of effect even on our experienced cyclists, and of course skateboarders and others that are zooming around. But to some extent, having a little bit of pace or having a bit of speed is actually where the gyro effect can actually help your stability on a cycle. So a person going slowly or just mounting or dismounting, or a pedestrian, of course, are the ones that get knocked over.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Murcott, for coming back and talking to your submission. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Again.
We'll just wait for our next submitter to come in.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
I left my reading glasses behind.
Okay.
So some kind person's lent some, but they're not quite.
Not quite right. No, we'll forgive you. We've got your pre-circulated speaking notes here, so thank you for that.
Great.
So if you want to talk to your, you just closing down the previous one, or?
Yep, just kidding.
Thank you.
There you go. So those are just photos.
Oh, great. Okay. Okay. Right. So hi again. I'm presenting as a resident of Newtown for 45 years, Hilary Watson. Also a member of Live Wellington, a grassroots organisation that champions a livable city, and a member of the Newtown Residents Association. And like Jane O'Loughlin's Live Wellington submission in the stream, my submission is about ensuring our centres are vibrant, interesting, livable and attractive. And as stated in Rona Carson's submission coming up on behalf of Newtown Residents Association, I'm in favour of increasing housing and housing density and of careful planning about well-designed multi-unit developments are best situated. So first, a livable Newtown. I support the recommendations in these hearings to extend the character precincts in Newtown, and hope that the submissions of stream 2 and 3 for increasing the recognition of the character and historic nature of the streets around the centre will lead to these being increased further. Believe the PDP over upzones Newtown, and Tim Helm will be presenting for the Newtown Residents Association stream 4. He supports this with expert evidence. The assumption that district plan zoning choices pose inevitable trade-offs between housing affordability on the one hand and heritage amenity in the local environment on the other are not well grounded in economics. And just skipping a bit, in Wellington, the housing and business development capacity assessment identified sites with zone capacity for over 100,000 additional dwellings under the operative district plan. Of these, 35,000 are estimated to be feasible to develop profitably immediately, but each year only around 1,000 are developed. The tiny fraction of zone capacity developed each year that gets built on is not evidence that more capacity is needed to encourage more development. It's evidence that more than enough capacity is already available for development. So you'll hear more from him later in the stream. I support prioritising density along Newtown's Ridderford streets, fine as put forward by Martin Hanley and Anna Campbell Welsh. This provides capacity to more than meet the housing demand while preserving important heritage buildings, high quality multi-unit developments in Ridderford Street, and would bring vibrancy and opportunities. Trade, commerce, hospitality and entertainment at street level and apartments above. I opposed Kāinga Ora's proposal to make Newtown a town centre. It really is truly a local centre and not a metropolitan centre or a town centre. Rona Carson makes some very specific suggestions of her submissions. So on to Adelaide Road. On livable Adelaide Road, I propose a localised approach in Adelaide Road, including using urban planning strategies and incentives for livable residential developments that coexist with compatible business uses. Like Jane O'Loughlin in Stream 4, I do not believe Adelaide Road from the Basin to John Street should be zoned CCZ. The current proposed district plan puts Adelaide Road in the city centre zone with a height control of up to 42.5 metres. As Jane cites in her submission, Adelaide Road is well recognised for development. In 2008, the council worked with the local community on a blueprint for how this area might look in 20 years. There's a pretty picture of Adelaide Road. Looking to the future. It was a huge community consultation that came up with this, and council produced it, and it's a vision of a very livable precinct, and and very much a local centre rather than a city centre. It, as it says there, pedestrians, safe for pedestrians, street trees, landscaping, public space improvements, and retaining significant heritage buildings. So as you can see there, also it's high, there's high bits, but it varies in height. It's not Hong Kong style, and it's not Victoria Street Wellington style. And I think that means it should have, I think that just the fact that it was focused on an area and consulted the community is a wonderful model. And I think it brings up the point that it needs a special focus, and that we could make it a beautiful precinct for living, and therefore attract developers if there are zones that suit this sort of a living residential area. So let's just go. So that framework envisaged heights of up to 18 metres and 24 metres discretionary. So that's like half of what DCZ is, and lower heights of 12 and 18 elsewhere. So now I shall just give you a copy of this, because it's rather small. You have to lie down on the side to look.
I haven't. This is new to me.
Let me see. So let's, just look at it. It's got, there's the basin right in the top right hand corner. And I've done a colour code, which is current dwellings where people are living there, orange. The ones with the red outline are either built or planned, and yellow, potential conversion to residential. And then I just stuck in my car related businesses because I keep saying, there's 14 car related businesses in Adelaide Road, and for it to be a livable residential area need a mix. So so we can see that there's along the edge of the hill, there's some apartments and lower rise down towards Drummond Street there. Hospital Road's got some old buildings, old style lower rise, and we've got right in the middle on the west side, Howai apartments. So that's there it is there. That's built, it's finished, it's lived in, and it's got some empty house, like still empty house fronts on the bottom. So that's brave. It's it's something there. It's in the middle there. It's the only one, but note it is only 6 stories, and it's quite a good scale there. There's a picture there of what is now Kāinga Ora site. So that's this outlined in red one that was the Urban Habitat Collective who designed this for a co-housing development unfortunately could not continue with it, and so sold the Kāinga. And note the outside space. I don't know that Kāinga are planning any outside space in theirs, and I don't know how high this is going to be, but that was proposed to be 7 stories, and you can see it in the context of Adelaide Road, which is also a good height, high but not too high. And yeah. So the trend, and then up the top here is the other Kāinga site. So there'll be 3. There's the Loafers Lodges down there. And Duckworth Lodge up on the corner there by Basin's absolutely begging to have a high rise there. That would be suitable as well. So heaps of room for more development. So my point is that there's measures are needed to encourage more developers to choose areas like Adelaide Road for residential development rather than going for easy pickings. And Newtown's currently highly functioning sunny neighbourhoods, which are already densely populated. So it's another reason not to upzone the Newtown suburbs, because they might find it easier to acquire sections there. So I propose varied heights as in the 208 plan. So views and sun don't get blocked as more buildings are built. Seen the pictures. Ian Castles with Hawaii is a good example, and let's hope others follow, but there need to be incentives and zoning to help this. Jane O'Loughlin's history for submission says there's a general assumption that for a city to achieve density, very tall buildings must be built. However, American New Urbanist Jeff Speck points out in his book Walkable City that much density can be achieved at lower heights. Indeed, many of the cities held up as great examples of density, Paris, Copenhagen, do not feature high buildings outside of their central city. And an additional point is that this is a need to give developers certainty. If it's not known how high future buildings located around their own sites may go, they may be wary of developing, and potential residents may be wary of being built out. This nervousness, as she says, is already evident in Te Aroha, where there is a phenomenon of mostly corner sites being developed. So I propose a localised approach to Adelaide Road, including strategies and incentives. The proposed CCZ height allowances are not appropriate for Adelaide Road if it is to be developed as a residential area. And I also support the development of an open space investment plan by the City Council for Adelaide Road. The provision of green spaces are necessary for health and wellbeing and will be an incentive to attract developers to build housing. I'll look at that in a minute. It's been also referring to, I'll just finish off the written bit, I guess, because this is referring to Steve Dunn's presentation that he made to the Open Space and Recreation Strategy hearing by the Wellington City Council. It's widely recognised that promoting and designating new open space now is critical, given the push to intensify and provide housing, particularly in the central city. There will be reliance on public open space and streets to give an environment for health and wellbeing and a connection to nature as people are housed in multi-storey buildings with limited outdoor areas associated with their unit. Case in point is Adelaide Road, that has always been identified as an area suitable for growth and intensification. And he refers to the framework. And he points out that at a recent Mount Cook mobilised meeting, the Kāinga Ora project manager said there wasn't any provision for open space at the old petrol station site, 28 to 44 Adelaide Road, that's the one nearest the base in the Kāinga Ora site. And the business plan focused on the type and number of units. It's an indication that this organisation is focused on the yield of units without the wider living environment. Given the future development along this transport spine, planning for an urban park should be started here. Now, so just looking at the map again, so here's the Kennards Hire, which is pretty well opposite Kāinga Ora. It's interesting when you look at this and see where the hill is and see where the road is, in that rain flows down the hill, and they didn't design the road right along here right by the hill because water gathers there, and they've put it there, and the consequence of that water running down is also, there's Kennard's site there, so it's actually, those buildings on it are actually below street level. So there's definitely a dip. And that accounts for the fact that most of these high rises already done are on this side because the ground is squishy, is liquefaction. Yeah. That's actually a map of, it sweeps along in Adelaide Roads in there. Actually, it's pretty hard to see, but there's a wide band of propensity for liquefaction on, especially along the bit where Kennards is and where the Children's Hospital is. And I know Norris Park had trouble with the foundations of that. They had to just go down and down and down and down. And so I can't see that, but that Stacks furniture site, which is a really good, nicely renovated building now. It's great. It's a great kind of business that you need on Adelaide Road. That they chose not to go high. They wanted to go high, multi-story, and it wasn't financially viable given the foundations that were needed under it. So if we're to attract developers to Adelaide Road, there's got to be transparency about all this and zoning that's appropriate and incentives from the council for making it a good area to live, like putting a park. And just I suggest that a park would be great where the Kennards Hire is. And you look towards that, that's the Governor General behind. So you look, you'd have continued green. And unfortunately, that orange thing has just gone up 4 stories, I think. It was a teeny little narrow Victorian house, and they've got that. So, but you could have green all around it. So yeah, things like this, and maybe not related to the MPSUD, but we can do zoning that somehow makes it attractive. There'll be plenty of zoning if we attract developers to here. The sites are going to get developed and built on. So I think it needs to be a precinct, like a local zone at least, or a special precinct that is not like Te Ara or Victoria Street, not like Hong Kong, and not like and Ridderford Street it's got its own special character and locality and all that. As it is, it's just a local centre, and this needs some special treatment, I think. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Did you say you lived on Adelaide Road or near Adelaide Road?
No, I live in Corona Ave up in Newtown.
Okay.
So yeah, in Newtown itself. So
Yeah.
so I'm championing Newtown to be local centre, but there's not to be CCZ.
Right. What zone would you like it? But what zone is the most appropriate?
Mixed use,
I was
so-
going to ask you that because this thing here talks about a work-live kind of environment, which
Yeah,
to me says mixed use zoning.
yeah, I think that, you know, it needs to buzz in the daytime and have businesses as well. Like, see, he's got these really nice shop fronts on the bottom, so that'll be, that's business. And hopefully the type of businesses that the locals would use, that they would need for their day-to-day shopping or whatever. But also people come to work there. They live there and work there. Like we need flat apartments at the hospital. So yeah, cafes, more cafes, but certainly you know, green space, it's got to happen.
So on that point, aside from bringing down the height limits for this area, you're also indicating that developments should provide a contribution of open space. Is that, do I understand that?
Yeah, I think Stuart Niven's got stuff to say about let me just get my word there. Yeah, he talks about, and Live Wellington talks about it, that thing, what's it called, where you charge developers extra for resource, you know, for amenity. Yeah, I don't know if that would work, given that they've still got to pay so much for foundations and stuff. I think council should be providing green space effectively. It's or even isn't providing it apparently for their residents. But certainly, yeah, there should be codes that require some private space in the apartments. Yes.
Thank you. I'll turn to the panel, see if you have any questions.
So you talked about reducing the height. I'm just looking at the plan now and it says it's 42.5 along that spine.
Yeah.
What do you think is appropriate?
I think that it has to be a mix, allowing a maximum of 24, and range from say 12 to 18.
So basically you're saying from 12 to 24
Yeah,
range.
yeah, definitely not.
And why have you chosen those two boundaries? You know, obviously the boundary of the Basin and John Street.
I think that probably maybe it should be conclude Kent and Cambridge, but I guess I'm just
Sorry,
look,
what did you say?
Kent and Cambridge terrace, you know, a special zone for a non-CCZ height situation. But it's kind of weird that the CBD, CCZ starts at John.
Yeah.
So Newtown to me starts at John. So that's that reason for that boundary, and the Basin is, I think Kent and Cambridge is a bit different. It is more commercial, different from the stretch of Adelaide Road, which could be made into an extremely pleasant, livable place.
Just your last comment about how the council should be providing open green space. Did I understand you properly, just as you said that there's concern due to the limiting factors in that area, due to liquefaction and excess stormwater, that sort of thing, that there's additional costs for developers in that area anyway.
It seems like it on that side of the road, on the east side of the road. But I wouldn't want to advertise that everywhere because we want developers to. Yeah, but if that's the case, it should be, the land should be used appropriately rather than as a Kennard's hire yard.
But in your proposal of heights being between 12 and 24, is that how you've reached, and one of the factors in reaching those heights because of those limiting factors?
Yeah.
Thank you, that was all I had.
Thank you for your submissions. I recall probably 20 years ago, there was an article in the paper which listed New Zealand's 10 worst streets from a design aesthetic perspective, and this stretch of Adelaide Road was one of them. Now that was obviously 20 years ago and some things have changed, but what do you see as the function of Adelaide Road? Is it sort of a very much a mixed use rather than attracting what would normally be in the central city?
Yeah, but definitely dominated by residential.
Dominated by residential.
Yeah, businesses on the grounds, a few offices.
And do you think the street level changes recently have been a good thing, or in terms of getting the sorts of development, the live, work and play components of good urban living?
Well, yeah, that's a start. And Stack's furniture is pleasant and nice, and it's quite good. It's not high rise actually, because I find that to the east is the city mission, which is the residential city, the western sun, and part residential and part social services and offices. So they won't be blocked by a big tower block that might be Stack's furniture. So yeah, these are very exciting developments actually. There's a building down just right up near the basin, next to Inhabit Furniture. That's another furniture shop that was nice. It's a precinct. It makes it more of a bit of a precinct, but that's going to be the rat trap. Kits and supplies. That was a probation reporting office, and now it's getting extensively renovated. It's gonna be where you pick up your rat trap kits. So that'll be quite good if you can bike to get your rat trap kit or go on the bus. Unfortunately, it might need you. No, I think they're quite small actually. So no, it doesn't mean there'll be hundreds of cars pulling in. So.
Thank you for filling in the gap in my knowledge of what the old probation centre was going to end up being.
Yeah, that's right.
The southern, just in terms of geography, and just so I'm completely crystal clear.
Yeah.
The Kāinga site where the Habitat co-housing was previously proposed. Yeah. What's on there at the moment?
That's just a vacant site.
It's the one with the Ukraine.
Yep, that's it.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with that. I thought it was slightly further to the north, but that's fine. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
No, I just wanted to acknowledge for you to come back in again. Since I have heard you speaking before, I think I'm pretty clear on where you are heading. And yeah, I have no further question for you at the moment.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. We were scheduled to have Dr. Zamani in. He may be in the kitchen. Okay. Mr. Kubitz, we've just asked Dr. Zamani to come back in to talk to something that he raised on Friday. So if you don't mind, hopefully we won't be too long. Thank you. So just to clarify, we asked for some sort of sketch to illustrate the differences between the PDP building controls and the that's suggested by a number of submitters using Outlook. And we were struggling on Friday to understand it visually. So Dr. Zamani kindly has developed some sketches that he will talk to expand on his points on Friday. We have them in front of us. We don't have them on the screen, but these will be made available online on the website now. That's good. Yep. So welcome back, Dr. Zamani. Would you like to just lead us through this and then answer any questions we have?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for having me again. This is based on a block in Newtown that I knew that is probably for the time that I had to spend to understand it and model it, it was the easiest. It was a flat site, flat block. It's basically based on the block on between Norman Bay Street and the street next to it. And it has kind of different size of sites that I could test. And I tried to be as objective as possible to see the pros and cons of the both approaches. The first one that has a kind of a text on the top, all buildings comply with max 25 depths and minimum 8 meter separation. I choose 4 or 5 sites to show how does it look like on a building level or site level. As you can see, I decided to show a combination of typologies to show how does it look like. On a smaller sites, you can see to the left top, there's like 4 townhouses with possible storage or a shed at the back, and they're facing the street, 3-story townhouses, and it's on this page. These 4 townhouses. And there is 2 apartment building next to them with a 10-meter gap between them. The reason that I decided as 10 meter because it's possible if the site was is less deep, then we can reduce that to 8 meters. The building itself is 17 meters deep into the site. Each of them 17 meters is adequate. Like if we consider an average unit size to be basically 7 meters by 7 meters, that's 50 meters big unit with a 1.5 meter corridor, 1.2 corridor in between, that gets you to 16, 17, maximum 18. More than that, structurally it will become difficult. Your beams get too big, so that's the reason that 25 actually has enough room to have deeper buildings or less of a deeper building. But on the back of those apartments, you can see mini sausage buildings that they go into the depths of the site. But as you can see at the back of the site, you have some kind of a backyard. And to the top of the block, there is a small apartment building, basically that can be a walk-up apartment building. And in those kind of smaller sites, it's impossible to squeeze 2 buildings, which is great, but also you end up with quite a nice backyard that can be used as a communal space. And when you apply this logic to a whole block, you can see that 5 sites are fitted within that block. In the middle, you can find them, and around the corner, I tried to kind of show you can actually develop bigger sites. That's the Salvation Army site basically, and that's kind of, if you amalgamate a site like that, you can accommodate quite a large number of units. The separation and building depth doesn't apply to the podium level, so you can have full site coverage for commercial car parking. It only applies to the residential side of it. And as you can see on the other side of the block, you can have a row of townhouses that face the street. And when you have 2 street frontages, then you can basically consider that 25 meters from the 2 side frontages. And then I move to the 6-meter outlook space. I have designed with this rule in Auckland, so I was very familiar how does that work. As you can see, I'm talking about this one now. As you can see, you can fit an apartment building into the depths of the building with a 6-meter outlook. That boxes are basically the outlook box. In Auckland, I think the 6 meters was 6 meters from the exterior of a balcony or an external window up to the sky. So you can't actually cantilever the building on top of your outlook spaces, and that's why I tried to kind of consider that this is an Auckland context, so I use the same logic. So each unit has a 6-meter outlook facing sideways. The townhouses, again, contrary to the previous model, they can go to the end of the site, to the full depth of the site and face sideways. And within this kind of a smaller 5 sites, it may look fine, but when you look at the wider sites or wider neighborhood block, you can see that there are towards the left side of the page, you can see a number of slab buildings that they're all facing sideways, and the apartment behind them is facing the back of the building, which is a corridor. And that's what's my main concern with the outlook space approach, because outlook space is a very limited dimension, that 6 meter, 5 meter, 3 meters, or 10 meters, but it doesn't necessarily define how the block is formed. You are only defining how an apartment building is formed, and you can have a, I don't know, 60 meters tall building, a blank wall to the side of the boundary, and that's the big concern. Of course, with the outlook space approach and lack of the 25 meters and separation, you will get a high yield. That's very obvious in the comparison between the two blocks. But at the same time, the amenity of one is obviously higher because you have more greener space, or kind of perimeter block shape, that the center of the block is more greener space and pervious surfaces. And also the other kind of key factor is that in the outlook space approach, the street interface is mostly side of the buildings. That side of the building can be designed nicely, but at the end of the day, it's the side of the building, not the face of the building. The face of the building is facing the neighbors, which is not great for privacy, but also not great for amenity. You may end up having houses between these slabs, and as you can see to this side, you have maybe hundreds of units that looking down into the neighboring sites in these kind of single detached houses in between 2 apartment block. It complies with the outlook space, but your outlook space is basically looking into someone else's house from level 5 or 6. And that was, it's not perfect. I've done it as fast as I could just to show this. And I kind of made it clear to Ms. Stevens that I haven't considered every single standards, but I tried to be as compliant with the rest of the things that I know in the proposed district plan. And I kept it to the 6 floors just not to exaggerate the impact of the height, but I know in some areas it can be taller.
Thank you. I asked Mr. Wallace this morning about whether you could have a blend of the 2 sets of controls, and he just on top of his head said yes, you maybe could, but we couldn't take it much further than that. So I asked you the same question. Do you think you could have a blend of the 2 sets of controls?
I may get into trouble for saying what I'm going to say, but I haven't discussed it with Ms. Stevens. But first, when I was doing this exercise, I felt the interpretation of the building deeps that needs maybe a bit of rewarding to make it more clear. in terms of, it says something about the side wall, and I don't think that's the appropriate wording. It needs to be the facade that facing the side boundary, not the side wall, because that's quite, I mean, anything can be a side wall. So that needs to be reworded, and that's probably will be my recommendation for Mr. Stevens for her right of reply. That's the first thing. The second thing, I heard Mr. Wallace discussion with you yesterday around the round buildings or buildings that they have strange shapes, and I understand if we reword that depth wording, then that can be addressed. The other thing is whether I think Commissioner Lutz raised the issue that whether it's possible to have a principal living room with a 1 meter outlook space with the 25 meter and 8 meter separation, and to be honest, it is possible. Is unlikely because of the way that the rules are written, is unlikely, but in the specific circumstances it can happen. And that's why, to answer your main question, is that yes, I think there should be a combination of the two, outlook and this. But what I strongly believe that is that only having outlook space control is not good. But I do believe that combination of the two would be beneficial.
Thank you. Any questions?
With regards to that 1 meter outlook, that might be possible in some situations for living areas. Is there any other rule in the plan that would catch that and avoid that? Or is there a possibility, if it's not already there, to put something like that in? Because a 1 meter outlook for a living space, particularly, we have been talking about that yesterday with Mr. Wallace. The daylight is one thing, but it's also the quality of daylight, and if the further down you get, the less quality of daylight you get, sunlight completely aside anyway. So, you know, from what submitters have said and what I can see is that there is a requirement somewhere to make sure that living areas do not only have a 1 meter outlook in no circumstance, but also that the daylight that penetrates to certain areas, and then that has to do with the building depth, it has to do with the building separation, is actually of an adequate level for people to live there.
I think there is two approach with dealing with the issue of the 1 meter, the possibility of a 1 meter outlook space for a living area. One is basically including an outlook space for principal living spaces, which is the Auckland case. The problem that I experienced with that is that, and it happened, and probably you can see it in Auckland, you can have a 6 meter outlook space or 3 meters or 4 meters, and sometimes you would breach it to a lesser, and you have a 12 floors apartment building in front of it. So if you imagine the ground floor with a 6 meter and a 12 floors apartment in front of it, yes, you're complying with the control, but you are at the bottom of, and that was my main concern with the issue of outlook, because outlook doesn't differentiate between the ground floor of an apartment and the top floor of an apartment. Yeah, you see, if you have 6 meters on level 12, is great because you get sunlight, daylight. But if you have 6 meters on the ground floor, you are at the bottom of a hole. So you get some kind of a daylight, and probably you're complying with the building code. You can light a candle in a building and you comply with the building code. So it's not very difficult. But the way that the 25 meter works is actually tries to orient the building so you don't end up facing another blank wall. What can be done instead of the outlook is to put the side setbacks. So that side setbacks can be 3 meters or 6 meters, depending. I think 6 meters side setback can limit the development potential on a smaller site significantly. And that's why maybe I still go back to my initial point that combination of outlook and separation and depths would achieve way better outcome rather than having side yard setbacks of 3 meters or 6 meters. Because if you build the buildings in a way that face the street or the communal space, your outlook can be within that. The outlook cannot be on the neighboring site. So you will be fine in terms of 6 meters. You've got 8 meters, you may have overlapping outlook, that's fine. But if you're facing the sideway, which may happen in specific circumstances, then you have to trigger that outlook space. So at least when you're facing sideways, you need to sit back. So it would work like a setback. But it's not a setback if you're facing the street or the communal space. It gives that flexibility.
Yeah, so that's something that I would assume will go in the right of reply to come up with a combined version that you would see more appropriate. With regards to what you mentioned earlier, that at the very bottom of the building, of course, there is much less likelihood for people to get the light, because no matter how far it is, but we have heard from Mr. Marriage, and he had some nice pictures to that effect, that setbacks along the street will actually avoid that, or not avoid it, but it will actually make it better for the further down you are. You will still get sunlight, and we were plainly talking daylight, because even with the setbacks, you will not be necessarily able to get the sunlight in there. Have you had any consideration of that?
Yeah, the upper floor setbacks.
Yeah.
So
in relation to the street width.
Yeah, I think that's related but kind of unrelated to the issue of ground floor units that face the side of a neighboring wall. So if all the buildings face the street, then we can, I think that then the issue of the setbacks on the upper floors we can discuss. If you're facing the neighboring sites, so this is the unit and you have a building in front of you with a blank wall and they have setbacks on the top floors, it provides light to the street but not to this unit at the bottom. So I think that's a different issue. But to answer your question in terms of upper floor setbacks, it really depends on the context of where we're looking at, what are the heights of the building. So when you get to above 6 floors, 7 floors, this is internationally recognized that if you have upper floor setbacks that provide better public amenities on the street levels, because you get more sunlight, daylight, you don't end up with canyon effect and less wind issues because the building will break the wind. Also, there is a higher possibility that you get sunlight to the ground floor or lower floor units. And we have discussed that in length during the last 3 years, and what we landed on, even architecturally or from urban design point of view, this is a really good method to do that. But I think Ms. Stevens has to balance that with the visibility of these developments and also the what's called the development capacity. Doing setbacks on upper floors in an earthquake-prone building city means 2 different structural systems. So the part of the building that doesn't have a setback going to the part of the building that has a setback, that means a lot of transfer beams, 2 structure methods, one part of the building moves differently. It becomes very expensive. On larger buildings, like we have one project, Village Bond project on Victoria Street, Victoria Lane apartment, it does have a setback on level 6, I think, and that created a kind of a roof garden on level 6, and the building setback definitely helps with the light, definitely help with breaking the building, the mass of the building. But I don't know, this is the context of that development. Each of 1.5 bedroom unit was selling at $1.8 million. So a very large project, a very expensive high-end offering, and has a setbacks. And I can see that happening, but on the smaller buildings or more kind of affordable building, it probably will be very expensive to have two structural grades that works in terms of earthquake. And I think these were the consideration that Mrs. Stephen had to consider, but I'll pass it on to her.
I might just provide more context if I may. Totally agree with what Faz has said. We did consider a street edge height control at length, and it's the diagram that you were shown yesterday in terms of what we had in the draft district plan. I'm happy to share that again. It was included at the time because there was concern and acknowledged in the spatial plan submissions, and probably consequently since then in terms of submissions for shading impacts in Tiara, in particular for the narrow streets that we do have, Jessie Street, College Street, for example. So there's an example in the Hamilton district plan where they do have a street edge height control, and we looked at that and other examples, Sydney, for example, and we included street edge height, and there was quite a bit of work that we needed to GIS mapping to identify the widths of these streets, and so we could have had a narrow street viewer and based the control off the width of the street in terms of that first setback, and then looked, I think it was 4 metres from memory in terms of that setback, in terms of what could work around the balancing of costs and impacts, but also what worked in terms of kind of that space itself. It was included in the draft district plan. We got a lot of submissions on it, obviously support in terms of, you know, the purpose of it and the intent of what it was trying to provide, versus also a lot of feedback from developers about the cost and impact on yield, and also kind of that seismic side of things in terms of extra design costs around that as well. And then also we did some modelling, which I've included in my 42A around, I think it was Haining Street. We looked at, you know, how does the current control as proposed in the draft plan work in terms of sunshine, I think sunlight access to the street, sorry. And then we worked around, you know, could we extend that setback south? Would that make a difference? And unfortunately, in terms of the modelling that we did, it still showed that lack of sunlight access to the street. It's a tricky one. I do acknowledge that. I do acknowledge the concern around those streets in particular. But for that modelling output that we found, and that balance of costs that was pulled from the plan, it's a very tricky one of those narrow streets. I also acknowledge also looking at things like active frontage and veranda, and I know that that's separate in terms of that sunlight access, but it's also around how do we keep these spaces active and pedestrianised and, you know, still attractive spaces to come to in terms of the other side of things around, you know, active spaces, veranda coverage on one side of the street in terms of that weather aspect as well. So that's been widely canvassed in submissions, I know.
Has the considerations that you have undertaken, have they also taken into account things like the wind, for example, and how much extra cost you might actually incur by remediating wind effects on tall buildings? Because of course the cost will be less, but if you have got a setback that, you know, and you break that wind, has there been any considerations with things like that?
Not for a cost side of things in terms of working out that aspect, but certainly it's very much trying to work in unison with the wind provisions in terms of the height element, in terms of very much ensuring that, well, it is part of that picture of the wind provisions apply to these streets, and acknowledging that height limits have gone up in particular, but having that qualitative and quantitative assessment in terms of very much still the wind provisions need to apply in these areas as they do across the zone. So no assessment in terms of that side of things, cost benefit analysis, but very much still acknowledge the taller buildings, the canyonning effect that has been discussed through submissions, and very much that is covered through the purpose of the wind provisions. In terms of mitigation.
What I hear is more the reason for not having the setbacks is actually overall the costs and the reduction of capacity. So that's the two.
That outweighed it in the end, but
reasons, yeah.
certainly acknowledge the benefit of what they were trying to provide. Yes, it's sentiments on both sides. It's the fence, I guess. Yeah.
Great. Thanks for that.
No, not a further question, but perhaps an observation. This is getting incredibly complex, potentially. you talk about different site scenarios and so forth, and you know the orientation and what you have in terms of available land. But I think what we're hearing from the development community is something which is simple, which needs to be combined against people getting access to a reasonable quality of light, daylight, and also having a reasonable aspect, and to try and avoid the last common denominator where there are people put into residential apartments, particularly on the lower level, who don't get great quality of outlook and they don't get great quality of life. So I'd be really interested. You've given us a verbal explanation, and that's obviously going to be put into the right of reply. When I got this, I didn't know what you were talking about. That has been reasonably helpful, but I think certainly in terms of the narrative about the balancing of those different factors in your right of reply, a greater level of explanation would be beneficial to me anyway.
We can include that, yep.
Okay, thank you. No more questions. I will thank Dr. Zani. Thank you. Thank you. And we will just pause a second until Mr. Coop can attend. Yeah. Right, good morning, Mr. Kirk. We have read your pre-circulated evidence, and so thank you for that. But if you'd just like to mainly probably talk to the key points you've made, and then if you would like to answer any questions we have, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm here today not to convince you that tall buildings don't have wind effects. But what I am here to present to you is why I consider that the extension of the wind provisions and the council control should not apply to the Kelburn campus. And there's a number of reasons for that, for my view. And just stepping through those, the first is really Dr. Don's evidence. Dr. Don only cites 2 buildings on the campus as the reasons for his support for the wind provisions to apply to the campus, and they are the Easterfield building and then the Kirk building. The Easterfield building was designed in the early 1950s and constructed in the late 50s, and then the Kirk building followed. And in those days, little or no consideration was given to the wind effects by building designers. So I don't think that it's persuasive, in my view, to cite buildings that have been designed and built in the 1950s to support an extension of control in 2023. And Dr. Don hasn't presented any further evidence in his rebuttal statement giving any examples on the campus where there's a safety issue. So the point that I make in my evidence is that I've assisted the university over the last 20 years in both the planning of its redevelopment projects on the campus and then obtaining for them resource consent. And my view is that the university is an experienced building developer who has a commitment to ensuring that the environmental quality of the campus is enhanced and is excellent. And so they employ top architects and they consider the range of effects that buildings create. And where the design team considers that there's a potential for adverse wind effects, they commission consultants to give advice as to how those wind effects can be avoided or mitigated. So as for most developers in Wellington, they go to WSP and obtain advice. And so the two examples of that on the campus is the project for 320 The Terrace. And then the second example is a redevelopment proposal for the warehouse precinct. And they are future development projects. The other reason why I'm convinced that the wind provision should be extended to the campus is my own experience of the campus. I live close by, I live on Upland Road, and basically I have traversed and walked through the campus almost every day for the last 20 years. And I'm convinced that there are no unacceptable wind conditions that affect the campus currently. The other area of evidence that I draw on for that is, and it's in response really to the officer's report, where I think quite fairly the officer's report challenges my evidence and says, well, how can I be sure that the recent examples of buildings on the campus that I quote in my evidence have not generated adverse wind conditions? And again, I draw on two reasons. The first is Dr. Don's complete absence of any examples, and he of course, as you know, and as he put in his evidence, he is employed by the Victoria University, and so he has an intimate knowledge of the campus. And if he had thought that there were examples, then he would have put those in his evidence in chief and then his rebuttal. And then the second area of evidence, and it's in response to the officer's report, is that the university maintain what they call their risk, safety and assurance team. And that team, the purpose of that team is to ensure that the campus is safe, that risks are managed, and that any aspect of adverse effects is brought to the attention of the university and appropriate actions taken. And so what that team has done is to go through the register of unsafe events, any accidents on the campus, and any feedback they've had. And over the last 5 years, none have involved issues that can be attributed to excess wind speeds on the campus. So in a nutshell, that's the reason why I consider, and I support the Victoria University submission to you that that the wind provision shouldn't apply to the campus. The council's evidence seeks to draw on examples which they consider are relevant to the issue before you. And those are the Rutherford House, Astron House, which is opposite, and then a project in Wigan Street. Now, and the reason why they draw that is an assumption. I think the first assumption was that those properties were within the tertiary education zone. I think they quite fairly conceded that point. The officer's right of reply, though, still refers to the Wigan Street example of building and says that's a useful example that you should give weight to. And I think it's irrelevant. And it's irrelevant because, firstly, that project is within the central area. It's irrelevant because the university were not the developer of that building. They don't own the land. They had no role whatsoever in the application for resource consent for it. It was a private developer. And all at the university now, the only relationship that the university has to that building is that the university is a tenant within the building. And the university's long intention is that it develops its own buildings so that it's not a tenant. That's a strategic approach across its various campuses. And so that's why they purchased land adjoining the School of Architecture in Niggies Avenue with the express intention of developing its own building so that it can be an owner-occupied. So in my view, the Wigan Street example has no relevance whatsoever to the issue before you, which is should the wind provisions be extended to cover the Kelvin campus. So, but if in the end you decide that the wind provision should apply, then I now turn to the amended wind provisions that are attached to the officer's report. And in that respect, I'm comfortable with the proposed policy, and I'm comfortable and in fact pleased that there's been a change in the wording of the rule to refer to legal road as opposed to public street. And that's important for the reasons that I've set out in my evidence, that there are roads, inverted commas, or driveways or formed streets that are within the campus. So the only area that I'm still uncomfortable with in terms of the proposed rule is the permitted activity rules and standards need to be specific, they need to be certain, and they must not retain an aspect of discretion or interpretation that will sit with the council's resource consent officers. And I'm uncomfortable about the rule as it stands because there is no definition of the word adjacent. And so that is why in my evidence I sought to have a specific measure so that it's clear to the university and to the council's resource consent people down the track whether a particular development is exposed and subject to the wind provisions or not. Because I can see that if the rule is not altered, that down the track there'll be arguments that projects well within the campus will be determined by the resource consent planner as being adjacent to a legal road. And that's particularly the case because the university campus is substantially held in one certificate or record of title. And so the arguments you get into, and I know it's picky, but these are the arguments that you get into is, oh, well, this project, its legal frontage is to Kelburn Parade, even though it's well away from it, and therefore it's adjacent to that legal road. And I don't think that's appropriate. And so my evidence before to you is that the rule that currently is not legally sound, and it needs to be specific. And look, whether it's 20 metres, whether it's 15, or whether it's 25, there is no magic. I can't tell you, I can't say to you there's wind evidence or a criteria that justifies 20 metres, but I think that's a reasonable setback from a legal road. So it essentially is the width of most legal roads, 20 metres. It's a reasonable setback that a building development would have. So if it's greater than 20 metres, it's not exposed to the wind provisions, but if it's closer, then it is. And I think it's a reasonable setback distance to apply. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I was just seeing what the rebuttal evidence was in terms of the university's evidence. Firstly, I agree with you that planners need to be very careful when they use the word adjacent. I mean, my history, professional history, I've struck some real problems where the word's been used and open to interpretation and what have you. So particularly when it comes to defining permitted activity standards and the like, it has to be pretty precise. You can't leave it to someone to judge what's adjacent and what's not. So I agree with your point on that too. Just in terms of the campus risk assurance team, what is the campus defined as? Does that include the street? Does that include Kelburn Parade? Is that considered part of the campus?
It's considered part of the campus from the university's perspective because there's just such an intimate relationship that the university has with that street. And so, you know, it's where public transport is, it's where most students get on and off. The university is lobbied for years to try and get improved shelters and all of that. And of course, there's the bridge across it. And so, put it this way: if your concern is, the risk assurance team and the statistics and register it holds doesn't record adverse effects on Kelburn Parade and Salamanca Road and the legal roads around it, the answer is no. That the university is very interested in the health and welfare of its wider environment.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Cooper?
I was just You know, one of the queries from the council officers was they were unsure where the 20 metres came from. You've just clarified that it could be 15, it could be 25, but that's not something you've asked anyone of expert opinion on what that distance should be. You've just, if you like, come up with that number. Is that how I understand it?
I think I've used my experience to think what is a reasonable building setback. I mean, I'm drawing on the many wind reports that I've read and reviewed over my career.
Yeah.
And so I'm not coming from, I'm not arriving at 20 metres just without great consideration, but I did select it on the basis that it was the normal width of a legal road. And I mean, particularly when you're dealing with buildings, tall buildings, that have a downdraft from its face, 20 metres is a significant setback distance within which there will inevitably be landscaping and structures and signage and seats and all of that sort of design which the university requires of a competent architect to incorporate into a proposal. So I think that 20 metres is a reasonable setback for the purpose of defining the word adjacent.
Just in terms of your evidence, you had, just let me get it up. You gave examples of developments in the university where, you know, when the experts had prepared an assessment. Were any of those buildings adjacent? I will use that word loosely. Yeah. Adjacent to a road, a legal road?
Well, the proposal for 320, the terrace has frontage to the terrace, and it's got a bus stop immediately outside. It's the university. One of the strategic intentions is to create a public walkway up through the development, and so for all of those reasons, irrespective of whether it was adjacent or not, the university wished that the design be informed by expert wind input. The warehouse project, most of those proposed buildings are not adjacent, in my view. They're beyond 20 metres. In fact, they're probably 30 to 40 metres away from a legal road. But again, the university, the heights of those buildings was 5 stories. The university was keen to obtain the advice of WSP to assist in the design of it. So, look, the university almost inevitably will, for a project on, for example, Kelvin Parade, commission a wind assessment, a qualitative wind assessment or a quantitative one as proposed in the rules. And so you could, for example, you might take the approach, oh, well, if they're going to do that, then what's the harm in then bringing into the rules into play? But what I say about that is that the university, being an experienced property developer, building developer, and with a commitment and a track record that it has, that it should not need and does not justify the council's oversight.
Okay, thank you.
It's Kelvin campus. It has an element of students being there. Does have some permeability, like you said, you live in Upland Road, and presumably you go through the campus from time to time, depending on where you're starting from and depending on where you're going to. See what you're saying in terms of the public road issue as well, but isn't it also important within the body of the site and away from the public road to actually have some scrutiny over whether or not those spaces within the university itself, which are away from the public road, are subject to some assessment in terms of wind effects?
I'd answer that in two ways. Firstly, I think it's conceded by the council, and appropriately so, that that's beyond the scope of the current proposed district plan and the rules. So we're not dealing with that in this forum. But be that as it may, the answer to that is that I would agree with you if there was evidence of unsafe wind speeds, or if there's evidence that the buildings that the university designed have an element of discomfort or unacceptable environmental effects. And over the last 20 years, for all their projects on the campus, that hasn't been the case. Because if there was, then Dr. Don would have brought that to your attention. I know he would have, because he's not slow to do that.
I think Dr. Don, I don't want to paraphrase what he said. He says that I think there are circumstances where they could have done better in terms of the wind environment. I'd have to go back and have a look precisely what he said, told us the other day when he was having this discussion. So I think your point is you want something which is certain, but you also have in terms of your evidence, you have a bit of a trust us, we know what we're doing sort of approach, because you're an experienced developer of the university's experienced developer, and whether it is appropriate within a planning framework to distinguish the provider of buildings, particularly which have an element of public accessibility. Well, there's a lot of people up there basically in there using the buildings. Whether it is appropriate, because it is a campus, to not consider it to the same detail as if you would if it was a central city site. What's your view on that?
I think I've given you the answer in my first reply. That's not the scope of the PPP at the moment. If the council then sought to extend the control to right across the campus, then that would be, I would have probably approached my evidence in a different way. I would have probably advised the university to obtain expert evidence in that regard. But again, I fall back on the position that yes, there are buildings on the campus that Dr. Don has cited could have done better, but the only two were designed in the 1950s. And so I take your point about oh well, is it appropriate that trust the university and don't have oversight of wind? And I think that is the case, that you've got that this university has a proven track record in that regard. So that's my view.
Okay. No, I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Cook, we have heard about the 20 metre and you said it could be 15, it could be 25. I would assume that this is because it depends really on what is designed and what, how high the building is and all the other parameters to actually identify on what the wind effect would be. With regards to your second part of your amended wind R1, You are also talking about if the buildings are within the 20 metres, you have different distances that you actually consider would be appropriate, like the height should not exceed 15 metre above the level of legal road. Additions to the existing buildings above 15 metres do not exceed 4 metres in height, and setback up 3 metres. All these numbers, and then you have the 33% of the existing building volume. All these numbers are numbers that come from your experience, or are they proven somewhere that this is the distance and the percentages of building volume, or is that just things that you know because you've been dealing with it for so long?
No, I'm accepting the figures that are in the council's rebuttal evidence. So I'm accepting of those. And the only element I'm not accepting is the lack of a definition of adjacent.
Right. Thanks very much.
Okay, I don't have any further questions, other than point out I've got my geography degree in that ugly brick building called Eastfield. Thank you very much. We'll adjourn the hearing for lunch and resume at 1:30.
Yeah, you go. Good to go.
Okay, thank you. Hearing stream 4 is being reconvened post-lunch. And this afternoon is dedicated to hearing the submissions from Kāinga on the centre zone provisions of the plan. So welcome. There's a full team here if you can't see it on the screen. Well, yes, you can. So welcome, Ms. Caldwell. I will leave it in your hands to run the team. I think when it comes to your own legal submission, I do want to flag an issue that the panel has generally, and I think this was flagged for hearing stream 2 as well, in terms of just the degree of rezoning and height changes that's been proposed. But we'll leave that to your legal submission. So the floor is all yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Just a couple of introductory matters. Firstly, I'm recovering from a virus which has left me with little voice and a nasty cough. So please understand if I have to excuse myself for a moment. Secondly, attached or filed with my legal submissions were a complete set of track changes reflecting Kāinga position as at when it submitted its evidence. Obviously, since then, we've had a number of changes that have come through Council's rebuttal. We have not, however, had time to do a complete up-to-date version of Kāinga's current position in respect of all aspects of this hearing stream. We have, however, and Mr. Hill will hand this up to you later, prepared a track change version of the city centre zone, and then a list of other amendments which we would then need to make in some of the other centres. And it's something that we're happy to go away and do and submit to you if you would find that helpful.
So how long would you need to do that?
Matt, how long would it take?
Friday.
I'd probably get it in by Friday.
As long as the formatting gremlins don't get me again. We've all had that.
So we have a full suite of evidence for you. You've already had several hearing days, and I imagine you're keen to put a range of questions to our experts. I have very few legal submissions to make. You've read my written submissions. I'm not going to take you through those, but there are 3 specific issues which I'd like to address you on. The first is the issue of the town centre zone and the underpinnings for the council's decision not to have a town centre zone. The second is about the spatial expansions that we sought, and I think this is perhaps what you might want to raise with me. I know that you've raised with a couple of other people whether there are natural justice issues that arise as a result of those rezoning requests or expansion requests. So I do want to touch briefly on that. And then finally, some sort of legal aspects to the city outcomes contribution issue. And I know you've had a lot of conversation about that over the last few days. So I think for this particular topic, the starting point's got to be policy 3D. So district plans are required to enable building heights and density of urban form. And then there's A, B, and C, and D says that are commensurate with the level of commercial activity and community services within and adjacent to neighbourhood centre zones, local centre zones and town centre zones. And you'll hear, particularly from Dr. Cullen shortly, how important that is, that level of commercial activity and existing community services, and how that is an indicator of positive centre performance and how we might incentivise and encourage that. Mr. Liggett will address you shortly. One of the key things that Kāinga wants to achieve through participation in these processes is, to the greatest extent possible, regional consistency in the planning framework. And particularly in relation to the centres hierarchy, so that we have a framework that enables development at a scale that's appropriate for the role and function of a particular centre zone. Now, you'll be aware that the notified version of the PDP did not include a town centre zone in the hierarchy, representing a shift from the operative district plan. As part of the presentation today, Kāinga Order continues to seek the inclusion of that zone, and an updated set of provisions has been provided. There were some errors. I think the previous set of town centre zone provisions was inaccurate, but we've subsequently filed the corrected set. On the whole, there's very little evidence of a considered decision to omit town centre zone from the centres hierarchy. Other than describing the various centre zones in the ODP, which did include town centres, there is no mention of that decision taken to omit town centres in the Section 32 evaluation report. There is reference to the need to align the PDP with the national planning standards. And a reading of those standards indicates that a relevance test should have been applied to the list of zones. You'll recall that the relevance standard says the following zones must be included if they are relevant to the district plan. We know from earlier work that was undertaken for the council, the Sense Partners report, the Centre Issues and Options report from 2019, that a town centre zone was contemplated and recommended in that work. So we're left with the question, when was the decision taken that a town centre zone was not relevant to this district plan, and on what basis was that decision taken? And there's very little basis on which we can reach that conclusion. In terms of the reporting officer's approach, they've said basically that they applied a simplified centres hierarchy where a hybrid of local centre and town centre has been applied, stating that an additional zone would result in unnecessary duplication of content. And the word simplicity and avoiding complexity is used in a number of the council witness briefs. Obviously, we don't agree with that position. There are clear distinctions between the functionality of the town centres as we propose them when compared to those of local centres. And you'll hear further from Mike Cullen and also Mr. Heel about that. The differences include the types of activities enabled and provided for, the catchment that the zone serves, the nature of the transportation accessibility, and consequentially the nature of the residential density supported. So in short, a town centre zone provides more activities to a wider catchment with greater accessibility, thereby supporting greater residential density and growth. So there's been some assumptions made that the provisions as between a local centre zone and a town centre zone would be no different except perhaps for height. And that is something that our evidence has tackled head on. And you might actually say, after listening to Dr. Cullen, that the key distinction between local centres and the three particular centres that we say should be town centres is perhaps economic performance, and in particular the role played by those centres in generating employment. Mr. Cullen has outlined the gap in economic performance between metropolitan centres and local centres in the hierarchy in Wellington, to such an extent that he considers there is justification for a middle centre category because of the differences in retail spending, for example, the level of community and commercial assets, the nature of the catchment being more suburban than residential, and then also the fact that Miramar, Newton and Tawa all outperform the existing metropolitan centres from an employment density perspective. So getting back to the council's reasoning for not adopting a town centre zone, which is all about the need for simplicity and wanting to avoid complexity and duplication, Section 32 requires decision makers to evaluate whether the proposed provisions are justified on their merits. Are they the most efficient and effective means of giving effect to the EPSUD obligations? The concept of efficiency extends beyond, in my submission, beyond administrative ease to encompass efficiency of purpose and also application. So Kāinga Ora submits that given the NPSUD direction in policy 3, that heights and densities should be commensurate with the level of commercial activity and community services in centres, a town centre zone provides, in our view, a compelling alternative. And the chapter that we have provided does have provisions which have been developed specifically for the town centre functionality and avoid unnecessary duplication and complexity. The second issue that I want to address you on is this business of the expansion of centres. And Mr. Ray is prepared to take you through his methodology for the expansions that we are seeking, having regard to the ground truthing exercise that he and Mr. Cullen have undertaken. Mr. Cullen's approach is principles based and driven by the desirability of improving centre performance, particularly economically. Essentially, centres should be able to grow out as well as up. The only real legal issue that I wanted to address with you in relation to the expansion submission points relates to a concern expressed by Ms. Hayes in her rebuttal that there may be a natural justice issue where proposed centre expansions relate to privately owned residential land and landowners have not been involved in the process. So what I would say about that is, firstly, this is effectively a scope concern, in my view, and yet there has been no scope issue raised with the Kāinga Ora expansion proposals to date. That's usually the context in which the issue of natural justice arises on the application of the established case law principles for determining scope. This ISPP is occurring in the context of a full district plan review. So it follows that the scope is very wide for submissions of this nature. We have a High Court decision in Albany Landowners which confirms that and goes further and says that all landowners have had an opportunity to participate in the process and further ought to have been on notice of the need to check the zoning related submissions relevant to their property. So that's effectively my submission, is that it is a scope issue. Scope hasn't been raised. I do accept that there will inevitably be landowners who have not been aware of the process, even though it is a district plan full review, and have missed the fact that submission points from Kāinga Ora have been made in relation to their property and have not, for whatever reason, been alert to those or taken advantage of the opportunity they have to make further submissions. And I think you put to someone yesterday or today the possibility that there may need to be further work done and then a variation initiated if you were minded to accept some of these expansion proposals. From our perspective, we're agnostic as to how these things are effected in the plan. If a variation is what would be needed to resolve those natural justice concerns, then that's a sensible way to proceed. But in my submission, there is case law at High Court level which suggests that we can take a reasonably robust approach to this issue. The third legal issue I want to raise with you is in relation to the city outcomes contribution mechanism. There's been a large volume of evidence filed on this, both by submitters and by the council. Ms. Stevens' rebuttal evidence was quite voluminous in this regard. It's also a topic, a popular topic of discussion in the hearing days that you've had to date. A focus of your questions to legal advisors that have appeared before you has been the virus or legality of the provisions. Mr. Whittington for the council addressed this issue head on, and he said that if you take a broad view of the council's functions under section 31 of the Act, then some form of these provisions can probably find a home. My concern is that the provisions do not sit comfortably with what I would say are some basic principles or tenets of planning law. For example, the need to have a connection between effects and the mechanism used to control an activity, giving rise to those effects. And you had a discussion with that, with the Stride representatives yesterday, I think. Even Mr. Whittington concedes that that link is not complete or direct in this case. Very finessed language, in my view. Secondly, the provision appears to be based on an assumption that overhyped buildings will have adverse effects, although they're not enumerated. Some of the council witnesses have said they will have adverse social effects. But the point here is that these pronouncements are made in the absence of a fully developed proposal that's not been subject to any assessment. And then goes further and says there's a price to be paid for those effects that haven't been yet identified, or a trade-off, as one of the words used yesterday, that somehow goes beyond the traditional need to mitigate effects. Ms. Stevens' rebuttal refers to the need for adverse effects of height to be positively counterbalanced for the wider environmental and social benefit of the city and the public. So it would seem then that mitigation of the adverse effects of an activity such as overheight is no longer enough. Somehow there must be some positive benefit. My final point in relation to this is that if you turn to the provisions themselves, there may have been some tidy-ups through the rebuttal evidence, which are helpful, but fundamentally I would query whether the provisions are clear on their face for the plan user. Can the plan user easily understand what is required of them in order to ensure their overheight development can be processed on a non-notified basis? Because that's what it comes down to. Mandatory non-notification if you are over the height threshold and do not comply with the outcomes contribution. Now, evidence from Mr. Ray and Mr. Hill suggest that there is no such clarity or certainty available on the face of the provisions. And I'd have to say that Ms. Stevens' suggestion of developing a separate guidance document to assist plan users is simply further evidence that no clarity is provided by the provisions. Why would you need a separate guidance document if they were written properly? So Kāinga Ora stands by its original relief sought, which is, I think, to delete in entirety this provision, the policy and Appendix 2, or replace the word require with encourage in the policy and then write the outcomes that you're looking for straight into the policy, as we have consistently sought in respect of all the design guide material. And then have any guidance document about what some of those outcomes, how some of those outcomes might be achieved sitting outside the plan. So those are the three matters I wanted to address you on. I'm happy to answer questions, but I'm also keen that you hear from our witnesses.
Thank you for that. I'm glad your voice successfully carried you through. Just a legal question, slightly off tangent, but I asked this earlier today, I think it was yesterday, another legal counsel. The policy 3A talks about as much as possible, and this will be core to some of our considerations. What can you provide some advice as to what that might mean for our purpose?
On its face, I think it means unlimited within whatever constraints you might need to impose in order to achieve a well-functioning urban environment.
Any questions from the school board? Okay, we're all keen to hear the evidence as well. I will say, just as a general nod, we have, the whole panel here has heard the evidence for hearing stream 1 on the town centre zone. So I think we would appreciate it if there's any new evidence or different evidence on that point, just to cover that off. Just to save the time.
That's fine, thank you.
Who's first off?
Mr. Liggett.
Just fine through.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to come before you again. I'll just quickly run through a bit of a summary of the evidence, a little touch on some of the rebuttal, and if it is of assistance, just work through some of the issues that we're experiencing in a conversation that happened very real related to these provisions this morning. And the outcomes of that process and how external parties that are advising us are responding to the document and what they think it means and how they apply it as they work through a design option at the moment. So as Ms. Corbell's touched on, there's probably three key themes that are touched on by my evidence. One is around the intensification within centres, and that is also coupled by the wider conversation that we've been having through other hearing streams around adjacent to the centres as well, and in particular policy 3D. In terms of the town centres, I'll take your nod that we don't want to cover too much on that, other than to say from our perspective, understanding the degree of hierarchy within a location is important when you're in the applicant side, trying to understand what the future state is intended to be. Is it simply about height, or is it about other investment decisions and other things that are going to happen in a particular place? And in terms of the overarching approach that Kāinga has taken, it is drawn out of the national planning standards, and we do see a very distinct difference in the role and purpose of a town centre zone versus the local centre zone. Our understanding of that in terms of what the planning standards we're trying to do, local centre zone is very focused on the commercial needs of the residential catchment around it, versus the town centre in a larger urban area encompasses more activities, not just commercial and community, looks for recreational as well as supporting residential in terms of the vibrancy of that place, but also looks to not just the residential catchment, but it's there to provide services to the immediate and neighbouring. So it has a sort of draw on it that is more than just the immediate catchment around it. So there's a different function of that place. And our view on that is we need to plan to send a very clear signal to those people making decisions about what to put where in terms of applications coming before the council, that a town centre environment is different to a local centre, and that not all centres across Wellington City are the same, and that there is a differentiation there. And yes, in terms of the provisions, we have responded in terms of that with respect to height within the centres, but there's also the flow-on effect of what you do beyond those centres, and where there's a town centre involved. We've taken a slightly different response to the degree of intensification that we suggest is appropriate within the catchment of that. In terms of the city outcomes contribution, just touching on that, and I guess I need to state very explicitly, and as outlined in section 7.2 of my evidence, supply of affordable housing as well as public housing and positive urban development outcomes is at the heart of why we're involved in this process and why we do what we do day in and day out. When you look at some of the elements that this particular suite of provisions is trying to address, our stark opposition to the tool may seem at odds with that. We have gone through quite a process to look at the provisions themselves and what they do and don't do for us both as a public housing provider and management of the portfolio, and then also the other functions that we have around supply of affordable housing and generally enabling supply in the urban environment. And when we've looked at all of this, our ultimate conclusion has come that it doesn't achieve what we're trying to achieve. It detracts from rather than adds to, and the unintended consequences of it are very real in terms of how practitioners are looking at these provisions and advising even back to us as to how we should respond to that when assessing sites for appropriate development briefs. The other issue we have with it is a lot of it is duplicated. If we look at some of the categories that councils put into the provisions, public open space and amenity, there's Local Government Act development contributions that we're all tasked to pay every time we add additional demand on the public open space environment. So we pay those development contributions. That's to service, in part, council's planned program of supply of that service. We think that is the appropriate way to plan for open space provision, noting that council has said there are some geographies where there is a deficit that they've identified. Good, they've identified it. Now it's what is the planned response to rectify and remedy that. Don't know that this tool is actually the appropriate response, and it provides no certainty to those communities that they will get additional open space that they need as identified by the council. If council's not specifically planning for service delivery and funding and supplying that. Other elements of the various components that make up the point system, we say dealt with through other processes that we need to meet through regulatory requirements under the Building Act that sets particular benchmarks for the performance of the building, structural construction of it, what the various product selection options you have available to you is all governed by the Building Act regulation. We don't see that there is need or merit to put it into the district plan. And then lastly, the assisted housing provision. And I know there's a little bit of an exchange around said in our evidence that has the potential to stigmatise what we're explicitly doing around public housing and affordable housing supply. And I know in council's evidence they're saying that's not true, that's not their intention. But then frustratingly, I'll read in paragraph 153 that their concern about our opposition to an encumbrance is if they don't do it, we're simply going to bolster our balance sheet and on-sell the product. That's not what we do. Yes, we sell houses because we need to, because we're managing a portfolio to meet the need. Houses have to come in and out every day in order to do what we do. We don't have a house and lock it in perpetuity unless there is the need for that house. But we do have to have the ability to move them in and out of the portfolio as demand changes over time, which is a very real response that we're dealing with right now. Limiting us back just to a very specific site and a very specific proposal over a long period of time doesn't necessarily meet the need. And I know the response has been, well, we can just change it. don't think it's that black and white. We have a condition, we need to go through a section 127 to delete the requirement. That's a discretionary activity. Next minute, our proposal that may have been restricted discretionary non-notified or restricted discretionary notified is now discretionary, going back through another assessment in order to take the condition away, or provide that, take it off this site to put it on that site. So we're starting an administrative process over and over again just to do the management of the portfolio, which in our view is not particularly efficient in order to do that. I mean, the balance of the evidence just talks about how we don't find it to be clear in its intention, and we don't think it's appropriate to sit within the district plan. And I know there's been a bit of discussion around the intention. Have we incorrectly interpreted it as a design? Council's come back categorically in saying that it's not for that purpose, and that it's for a public benefit and wider public outcome, and it's been a sentiment reflected through Council's rebuttal. The challenge we have when we get down into it is, well, what is actually public benefit, particularly with some of the subcategories. If I look at universal accessibility, that is simply a use of the LifeMark tool. Generally, if you go through that process of assessing a building against LifeMark, it is about the internal functionings and internal workings of a building. How does that derive public benefit when it's only the users and occupants of that particular building that can derive the benefit? So where's the link between universal accessibility being a public benefit above or beyond what the building code prescribes, which does deal with accessibility for public? How do we get public benefit out of that? Similarly, when we go through the sustainability, Green Star or Home Star tools, some of it looks at locational characteristics, but a lot of it is very specific to product specification, construction methodology, or deconstruction methodology if you're trying to get the recycling credits. So it's very specific to the site and its operation in many cases. How is that benefit to the public at large if the contribution is being sought for public benefit? And similarly, the assisted housing, I think the reverse is true. The definition of the term, as we understand it to be, draws back to some legislative construct, largely looks at the public housing portfolio or other similar portfolios managed by community housing providers or iwi or other such recognised organisations. And it doesn't pick up affordable housing, so we've left a big gap as to what we're addressing. In fact, it explicitly excludes it, and Council in its commentary has offered that, well, maybe it could meet, a Kiwi build may meet may meet the intention and qualify for the points. I don't agree that that is possible. The definition precludes it. So how can we then assign points if we've done an affordable housing scheme? So in terms of real practical going through, I don't want to do it line by line, but I'm going to, I'm sorry, despite better instructions. On the ground, Council has dismissed that it won't affect the ability to intensify and that it won't affect our ability to provide public and affordable housing. We say that that exactly is what will happen as a result. If out the other end we have to work with the definition of assisted housing, it's only one very small part of the products that we offer to the public at large. It is simply the public housing portfolio. It doesn't address the other spectrum of affordable housing or general housing market supply. So there would be, where we are going through a process delivering that, we don't get any ability to score points for that. And because we would be reluctant to accept the in perpetuity encumbrance. In fact, we have consent objections live with this very council over that very point on other consent applications. We could do 100% public housing and get 0 points because we won't accept what is necessary to achieve the point, but we're providing public housing on the site. If I go then, okay, I need to get 20 points or more. Every 10% of my site I provide as public open space, I get some. So I want to provide part of my site as public open space. How do I actually vest that to council? If I've got 1,000 square metre site, am I going to vest 100 square metres to the council as public open space? How do we do that? I don't know of any parks policy that supports us vesting that level of open space with the council. I can't imagine in the Wellington context that they would be willing to accept open space of that nature into their own portfolio. I know categorically in other geographies, it's anything less than 2,000 square metres is not up for discussion against their policies. Let alone how do we deal with that from a regulatory standpoint, because I'm going to have to create another lot. I'm going to seek a subdivision for 100 square metres. Is council from a regulatory perspective going to support that in order to get the points that I am asking for? Similarly, again, through site block connection, I can provide that. How do I make it public? Council won't vest anything that's not of their public road standard. It's very hard to vest. We would love to vest a lot more in practice, but we struggle to achieve any of it. And materially, we have to operate these things as jointly owned access lots. How do we go through that? Then we're talking some sort of easement and gross or encumbrance in favour of the council. How do we deal with maintenance, security, range of issues come up. And at no time do we have any certainty as to what points we qualify, because there's going to be an assessment at some point in the process to determine whether I get 1 or 10 or somewhere in the middle. Exactly the same issue exists with communal open space on a site. In our high density developments, that is something we turn our mind to. But we also turn our mind to other facilities that are not listed here. We have a tool within our business that looks explicitly at on-site communal facilities. That's in the form of internal rooms within the building to provide meeting space, function space, other service provision. But it's not a communal garden, playground or roof garden. So we're going to favour what we need to operate our sites over these things, but we can't get the credit for it, even though that's providing more amenity. But again, it's amenity to the site, not amenity to the public. So how does it fit the purpose of the rule? And how do I know what points I'm going to get? Public toilet one, I don't know how many public toilets council wants on every single street. And then again, how do I vest 15 square metre building with the council because they're asking me to supply a public toilet? Now again, can I create a 15 square metre site with a toilet block on it to vest with the council to ensure that outcome? Because we're experts in providing housing, not in managing public toilets. The life mark, it's a little bit clearer in that it's if you achieve this particular standard, you get these particular points. The real challenge there is you don't know until you've finished your building and constructed it and they've come out and certified it. So you can have good intention, but do you get there at the conclusion when many design decisions are still well to be made past a resource consent? So what we may ask for, what we may specify in the resource consent, if we don't achieve that, then what do we do? We've achieved potentially a non-notified consent because of that life marks standard that we then failed to achieve. How do we remedy ourselves against the conditions of consent? How do we resolve the fact that we attained non-notified consent, but then failed to deliver on the outcomes that actually provided for us to have that pathway? Sustainability is a real challenge for us in that our portfolio is managed at Homestar 6, all new construction for us. That is what we are mandated to deliver by our board decision. That is, it is an example of us exceeding the building code. Building code would fall somewhere between 3.5 and 4 when assessed against Homestar. But again, we can do more than the building code. We could achieve Homestar 6, but I can't get any points for that. And I would need very explicit business case as well as funding, because our business model is set up on Homestar 6, not 7, 8 or 9. Heritage, well, that's a question. Again, it's a 1 to 10. And if I don't have a heritage building next to me, or as part of my development, there's points that aren't available to me. Is that fair? Is that equitable? When I'm trying to scramble to get to my 20 or more, depending on what I'm proposing to do as a height of building. Embodied carbon, again, what's an equivalent standard construction? Is that defined? How do I know that what my benchmark is? How do I know what points I'm going to get? Very difficult to determine as part of briefing of a site. And having gone through some testing of this type of stuff, you need very, very specific expertise to start to measure this. I don't know how a consent planner at council is going to respond to the type of report they will receive when addressing this particular issue. Seismic issues, again, question how that's dealing with the building and the internal workings of it, question how that provides public safety to buildings where public access isn't an option if it's a residential apartment building in the high density zone, for argument's sake. And assisted housing I've discussed already. Now, in practice, what does this mean? I sit on a process this morning where we were tasked with a decision on a site. A set of design or design team that I can't speak for council, but I think council would hold this design studio in high esteem. They were explicitly given this and told to assess the site against it and respond accordingly. 12-storey building would come in okay. The advice we got, which we had to correct in the middle of the meeting, bear in mind this is an approval to proceed meeting. They'd gone, well, if we go to 14, we think we're under 25% above the height. So we probably don't trigger any of this. The city centre zone, sorry, you trigger it immediately. You've misinterpreted everything that you've read. So 12, 14, you trigger it. How are you going to achieve it? Well, we've done this design for 24, but if you're telling me assisted living is out because this scheme is affordable housing, an entire building for affordable housing, which doesn't comply with that, and we're not doing all the other things, point blank, the tone of the meeting instantly was, well, 24 we can't consider as an option because we can't advance the consent. So notified consent, we can't advance. The options are 12 to 14. Someone go away and clarify this interpretation issue to tell us if it's 14 stories or if it's 12. That whole decision has been deferred as of this morning. So we've now got to wait another decision-making cycle before we can actually go forward with the very thing that council's asking for because of these explicit provisions. That's all I was going to say, which is probably more than people want me to say, but if there's any questions, happy to take them.
Thank you, Mr. Leggett. Can I just lift it up in terms of city outcomes? You haven't said whether the alternative, which would be to set up in the PDP some process for achieving design excellence for over height buildings. I'm using some return. What is your feeling about if the policies which some submitters have supported of having something that's around design excellence for over height buildings, some sort of process for that? It relates to the design of the building.
I think the response would be good design should apply universally. Why is height the point at which design is important? Which is why, in terms of what we've put in our submission, which that position has moved through evidence and what I've presented to you today, which is that we've opposed the city outcomes. Our original submission sought to encourage particular things and be very clear on what those are. If there's some design elements that you want to encourage, fine. Like we said with the design guide, be very explicit, list those out. But in terms of what we put in our submission, was very deliberate. We sought to take away the trigger of height. We sought that the policy not be a require, be an encourage. Yes, fully acknowledge the commentary that council's offered that takes away their hooks and their teeth and their bat at the consent process level. Understand that. It's setting the tone that we are striving to achieve. If you had a discretionary consent for some reason, if you had a non-complying activity consent for some reason, where the weighing up of positive effects versus adverse effects is more pertinent to the decision making, then I believe at that point an encouraged policy would provide council with an option to consider the positive benefits, as opposed to a require and then a very hard to interpret suite of provisions that are very uncertain. And even if you work them all up, in terms of our assessment of it, we may have some significant unintended consequences out the other end.
Can I just add to that as well? In my evidence, I talk about pretty much all buildings need a consent anyway as a restricted discretionary activity. Got the policy suite that the matters of discretion refer to around design. So it's really a question about if it is focused on design and it's not about other outcomes, then do you need a rule about city outcome contributions tied to height, or can you rely on the other rules that require all buildings to get consent?
Just follow up on that. So are you saying that the design excellent component should be in the policy? Is that what you're referring to?
Well, at the moment, there's policies around that talk about design outcomes, and there's reference to a design guide, which we're going to talk about and wrap up hearing, I think. If you're pursuing this for design reasons, then I think that's the best approach to deal with it.
Yeah, just leading on that, we've had a lot of submissions about the COC. But a key theme of that submission is that the COC is not related to any particular adverse effect of the overheight itself. And another key theme from the submitters, or some submitters, is that the various things, including Green Star rating and so forth, are achievable potentially anyway, particularly if you're looking at a high-end premium office development, for example. So yes, your points you made are consistent with some of the others, but leading back to the whole thing about design, council are telling us that the genesis of the COC is out of a previous policy in the ODP which related to design excellence. Council were telling us, and I know from experience in terms of looking at this before in detail, that the policy was broad, open to interpretation, basically had this principle: the bigger it is, the better it's got to be, and subject to a reasonable amount of design critique. And urban designers might differ on that. But in terms of what council is trying to achieve in terms of the listed matters in the COC, are they, to Kāinga, are they desirable things to have in any regard, or should it be subject to the site, subject to the brief, subject to the potential amount of money that you might have to do it? Or are they potentially, you know, discretionary sorts of things?
I think if I go through, the LifeMark standard provides a particular certification for a particular set of outcomes within a building. I'm not going to sit here and say those outcomes are bad. Do we design to that? We have a standard suite of designs that meet the level of accessibility that we require in the portfolio generally. But are we going to go to a LifeMark standard, or are we going to respond to the very specific needs of the individual that we are housing in that house, which will be a very specific response that LifeMark cannot deal with?
Or are you potentially saying, well, I've got, for argument's sake, $5 million to build it. If I go to one of the lower standards of LifeMark, we're going to be able to achieve more than we can if you have to go to one of the higher levels. Is that fair? You, Angora, you're a very big operator, you've got a big portfolio, but obviously there are some limits in terms of what you can do, the nice to do things, if you like, in terms of what a building or a level of activity, particularly in a centre, is going to provide back to the overall community.
Yeah, and that is a trade-off, right? Every time you spend $1 on this, you don't spend $1 on that. Yeah, LifeMark, as you go through its standards, it increases access corridor widths, etc. Do we want a wider corridor width through the house, or do we want more square meterage in the living room? When we're weighing up the portfolio, we need a functional dwelling, so our standard is wider than the 900 in the building code. Will it meet the top end of LifeMark as an access way through a building? No, it won't, but we will have a bigger living room as a result. So we're trading off that distribution of space within the dwelling with every design. When it comes to the Homestar, that's the reason they set it at Homestar 6, is when they did the original assessment of Homestar, it was what's the cost and what's the benefit. And the appropriate level got set at 6, and that we would do more of the passive response. You know, we'll orientate our buildings to the sun, favour that over the street, we'll make those trade-off decisions. But yes, every time you move up, there is an increased capital and in some cases operational cost.
It's all understood, but I guess there is a contrary view, is that you're trying to get best bang for your buck while cutting as many corners as you can to actually achieve what you can for your budget.
Yeah, and is it better we build less dwellings at Homestar 9 and house less people, or build more dwellings at Homestar 6? You know, that's a conversation. All I can represent is what has been decided by the business and the setting that has been given to us to work with.
Okay.
Just one question, Mr. Liggett. With regards to the public open space, you are of the opinion that it would be better for the council to provide that and to determine where and when and how. And I understand that the development contribution will go part way to accommodate that. Now, with the immense steps that we are making now with the NPSUD requirements, do you see it possible or practical for the council to plan public open space in a situation where, if we have no height limits in the city centre, for example, there could be 10,000 more people living here, or there could be 50,000 more people living here, having quite different requirements for open space. Does it not make sense in some way to actually link the provision of public space and public amenity with the buildings that are actually built. So you do have that space, not more, not less, but you do have that space that you need for those people.
Not an open space planner, so I'm not going to profess to know the answer to that. And from a council perspective, the things I would offer is the height of a building doesn't necessarily mean more people being housed in the city. Population growth is a factor of population growth rather than the size of the building. The size of the building is how we distribute the growth. So population growth will occur, just how we distribute it across the city. In terms of the open space question, is it quantity, quality, or a balance of both? And council has to go through that exercise. I know standing on the sports fields on cold Saturday mornings, you could have a 3 hectare soccer field, just traditional grass, and get 2 games on Saturday, and that's it for the week because it's done. Or you can have an AstroTurf on a hectare of land that is used day in, day out, hour on hour. So it's not just a straight quantity question, there's a quality question. You need both coming together to provide the needs. Council needs to do that planning. I don't think it's appropriate for us to be suggesting what that looks like, let alone trying to provide site by site some of that type of provision.
Thanks very much.
I just had a question. A particular focus of Kāinga order is, regional consistency. And I just wondered if you could explain, why you think that's so important, but also I want to understand the observations that you've observed so far dealing with the region and, how that's tracking for you.
I think the reason you hear us talk about regional consistency is part of the reason I suspect we've had at least the national planning standards come out and why we have a national building code. We are still a very small economy in the sense of building and development and construction. The more consistency we have, we don't have a builder that just builds in Wellington City Council. They're going to work in the entire region. Our consultants and planners, they're working across the entire region. Having a degree of consistency as you move within the wider metropolitan area takes away some of those fishhooks, takes away some of those delays, the wrong decisions because you're in the wrong jurisdiction or the wrong interpretation. That does provide a degree of efficiency when operating within the planning system of Wellington, if everything in the region was consistent to the degree that it is appropriate. From our perspective, if we had one town centre zone, one local centre zone, one neighbourhood centre zone, universally across the region, that would be ideal. How you spatially place that, those are the decisions that are made within the jurisdiction and against its context. There are some real efficiencies that we think we could get in operating across the region if everything was the same as a single tool. And that is it's the same message in other jurisdictions. We've got Waikato, the same issue. You've got Hamilton City surrounded by Waikato District in the north, Waipa and South Waikato beyond that. At one level, we can get some of the strategic decisions aligned. Then how do we translate that further down so that they are actually aligned on the ground when you come to implement? That's all we're trying to achieve.
In terms of the town centre zones in Wellington region, obviously Wellington has decided not to include it. What are the other like Porirua, Hutt, Upper Hutt, Kapiti?
My recollection of those, and it is a recollection because there's a lot of geographies we're involved in, but my recollection is that we do see town centres there. The question that we had with one of them was, are you another city centre or are you a metro centre zone? Early in that process, Yeah. Is there town centres used explicitly? In some cases, yes. In other cases, they have different names that are equivalent in terms of how they operate.
So in terms of here, would you say the same? Would you say that that local centre, given the additional height, that it operates the same as a town centre?
I don't, in terms of the submissions that were put forward, and the consultant experts may have some more to add on this, the local centre and the difference between a local centre and a town centre is not just height. It is much broader than that, and it's talking about its role within the urban form, role within the city, and what services we could expect and should expect to see there. I would expect to see a much more fine-grained, smaller degree of service offering in a local centre than I would in a town centre. Scale, just spatial geography, I would expect there in many cases to be a difference.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on that, if the zoning provisions between a local centre and a town centre zone didn't really differentiate between managing activities, land use, it basically say both provide a very permissive framework for what could occur in there. Does it really matter then? Shouldn't the market as well as local government input decide what goes where rather than necessarily the zone kind of saying it should be here, not there? Because that's the kind of the feedback we've had from the council, that it doesn't manage land use per se. It doesn't make a difference in terms of that. It's around building height and things, as you've noted. But does it really matter if the zoning doesn't differentiate between land uses between those two centres?
I think in terms of the structure of what a town centre is there to serve, in terms of its catchment, it's going to be providing a different level of service. Do you regulate for that is a question. In response to what you said, I did note that you said that local government should be deciding some things and where they go. If they haven't given themselves a land use category to provide guidance on, how do they implement that? Other than the public services that they offer, as council, how else do they direct or influence the market if they're not doing it through the district plan?
Can I also perhaps add that councils, the tradition in New Zealand and Australia is that we set up hierarchies to enable space for all centres to act in concert with others. And we expect them at various levels to have differentiation in terms of their catchment and their role. So it's not simply a matter of letting the market decide. We have very specific centre supportive strategies that allow space for each centre to be the best they can be within the role it's defined for them by councils typically.
To pick up on that, are you saying that the town centre zone, because it said this is the town centre, that would influence decision making around what occurs in that area? If something's deemed not to be a town centre activity, then the policy direction would be to say, no, that's in the wrong place.
That could be one consideration, because if the combination of catchments and resources in each category within the hierarchy generally assists us with understanding where those centres fit, and if we're trying to shoehorn something into that centre that should be within another centre in the hierarchy, then it's usually relatively easy for a council planner to identify that fit doesn't work for that particular centre.
I can just add to that too, because I'm going to be presenting some further information to you as a response of the rebuttal that we've had in terms of scale and role and function of different centres, Scale is particularly important because the town centres tend to be a bigger zoned area, etc. But also, I think it is important that we do differentiate because of scale, but also because of the types of activities that should be provided for. There's been discussion around integrated retail, which we'll get on to shortly, where the level of integrated retail we're saying should be relative to the scale of the centre, because at the moment, generally there's a blanket approach, and I'll provide some more information on that when I get my chance. So yeah, there's a few things I can provide more information on at the end, if that's okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hill. Any further questions?
Only just in relation to that last comment. So I think the chair put to you the question is, in reality, local centre zone or a town centre zone are going to be enabling or saying yes to the same set of activities: office, residential, retail. And so I think that what I'm trying to get to grips for is why do you actually need a town centre zone in terms of what goes on in those areas when the land use is permitted in both circumstances anyway?
I guess, what we've said in our submission is that town centres have a high density function within them and around them. So when we get to talk about the maps, you'll see there's high density zoning around town centres typically. And so our policy approach in the town centre zone chapter is to promote high density. In the local centre zones, it's a mix of high and medium, depending on whether you're on a rail line or a transport route or not. So there is quite a distinction in terms of what you would be tested against if you had to get a resource consent, because the policy setting is different. It's about high density in a town centre. And I guess the other thing to note is that the only difference between a neighbourhood centre and a local centre and a town centre and a metropolitan centre in terms of the council approach is height. We're proposing changes to policies, etc., that differentiate between those centres. So if the argument is, why do you need a town centre? Well, why do you need a neighbourhood centre, and why do you need a local centre, and why do you need a metropolitan centre, following the council's logic? So, but as I said, happy to provide you more detail on that.
Thank you. Mr. Leggett?
Yep.
Mr. Cullen.
Thank you. Just a couple of administrative things. Ms. Caldwell clearly needed some comfort, referred to me as Dr. Cullen.
Oh yeah, I called you 3 different things.
You did, yes. I'm just a plain Mr. Yes, sorry, Jennifer, I'm unable to help. The other thing is that I was away when my final evidence was passed to the panel, and some gremlins got into the table at 6.10, and if you don't mind, in the transfer of data between a pivot table, which is an Excel table, and insertion in the document, that some of the numbers went a bit rogue. So if you don't mind, I'll pass up the amended tables, and if you wish the entire document to be reprinted, we can certainly do that with the insertion.
No, just a replacement page. Fine. We can insert it into our folders if we need to. You might have to lead us through what changes, because okay.
Yes. Yep.
So then I can get
Okay.
Just stay back quietly.
In essence, the conclusions that are in my evidence around those numbers don't change. It's just that the numbers are wrong in the table in the evidence in chief. For instance, Karori. One of the interesting things when we go through some of these numbers, we know in Karori in the SA2, statistical area 2 areas, when we start to look at employment data, we know that there's just a bit over 1,500 employees in Karori, in that Karori area, but less than half of them are in centres. And so what we didn't get to, and it's possibly interesting when we think about these sorts of things, is when we start also removing schools, employment in schools, and any industrial activities, and there aren't any in Karori, there's clearly a strong number that comes out at the base of that indicates there's latent demand for commercial space in Karori, primarily because there's a whole lot of people working from home, larger than what you would expect. But unfortunately, we didn't get into that level of detail, but it's just interesting. I just sort of, the panel would be interested in some of that sort of data. So the data for current employment is essentially what's in the table. It doesn't account for growth and what we might expect to happen in each place for growth. So my primary role in professional life is to make centres work and to find the settings for jobs. It's very easy to get retail to work. It's simply a matter of determining a catchment and then organising a merchandise mix of retail to suit. But getting the settings for jobs and widening the settings for jobs is not easy, it's hard. So in summary, my evidence seeks recognition that some centres perform differently than most local centres, and we've talked about that, and should be recognised as town centres, aligning with government's planning standards, in part because government may wish to further expand on its objectives for each of those categories based on their classification. Also recognition that Wellington sits within a region, is the region's capital, and ideally the standards should be uniform across the region. I'm interested in the fact that that council believes that it's not a requirement to adopt that, and I accept that. But I also wonder if every other council in the region took the same view and adopted different categories or removed some categories. Then we'd have some issues in terms of how we carry through consistency in the Wellington region. I also believe that it's important, and the numbers show that the urban qualities of centres are meaningful for economic and social performance. Newtown and Miramar have those qualities and can keep growing their urban capacities. Tawa has weaker urban qualities, but is strategically placed on the only direct access road between Johnsonville and Pororua. Also recognition that urban centres, and by urban I mean street-based centres, are capable of attracting demand for high density housing, and that all urban centres should provide for a range of settings at a range of price points, and should be encouraged to grow at their edges. And we've talked about this with Mr. Liggett, that growth requires an out response, which delivers different business settings than an up-only response as provided for by council. So improving centre performance requires the engagement of all design, planning and engineering disciplines. It's not just about the numbers or retail only assessments. I've taken this rounded out approach when working with Mr. Ray and Mr. Heal on the classification, intensification and spatial extent of centres in Wellington. So generating urban centres requires amenity, spatial continuity and intimacy, a vibrant street scene and physical premises in a range of locations and at a range of price points. We need centres to do the opposite of the contrived design of shopping malls. We need them to bleed away at the edges. This is the out proposition in my client submissions. We're adding more than another new Plymouth or Rotorua in Wellington's forward growth projections, yet we have no new centre business space proposed in the PDP for the next 10 to 30 years. Going up in centres outside the city centre is a weak job strategy, especially when competition for space above ground heavily favours residential living. My experience in my work in Australia shows that when we add a residential intensification strategy to centres, we lose jobs, and we lose jobs to residential space. This is the risk that Wellington faces, not helped because of council reports refusing incremental out additions to centres. Taking a defensive approach to widening the location opportunity for jobs growth in the face of large population increases is foreign to me. This is the first time I've experienced a negative response to expanding the settings for jobs growth from a council, particularly where this growth extends the influence of these centres. Kāinga Ora expansion submissions are incremental and affirm council strategies of the need to find more space in centres for employment. The PDP delivers the widest range of centre sizes in both form and function as local centres. Linden is exactly the same as Newtown in the PDP. The National Planning Standards, as you know, sets out the centres hierarchy in relation to role and function of centres. Simplicity is a term that's come up in the commentary from council. It's not a planning or economic term. It's less important than the grain, the hierarchy and associated planning and density provisions that inspire greater density in housing and employment. Adding a town centre category allows the unambiguous use of additional heights and density. Developers and planners don't need to guess whether any particular centre is worthy of additional support and capacity. Miramar, Tawa and Newtown are deserving of such recognition. As stated in my evidence in chief, the town centre category also allows for an easier transition of on-the-cusp centres to improve service to their catchment by transitioning to a future higher zone. This is a good thing, not a risk to the hierarchy and nothing to fear. We want all centres to do better. Again, this seems to be contrary to the wishes of council, who appear to want all centres to be locked in their current economic geography. Extending a centre zone doesn't reduce but expands the capacity for intensity. A town centre zone is critical as this adds greater certainty to the development market and I dare say reduces the doubt in the work of statutory planners. Finally, in listening to some of the Commissioner's questions early in the hearing, perhaps I might attempt to assist with the meaning of vibrancy. It was a question I think that came up earlier. The term appears in my evidence and I use it as an economic and social switch with respect to the role of the public realm and interfaces with buildings. We can see vibrancy in terms of pedestrian movement within a shopping mall, but in that environment it has no spin-off effect on other activities or, dare I say it, civic pride. In a narrow numeric sense, it's people per square metre per minute. William White determined 23 persons per square metre per minute was appropriate in New York, and young Gale 13 in Copenhagen is generating vibrancy for each place. So in a sense, it's somewhat contextual, place by place, but I think you get the point. At one level, it's a linear measure of people moving along a street. The other vibrancy dimension is the intensity of visible and celebratory life, mainly food and beverage services, pubs, clubs, bars, restaurants and cafes. Numbers of people dining inside or outside as visible from the street. The number of these places along a street allows people to engage visually and walk slowly, checking out venues and options. It's no longer a numeric thing, but an experiential thing. We like being in such places. They feel vibrant as the people we are seeing are all enjoying life. Such places are job magnets, as is evident in the corrected table. I hope these comments help with your understanding. Thank you.
Just in regard to your table that you've replaced, thank you. Might explain some of my questions, but in the original table, I just wonder how these numbers were measured or what the basis were for. Because when I look at this and I see Newtown total job numbers, I immediately say, does that include the hospitals and the healthcare facilities around there?
It does.
It's not just the town centre, but happens to have the hospital there as well.
Yes, it does.
Right.
Yeah.
And similarly with Miramar, does that include all of the commercial stuff that goes into Miramar North and things, you know, Weta Studios and all that stuff?
It doesn't. It stops as you go up, I think Parks Road, I can't remember what the name is,
Yeah,
but
okay.
they stop, yeah.
Okay, so, but these new numbers exclude things like schools and things.
They do, yes. They're basically qualified assessments of where the centre elements of each place are.
That's what I was leading to, yes. So is it appropriate then to include the hospital into that?
I think in one part of my evidence, I did exclude the hospital in the commentary, because the hospital does skew the numbers markedly. But it still performs well without the hospital. But I think when we're talking about town centres, we do need to consider the fact that there is a major institution, whether it be a university or a hospital, that's sitting within the bounds of the definition of the centre and does contribute to its vibrancy and vitality. So, but you're absolutely right, it does skew the numbers. And so when we start comparing apples with apples, you're right.
Okay, so you have to sort of qualify these figures.
That's right.
Contextually.
That's right, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I suppose back to our discussion that we had earlier, just to get around, does it matter in terms of town centre zones? I'm just trying to think, I pick up the point Mr. Hill said around, well, I have local and neighbourhood centres if anything goes anywhere. But in policy sense, if something needs consent to go into, say, Miramar, and it's a fairly large scale thing that you would normally expect to see in a town centre, would the policy maker be up to such nuances in terms of that, or just think it's appropriate for Miramar? It's this activity, it's appropriate to go in there, serves this function. Will they really hang the hook on that it's a town centre or not a town centre?
I think with, so at the moment, any building requires consent, restricted discretionary activity. If the policy setting is being very clear about the outcome, i.e. high density, not low, medium, high, whatever, then I think that's helpful at the consent stage. And the other thing I'd add is the scale. So, I don't know, do you have the areas of the centre? Yeah, you do. The areas, the zoned area, and also the fact that Kāinga is seeking zone extensions as well in the town centres. So that goes to scale. And so what we're saying is high density is appropriate in a town centre. So if you were getting an application for something and it was going in a town centre as opposed to a local centre, if the policy settings are very clear about wanting to achieve high density, then you're more likely to be able to get a consent for a larger building than you would in a local centre.
The other thing too is this table that I've put to you separately has all the updated proposed extension, Kāinga or proposed extensions by category as we've defined them. So you'll see, for instance, in town centres, we're only, Kāinga or is only asking for a total of 1 hectare additional overall. In the metro centres, it's a bit more, but they're all there. Yep.
Yeah, mainly when I looked at your table, I couldn't frankly understand what was going on. There was some very weird numbers popping out the other side, and I live in Wellington, so I'm obviously familiar with the geography of the place. But if you look at your amended table, and particularly a final one where there's jobs per hectare, there's some very odd things happening there, like Hataitai, for example, 575 jobs per hectare. And similarly, there was the next biggest one, Kandala, 476 jobs per hectare. Firstly, can we rely on this? Yeah, it's accurate. It's got some assumptions in and around that? And secondly, what utility is that in terms of the decisions that we've got to make from an economic perspective?
Okay, so one of the things that we haven't done for you is we've only selectively provided employment categories. So you'll see there's retail, food and beverage services and other. And some of the centres, the others may have picked up education, for instance, because in some of the centres the education is quite close. And so this isn't necessarily, in terms of the questions that you raised, at a grain that enables you to identify where the variations are that you worry about. And perhaps we need to get into more detail, and we should have given you more detail in terms of your own understanding of those. But I would say that places like Hataitai, for instance, when we start to look at food and beverage services and other compared to retail, Hataitai has an interesting sort of urban setting. Cafes and restaurants and other jobs are within the ambit of the centre. You're quite right, we need to probably define more what those jobs look like. But when I look at it, what I see is a nexus between the urban qualities of the centres that perform well in terms of food and beverage services and other, and the desire for jobs to want to be in the same place. So, so the urban qualities of those centres that have high food and beverage and high other are usually high, and which also is a trigger, in my view, for people to want to, lots of people to want to live in density around those sorts of centres. So, but what we haven't done is got into the detail of those numbers and why they're so high.
Thanks for that explanation. And then I guess when you're looking at that other category as well, and you're looking at Newtown, we talked about the hospital. Like in Tawa, you're talking about the industrial area in Tawa as well. It's
not the industrial area.
So it's purely just those which have a statistical classification of being a centre at the moment.
Yeah, and not the industrial area. We excluded that.
Okay.
Yeah. It's essentially two parts that we're proposing to connect. It's those two parts that we've assessed.
Okay. Somebody else, and then I'll come back.
Just in terms of development capacity and the proposed extensions to the centres, we've heard from the council that, you know, they consider there's ample capacity within the CIF centres as their spatial extent currently is, and they want to encourage development in those centres rather than expanding and, you know, having it spread. So in the next round, whenever that might be, they consider maybe that might be a time to push out, but at this point there's ample you know, capacity within the centres at the moment. So I just wondered what your comment was on that in terms of your desire to expand and reasons why, when there's potentially enough now.
Well, you've got a number of dynamics at play in terms of the PDP, the NPSUD, your growth projections, and the fact that you're also proposing residential intensification within centres. So you will lose jobs in that equation if you're anything like what we've gone through in Australia. And so, so for me, it's a settings thing. You can only do certain types of jobs above, provide for certain types of jobs above ground floor. And it's only those jobs that are available to you under the council's particular intensification story, which by the way, I don't fully understand how they arrived at that conclusion. But when you spread out laterally on the ground plane, you're opening up the opportunity for a range of things at a range of price points, usually lower price points when it's on the fringes of a centre. And as I say, in relation to the differences between shopping centres and urban centres, it's good to have breathing space. One of the things that I've found different in New Zealand and in Australia is that you have retail consultants, predominantly retail consultants here, that take an economic view that's retail centric. And many of the planners seem to think that the minute you go wider, everything's going to go retail, and therefore you're going to lose the intensity of the core. And that's absolutely not true. You may get some retail activity on the edges, but generally it won't be. It'll be other things, but even if it is retail, doesn't really matter. But retail can't go above ground unless you do an integrated retail, which again, I don't understand why you've got an integrated retail policy that's neither urban or suburban. It just seems to have, when you read it through, it seems to have implications for all centres and as a one-size-fits-all thing. But to come, I'm slightly off track here, but I'd like to say that going out is not an intensification dampener. Basically provides for a particular range of settings at the edges of centres. Given that you have growth, and given that you're going to go up in terms of the NPSUD, you're going to have a problem. Or already losing jobs, you need to find space to breathe and breathe on the ground, in my view.
Just on that, is Wellington different from the rest of the local authorities in the region in terms of employment? In respect of the dominance of the city centre, in terms of being an employment location, I don't know what the figure is, but there's a good chunk of employment in the Wellington region in the city centre. So, you know, I guess what I'm trying to get to grips with is your overall assumption that there needs to be outward movement in each of the centres, or a majority of the centres, I think, in order to be able to provide the jobs that can sustain the economy that makes a well-functioning urban environment. So in relation to what I'm saying about the city centre, isn't it a different kettle of fish than potentially somewhere else in relation to the necessity for potential outward expansion of existing centres?
You'll correct me if I don't quite answer your question correctly, because I'm not exactly sure what you mean. So I'll have a go at it and you can redirect me if you think I've missed what you're asking about. Wellington CBD has, I think, 76,000 employees. It's the regional capital for more than just Wellington City. And so we all accept that. You have a density, an NPSUD residential density overlay coming in as we all sort of work our way through these processes. And you will have some office buildings converting to residential, as we have seen in Sydney and the other capital cities in Australia. So you will have some issues to do with maintaining your jobs story. In relation to other centres within the Wellington district, you have an extraordinary tradition of urban centres here that's different from many of the regional councils around you. By urban, I mean without malls. The only two places really that you have a mall are in Kilburnie and in Johnsonville. And as I mentioned in my evidence, this has implications for the desire of people to live near or close because of the qualities of the urban environment that are created by malls and car parking. So, you know, again, I'm not sure if I'm getting to what you're asking. Are you asking for comparisons with the region?
I guess the general thrust is, you know, the NPSUD provides lots of expectations in terms of increasing development capacity across the board. So you're saying that it can't be just up, it needs to be out. And the correlation is if you don't go out, you're going to lose jobs. I'm struggling with that concept because I don't quite understand that in relation to the role of the CBD here in Wellington and the dominance that it has. So if you're looking at Newtown, for example, as an employment centre itself, does it need to go out as well as up in terms of its functioning,
Okay.
as we now know it, and then into the future?
Yeah. So a couple of things. Most of the centres Kāinga Ora is not seeking expansions for. It's a minority of centres. So that's the important thing. If you go through the table that I've provided to you, see most centres are not. So it's only in selected areas where we believe. Yep. The next question is in relation to losing jobs. I think you'll lose jobs anyway, irrespective of going out. It's not simply a matter of compensating. I think it's the right thing to do by expanding the settings. It's not merely a strategy to claim back some of the jobs that you will lose to the competitive feasibility of residential above ground.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, just a cheeky question here. If we have the what you propose as town centres already well outperforming the metropolitan centres, why not make them metropolitan centres?
Yeah, well, they kind of sit. Well, they do in some measures, but they're probably not at the scale of metro. The other thing is, and this possibly doesn't help you, but my colleagues alluded to this earlier. Across the region, we have most of these categories covered with other councils, and what they describe as a metro centre or a town centre in their particular area is quite different to the thresholds that we would apply in relation to Wellington City and the ones that we've used here. And so for me, I'm quite comfortable with sitting because with introducing the town centre or suggesting the town centre category, because it's a transition space, if you like, between local centres and metro centres. And I'm not proposing that we automatically elevate them. I do think we need a middle category. But your question is an interesting question.
I'm not a planner, so
No,
things like
neither
that
am I.
will come to my
Neither
mind.
am I. Maybe I should defer to Mr. Hill.
I think some of it might go to geographical spread. So, you know, you've got a metro centre in Kilburnie and one up in Johnsonville. And so having too many metro centres might put at risk the role and function of some of the other centres like the city centre. So I think when you look at it as a regional spread, town centre probably makes sense. Do you agree with that?
Thanks for that.
Any further questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Cullen, or sir, or whatever you go by.
I have occasionally walked into hotel rooms in Australia and been welcomed as Sir Michael. I assume he gets mistaken. Oh, he's not around anymore, is he? But gets mistaken for me occasionally.
Okay, Ms. Caldwell. It's 12 minutes past 3, so I'm looking at the clock up there. So we might just break for 20 minutes and resume about 3:30, if that's all right. Okay, thank you very much.
Beginnings numbers are high because it's all the bus drivers.
Yeah.
They appealed.
Sorry, what was that?
No, it is CFA on account.
Yeah.
No spray. Your question. As the first to know.
Who's good?
It's not the content, it's the formatting.
Good afternoon. Hearing stream 4 has been reconvened for the final part of Tuesday afternoon, day 4. We are listening to the evidence of Kāinga order, and I think who are we turning to next? Mr. Ray, thank you.
Not Dr. Ray, just Mr. Ray.
Not yet, anyway. Not yet. An honorary one is coming. I know this you'll probably be doing this anyway. We just had a talk around keeping to time today because it's quite important. We've got to be out of here by 6 the earlier this. Or latest, I should say. Scared you. So if we could, in terms of the spatial extensions or otherwise, and you're probably going to do this anyway, just focus on where you currently are sitting in terms of expansions and not go through every centre and say, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, but just the minority of ones. You said a handful, I think someone said a handful before. Just those handful and why, that would be very helpful. And it can focus our attention. So I'm in your hands.
Good afternoon, thank you. Microphone. Good afternoon, thank you. So yeah, I was going to plan to sort of take you through the discussion around the centre sizes and why expansion, and then take you through each of the areas of expansion or change. A number of these slides I've put up, which I don't know if you've seen before, this has been issued prior to this hearing. A lot of it has, like for Linden, recommendations for frontage controls and verandas, right? And so perhaps, I don't know if you're that interested in all of those, but we could perhaps flick through those.
I think they've largely been agreed to by the
Correct. Correct. Yes. Okay. So in terms of the centre sizes, when I started way back in last year sometime thinking about the population growth and expansion of all of Wellington, it occurred to me as like, where is everyone going to work? And that was the sort of nexus to say, well, where and how the centres play a role in providing for that. Along with providing for residential growth in those centres, because we've pretty much had an outcome where a lot of the centres don't have a lot of residential in them. It's been quite a separate place, and we want to make them more mixed and inclusive. Right? And so the evidence is basically that Mr. Hill-Cullen and Dr. Zanoni and I support the expansions that I've put forward in what's now Appendix C of my evidence, which I'll just remind you is different from the hearing 2 stream because we've done some refinement to that. And it's not an exact science and in terms of the expansion. And so my work has looked at, well, what's the qualities around the areas that have been proposed by Kāinga in terms of expansion, and does it make sense and should we go there? And so I support some of the expansion areas, but not others, and reduce some of that. And there's probably a little bit of tension between Mr. Cullen and myself on some of those, particularly Karori, about, you know, and I think in my evidence, I say, look, there's probably further work to be done in Karori as to where exactly and how to provide for further growth from a commercial and employment base, particularly with what Mr. Cullen's saying. And look, the centre zone I found provides a better zone framework in terms of the outcomes, particularly at ground level at various places. And it's kind of, the consideration needs to be linked to the other submission in Kāinga in the high density zone of 200 square metres of commercial activity that's been proposed in there. Because it's quite hard to do really good residential at ground floor in the residential zones in some of these places. And I'll take you through some of those. So by providing a commercial zone, you provide for residential and you also provide for other activities and particularly at ground floor where the interface with the public realm is very important, rather than having to rely on a residential outcome, particularly if the 200 square metres is not included in Hearing 2 deliberations and outcomes. So in my view, the spatial extent of the centres is more than just the capacity numbers. It's about amenity and where we should plan for great urban outcomes and really good public spaces and streets, and how they could be improved. I'll also talk about the fact that there's quite a range of centres and relating to their community facilities. And so there's a number like in Tawa where we've got actually quite a number of churches along Main Street, or in Miramar where the Catholic church on the corner is very much part of the centre, although it's own residential. And I believe that those sorts of facilities should actually be within the centre zone, because it makes more sense. And the relationship to the public realm can be managed in a different way depending on what happens with those in the future. There's in evidence from council, sorry, I forget exactly who said it, but there's a point made that if there's more land required for a centre zone in the future, then we could do it in the future. I think, and that's true, it's just whether the opportunities that are provided for such, because we're going through such significant change, i.e. if you think about Johnsonville, we're putting high density around it, which hasn't been there before. The opportunity for large apartment buildings to exist next to the city centre can occur in the high density residential zone. If that occurs in the next 10, 20, 30 years, how do you then change the zoning and enable other commercial activities at potentially greater height? And then what's the risk of not zoning it versus zoning it a centre? So look, let's go through these one by one. Linden, Tawa. So obviously Tawa is town centre, and I'll put at the top the change to the zone at the top underlined. When I looked at that, I don't support the town centre expansion to the south, and I'll point to that with a red dot hopefully. So that's down here, and that's primarily through topography and the potential for that to actually realise in anything. But on the eastern side, you've got primarily about 10 sites of residential, which are low density, single story, relatively old. And on the western side, you've got a number of other community facilities, and councils agreed to a change to a centre zoning for a lot of that. It's just that we have a difference of opinion on what that centre zone should be in terms of the name and the height, etc. And so from my perspective, the neighbourhood centre to the south, which is in here, has effectively dominated by a car sales facility, doesn't really provide the attributes of a neighbourhood centre in there. And I think there's a great opportunity to link the two and make it one centre. And particularly the opportunity to respond to that main street with significant built form, active edges, and a nice pedestrian space with canopies and the like that we are encouraging to encourage active modes and walkability. And I've provided some evidence around the shading impacts, around the differences. The higher height is going to have higher impact, and that needs to be considered against what else might happen around, and again, it needs to link with Herring Stream 2 in terms of the high density residential and the heights that might be provided for within that. So the two need to link. The height in relation to boundary control will apply regardless of whether it's high density residential on the eastern side of Main Street or town centre. So the taller you go, the further the building has to go away from that residential context. And again, I struggled to provide a direct comparison because it'll depend on whether you use council's height in relation to boundary or Kāinga's height in relation to boundary in terms of the Herring Stream 2 provisions. But basically, I came to the conclusion that it's an excellent place for expansion. It links two centres and could provide a lot more grunt to the centre itself. It puts Lyndhurst Road and Cambridge Road as the centre of the centre, that intersection. I think that pretty much fails in terms of the amenity it provides for people as pedestrians. And I point out that there's 3 garages right on the corner which front the street. I mean, it's a completely inappropriate response to a pretty important intersection, which, if you think about it, will hopefully provide the linkage from a lot of residential population to the west, through the town centre, down Cambridge Road to the train station. And so I'll just point out on here, you know, that's the train station, this linkage through Cambridge Street, through to the city centre or town centre at that intersection. And then this is one of the main feeder aspects in terms of people walking to the centre. Obviously, you've got another one to the north at Lincoln and one to the south, which is steeper. Sorry, this is moving around. So it still provides residential opportunities, and I think there could be some excellent opportunities on the eastern side for redevelopment. That's pretty much the opportunity along that street, unless the churches and other activities there redevelop, right? Which hopefully they will, and perhaps provide other opportunities on their own sites. From a town centre perspective, if we go back to that discussion around whether it should be a town centre or something else, my view is actually provide a policy that says this place should be bigger and more grunty, right? And the expectation for height and density is actually provided in the plan. So when you're putting an application together, particularly, and we'll go on to the height issue, you've got some expectations as to what is anticipated in that environment. What's the planned outcome for this environment, let's say? Is there any questions on that?
But we may come.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. And look, this slide was really just to show you a 3D aerial view of those matters and the context for which we're talking. All right.
So
doing a site visit tomorrow, by the way. Going through all the centres.
Great. Okay. So that's in your mind. These are some images of what's there currently. So that's the neighbourhood centre to the south. The main road going north with the residential on the eastern side of Main Road. And there's one other the intersections at the end of that. Newlands, this is really a recommendation around frontage control and veranda relating to public open spaces to the southeast. Johnsonville. So this is an area where I've recommended a reduction in expansion, but still expansion of some. It's mainly relating to the opportunity, like I was saying before, in terms of what the metropolitan centre zone can do for the street. And if I just move through, we're looking at a fairly dominant road network of Moore Field Road and Broderick Street, and obviously the main road off the highway. At this point is where there's a overbridge over the railway and the railway station beyond that. and then the playing fields and sports fields to the southwest. Currently along Broderick Street, you have this situation where you've got some quite good buildings, older buildings fronting the street, and then it turns into a place with retaining walls and no activation, and it's pretty dead and unattractive from a centre perspective. And likewise on the Moorfield Road side, so the train station is in here, and then we're talking about the land that's opposite. Again, at the moment, it's got a small embankment and planting, and the relationship to the street is effectively a vegetative edge in the middle of the city, metropolitan centre. So to enable development to actually respond to that street in a positive way, I think it's very hard to rely on the residential zone to achieve that. A metropolitan centre zone would provide much more opportunities for commercial activities to front that street. It may actually provide the feasibility to excavate it, and I don't think it's infeasible to do that, given that particularly on this side it's not very tall. However, there's some other challenges because there is a church on the corner of that end of the intersection with Broderick and Moorfield Road, which again may or may not change. And I've said in there that potentially the further vision might be that the train station is undergrounded or moved so that you can actually activate both edges of Moorfield Road as, again, a main street, and not a main street, but a main connector for pedestrians that are coming from the southwest into the city core, the centre core. Because at the moment it's a bit dead, if I can say that. The pedestrian crossings don't relate to where you come out of the train station. Yet the council's actually created some the library and the pool and everything on the western side of Moorfield Road, which has actually moved the impetus for the centre from a cultural perspective and those community activities to the western side of the centre. So look, maybe just flick back to the plan. We're talking about adding in here the blue areas with a dark blue line around it, changing that from high density to the centre zone. And particularly in this block here, it's actually below ground. It's below the street level of Broderick because that's effectively a bridge that transitions down. Not a great place for residential. It's right next to the railway. However, it could be a great place for residential above ground or above commercial activities on a lower floor. So it's not that we're necessarily saying that these places just need to be commercial or retail. It's providing the opportunity for a more mixed outcome to respond to local aspects. Moving to the western side of Moorfield Road, that's the block I'm recommending is, can you see that? Yeah. Which is extension of where the council pool is. And in behind here, we've actually got public open space, parks and tennis courts and things. So again, I believe that this intersection is quite important from a pedestrian's perspective, encouraging people to walk to the centre, and you need to make the edges as attractive and interesting and safe as possible to encourage that to happen. To the north, I'm recommending the expansion to two blocks. The one block here and bordered by Trafalgar Street and Ironside Road, to provide a greater opportunity within the whole block for redevelopment rather than a fairly limited outcome of the zone that's already proposed by council along the frontage to Moorfield. Again, the height in relation to boundary of the high density zone, if it was to stay high density, would apply to the centre zone and severely limit development opportunity in that part. And there is a good opportunity for the block between Rotoiti Street and Trafalgar to also be zoned metropolitan centre. And I go through some reasons why, and particularly around access to sunlight. The roads are quite narrow. It's not necessarily that great residential activity at lower levels would be an outcome with taller buildings around them. And so again, it provides the opportunity for a mix of activities, which might be quite different to what might be in the centre of the centre itself. And the light blue line suggests, or is where I recommend the additional frontage controls and veranda controls. And maybe if I talk about height quickly here, there's obviously some agreement with Dr. Zamani around originally the height that we've proposed. Kāinga was proposed at 55. He also supports the 50 that's requested by Strata, is it, in the centre, and then the Council 42 officer is responding saying that she probably thinks that it's okay to go to 50, but keeps it at 35 so that we can get some development, the city outcome contributions to work. And I'll talk about that a bit more, but basically I think we should provide the opportunity through height controls to provide the expectation of what we think is appropriate in the centre. And the height limits need to be different from the city outcome contributions. And I say that because I've got some serious concerns around the fact that you need to do 2 assessments under that. And the level of expected outcome in terms of dominance and shading from a 35-metre building is a bit different from a 50-metre building. And in my experience, that's going to cause quite a lot of discussion and argument around effects and the level of it. So I'd like to be clear, what's the outcome that we're expecting? Can we achieve it? Let's get on with it. Maio, that's a very little expansion of the frontage controls and verandas. Karori, so this is the one we have, I've recommended to reduce what's in Kāinga's submission. I recommended that this corner is expanded in terms of the centre. So it's on the corner of Campbell Road, I believe. And this was quite an important street historically in terms of the transition from a farm through to providing this current residential outcome. So again, provides a key node in terms of access into the centre, and includes part of the tennis court, and unfortunately there's a chorus kind of exchange there which doesn't really help with the centre at all or anything public access and vitality, but it is there. Again, adding frontage controls, veranda controls to that centre. Now I've seen on evidence that I believe there's probably a need for more land to be zoned. I just don't know exactly where. It didn't make a huge amount of sense to link the two given the proximity of the schools and the churches and the actual ability or the capacity that would be provided by doing that. And so, you know, it may be that the land north and south of that centre may actually be better for a centre zone which provides employment, not necessarily retail. That's the intersection I'm talking about. So this is a view from east to west. So the building on the corner is what I'm recommending in terms of the change to the local centre zone. Marsden Centre, So basically recommending that an expansion, expansion to the both east and west of it. There is a church on the southern side, a Baptist church, and then some residential development, and then the school. And on the northern side, there's a couple of residential properties, and then the church up on the hill. So one of the reasons that I haven't suggested to expand further to the west is that you've actually got a cutting, and the ability to actually achieve there's no benefit necessarily in terms of the frontage or the active edge that you might create by zoning at a centre. But the school and the church could also be zoned centre zone, consistent with what I'm saying elsewhere in terms of including those in the centre. It's a great little centre, and when Matt and I were doing our site visit, we actually went back there from Karori to actually have lunch because it felt better, and it provided a better amenity than the offering at Karori. So I think there's some quite big improvements at Karori that needs to happen or should happen. So there is opportunity within that centre right now to do that. Brookland, just pointing out that the Kāinga submission had a few sites to the north here, which suggested for expansion. That's not necessarily in my view. And the only change here is a little bit of frontage control that I'm recommending. Newtown, just pointing out that the maps that we provided had the dark blue line around these areas, which was suggesting a change of expansion effectively, but it's actually just a change of zone through here. So we're not expanding this area. I see Newtown as or kind of already an expansion of the city centre, or it supports the city centre to a degree. And there's some quite interesting built form outcomes, which are probably going to result in an inverted height outcome in terms of responding to heritage lower building frontages in a good part of the sections of that. I think provider, I was going to have a photo of that somewhere, but that's already happening with the hospital. You can kind of stand near the countdown and look to the more historic buildings, and then you see layers of built form in behind that, and the hospital is part of that context. And so this is kind of a different scenario to most of the other centres in Wellington, where the built form will actually kind of be inverted in terms of height. However, from a sort of principal perspective of 36 metres within the town centres, and then applying the overlays of the others as necessary. Again, height in relation to boundary will control a lot of the opportunity in there. Towards the south, I recommend that you add frontage controls. What's interesting here is, and I'll just point out this public space to the north of Constable Street. The current yellow line there suggests that the requirement is for a veranda and an active frontage on the outside of that park. I'd suggest actually we need to respond to the edge of the park and the internal spaces of that. And there's a couple of other places in Wellington I've put in evidence where it should actually apply to not just the street, but public open space. The mixed use zone to the south, I'm recommending is the same height as the residential around it. But other than that, there's no change to zoning extent other than the change of zone to town centre. Probably the greatest opportunity is within this block in here, where it's not so constrained by height in relation to boundary. Island Bay, again, that is just a little bit of expansion to the frontage controls. I acknowledge that there is again some quite interesting heritage built form through there controlled by an overlay. The frontage would be 12 metres. And I kind of questions it. I didn't go into detail, but you know, the back of those sites potentially could be adjusted to provide more opportunity. Kilburnie. So the change in Hearing Stream 2 is to respond with high density residential around the centre. And we've recommended through that process it's 36 metres and council's at 21. Where shall I start? In this block here, is that coming up? Yeah. So this is where the pack and save is. Currently, the proposal is for Metropolitan Centre on these corner sites in this middle site. It's effectively a spot zone within the block, responding to what's there. And if I flick through to this slide, that's what's there now. And beyond the yellow wall on the left-hand side is residentially zoned. And so you've got quite a hard interface currently with for residential. Above it, good, but the ability to respond to that street environment with a different mix of uses is, in my view, more appropriate than zoning it residential. And so effectively, instead of the transition occurring at this location, it occurs at the next street across, where residential to new built form can better respond to the likelihood of the supermarket staying there for a very long period of time. I acknowledge that there's the retirement village in the block to the south, so it's again a different built form. It's quite insular and walled, fenced. To the south, we've got the bus barns within the middle of the block, and I'm recommending that I support the expansion of the centre to include these, so it is one block, and enabling, if the bus barns does get redeveloped, that these parcels of land could be included in such a development opportunity, rather than having to try and deal with a residential zone height in relation to boundaries that probably would be not complied with from day one because of the existing built form if they keep it. But there's a real opportunity there, which then obviously connects with the green link open space and stormwater network that's to the south of it. And to the north, I agree with Council's position on height in terms of the 15 metres in response to the medium density zone, which is effectively responding to high tsunami risk on the frontage. And in the brown is adding non-retail frontage control rather than the requirement for active frontage, because again, it's unlikely you're going to get that outcome, and it's better suited on Bay Road, where the core of the centre is. But in terms of development capacity, you've got the bus barns, may or may not happen. You've got large supermarkets and at-grade car park, which again has huge capacity, but whether it'll be taken up in any time soon. I used to do a lot of work for foodstuffs, and they don't like to do other things. They just like to stick to their knitting and provide a supermarket. So that's some opportunity in the centre for further growth, particularly when you're talking about expanding the opportunity for population growth around it. And this is the area to the north on Rongotai. The KFC and the mobile petrol stations on a kind of corner, a triangular lot in this space. We've already got some new apartment buildings going up, and we've got residential on the right hand side. But you can see the expanse of the road network there. It's massive, and so the ability to actually build taller buildings around that, the context can take it. Miramar is obviously the other kind of major change. And again, it's, if we're talking about the centre itself, what's interesting about Miramar is a highly vegetative street tree environment in all of Miramar, and it's amazing, it's beautiful, and it provides a context for much taller buildings and behind, because the transition of scale is provided by the trees. And so this is the current view going into Miramar along Miramar Ave, and on the left-hand side, is the what we'll call a garden centre partway along, so it's beyond the mixed-use zone, past the petrol stations. And on the right-hand side, outside the photograph, is the New World supermarket. So the area of expansion that we're talking about is in this block here, and that's currently containing the library and some other businesses within residential buildings, and some residential buildings low scale. And this is the view from the roundabout, which is again a key nodal point within the urban fabric of connections both north, south and east, west. So you've got the existing centre to the photograph and to the right. The libraries in this location, some low scale residential on the corner, and to the left and behind us is the church. So from my perspective, the ability to respond again from a built form perspective and activity perspective at that interface, there's more opportunities with the centre zone than there is from a residential perspective. Now, in terms of the growth to the south, that's where the church is. And then down here, we've got a bridge club. And then we've got open space, which contains some childcare facilities and other things, but it is its own open space. Currently, there's no connection really through there, but there could be. And so the zone boundary is defined by the edge of the bridge club and across the road, and then transitions up through to roughly the opposite of the current zone, town local centre zone and the supermarket site. And that also then responds with expansion to the north of Miramar Ave against the public open space and sports fields, and then along the edge of the sports fields to the entrance to the school. And there's some quite, let's say, rundown buildings within there. There's some good opportunities for redevelopment. What should it be? What should we do with that now? And in my view, again, the opportunity for a mix of uses in there is better provided for through the centre zone rather than the residential. But you could zone it residential with the 200 square metre outcome that we've asked for in that zone. And on the western side of Park Road, there's already apartments and childcare facilities and some residential. There's some opportunity in there. And so it's, because originally we thought about, well, what do you do with the whole of Park Road, and how do you connect it to the mixed use zone to the north where the studios and quite a significant population in terms of employment is. And so we responded with the fact that they are separate, and there's separate roles, and the opportunity for residential along that street is great, and there's already a proliferation of cafes and corner stores that serve that existing population around them. So they're little neighbourhood centre zones actually. And applying frontage controls to that in blue. To the northwest, the mixed use zone in here, I consider that could actually have a higher height limit, responding to the height limit of the residential around it, but not up on the hill. And then to the north, And as a general point, the mixed use zone has been sought by Kāinga for a 22-metre height limit. I think there's a great opportunity in there for additional height, whether that'll be achieved in any time soon, who knows, but it shouldn't necessarily occur at the interface with the medium density zone. And so I've retained the 15 that the council has suggested at that interface, both north and to the west. So all of these zones are planned to work together. And so you can see that the 22-metre height limit responds to the 21-metre height limit of the high density zone around it. And also to significant open space within the centre of that block. And the CBD is really about frontage controls, and we're pretty much aligned on that. I accept Dr. Zamani's position on the narrow streets and why we only have it on one side, and I accept that, it's fine. But there's got to be some tidy up, as I've put in my evidence around those aspects. So now turning, well, sorry, do you want to question some of that, perhaps? Yeah.
I think we should just, while you finish that segment, I think.
Yeah, Mr. Heels just suggested that you may or may not know the 200 square metre opportunity in the residential. I keep talking about it, but you may not be aware of it.
Write that down in the question mark, so yeah, you might explain that.
In the high density residential zone, Kāinga has sought to enable a 200 square metre commercial opportunity at ground floor of apartment buildings. So it's not that you can just go and do commercial, it's that you can do it within a context of a residential building.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So questions? We'll kickstart.
Probably dealing with the easiest one first. Karori. The changes proposed in Karori. And my understanding for limitations on growth in Karori is that it's got significant infrastructure capacity issues. So, and particularly in terms of wastewater, and that's why, and also primarily there's one road up and one road down to the rest of the city. So in terms of the overall upzoning, it's not only the centres, but in terms of potentially going higher and into and around that. Have you thought about that in terms of council's position, as they really don't want Karori to grow that much because of the significant infrastructure issues? I don't know whether any of your crew has actually thought about that with the Karori.
My considerations don't go into that. No, they don't. It's the opportunity from an urban design perspective, and if there is constraints like that, then it needs to be managed somehow.
Yeah. But so in terms of Marsden Village, you're looking at all the changes in and around Marsden Village, which but no link, trying to link the main Karori Town Centre through to Marsden anymore. And the reasons why you don't support that, because certainly the submission itself was wanting an increase in the overall commercial activity. It's whether it be a centre or whether it be mixed use zone as well.
The main reason is the opportunity along the road is pretty limited in terms of actually achieving an outcome from a centres zone. Topography wise, the cutting that I talked about, schools that front it. There is recent residential development that is on a unit title type scenario, and the likelihood of that changing anytime soon is very low. And so I consider that you probably won't get that linkage to happen. And so I'm recommending the council looks at, well, where should that actually go? Because as Mr. Collins says, there is demand there. And we, again, want to ensure that people living there can work there, so they don't have to go and use that main road all the time. But there's limitations around that. So So I think there's further work to do, and I just wasn't convinced that linking the two was the right thing to do at this point in time.
Can I just add something too, that we're also talking about upzoning Marsden from a neighbourhood centre to a local centre. When you overlap, is it a 400 metre catchment around those? They overlap. So, which is part of the reason for the residential intensification.
But interesting, there's 2 supermarkets in Karori in the same place. There's significant investment put in by council recently in terms of the library, and that, the service stations let it down, unfortunately. But there's not a great deal of other employment opportunity there at the moment.
It used to be known as New Zealand's biggest suburb.
Yeah,
I don't know whether it still is, but as a postcode, it's you know, it is pretty large. Yeah. Next one for me is Tawa. I think you're reasonably accurate in terms of your description of the activities and the sort of interspersed nature of them. Particularly as you get further to the south and towards the main motorway. Now, your proposal, you know, is looking at a substantial rezoning of a number of residential properties interspersed with other things. In terms of the residential catchment and where Tawa is, in between Johnsonville and in between Pororua itself, in terms of a centre itself, do you think the change in zoning and the linking of the local centre zone to the neighbourhood centre zone is actually necessary and worthwhile from an urban design perspective? Whether it would be potentially better to wait and see the uplift in terms of the residential activity enabled under the plan before you actually make what are some reasonably significant changes to land use zoning.
It's potentially a planning question as well, but I certainly support the vision for the centre and the opportunity it provides. And it's a bit chicken and egg. You've got to try and switch on development and encourage people to go there, right? And I mean, the Main Street, for example, on the eastern side, it actually provides a great opportunity for apartment buildings in the city, in the centre. North, west facing, good sun, good access. It's provided access by 2 train stations. It's got mixed use zones and industrial zones. So from an employment perspective, there's a lot more opportunity there than Karori or anywhere like that doesn't have those mixes. And so it's not unfathomable that you could walk from a development on Main Street in the centre and work in the industrial area to the south, for example. So it's a long-term vision that I'm suggesting, and I support the submission of. There's obviously multiple different options, but can support the built form outcome in terms of the linkage.
I'm interested in your comments about the long-term vision and the life of the plan, the 10-year planning horizon, and the various other things which might happen in terms of overall planning, you know, to actually assess whether or not the projections are accurate, whether there is indeed an oversupply, making potentially communities have a very different level of change than what they currently enjoy, recognising what the NPSUD does.
Yeah.
And in the Tawa context, and knowing what relatively limited growth there has been in the last 20 years. In terms of a council and future looking council, is a centre of that size enabling a 30-year horizon, or is it looking to the short term? And how do you deal with the gap in between, or the time in between? Bit of a roundabout question, but I think.
And look, and that's why I said it's not an exact science, and I can't give you the exact area or the direction in terms of what's going to be uptake, what's the uptake. And it goes back to the idea of the opportunity provided by the plan. It's not necessarily going to be realised. So if we're providing opportunity in these centres for residential and high density residential, developers and landowners might not do that. So it provides a greater opportunity for that outcome and responds to some street interface issues, which by zoning at that centre, I believe will create will enable a better interface at that street than just residential.
Yeah, so one of the things we talked about when we were doing site visits was if you zone it residential now, you lose the opportunity to create a centre in the future. So we're trying to take a longer term view so that those opportunities aren't foreclosed.
Particularly if they're developed in that way. So if there's no development, then obviously the opportunity is not lost. But once you build a 6-storey building there, or taller, that's when the opportunity starts to diminish, because it's going to be another 50, 100 years before that building's repurposed, if within that time.
And that would apply across any of the.
Correct. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah.
Okay.
In regard to Kalori or Tower, any questions? We might as well sort of like, instead of jumping around the city crazily. I just said with Tower, I was just looking at your sunlight shadows and the urban forms. Is there a case in Tower for differentiated height limits? If we were to agree that it was a town centre zone per the map, is there a case for differentiated height limits to sort of recognise that you've got sort of skinny strip down to the south and a more blob in the centre, what's currently the town centre?
Look, that could be a possibility. Absolutely, there's nuanced height limits that could be applied through there. I think what this shows on SKO2 on attachment A shows that by having the high density residential behind it, that pushes development to the front. So again, it's kind of a theme that's coming through in the council's desires to push, and I support, buildings to the front of the site. And that's consistent with what we're talking about in the high density residential zone as well, encouraging that built form to the street frontage to provide on-site amenity and outlook, but also a reduction in bulk to the relationship to that neighbour. And look, I'll just point out on that image, and perhaps in plan, you can see the difference between the council's height in relation to boundary and model, and the shadow that creates at roughly 2 p.m. versus the shadow that casts by a taller building. And you'll note that it's not particularly longer this way. Obviously, when the sun goes down, it does do that. But if you can imagine other buildings built along here, they're going to have this similar sort of shadow. So it's not necessarily an additional shadow from the development. It could be, yeah, it's cumulative as buildings develop through there. So even if you were to maintain it as residentially zoned, high density, it's going to have an impact from shading on the neighbouring residential, and we expect that. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions around Tower? No. Okay. Do you want to shift us forward?
Okay, well, I guess we'll move to Johnsonville next. Considering that you know things like Newlands, you're looking at frontage controls, which council are relatively supportive of in principle, and check that. Johnsonville, current situation, quite a complex traffic environment in terms of there. obviously bounded by Moorfield, Broderick Road, Johnsonville Road, and so forth. In terms of your pedestrian walk around the existing situation, and you mentioned it before about pedestrian crossings, that the key area of the metropolitan centre is within that triangle, but your proposal is to expand it, and I'm particularly looking at the one to the northwest, Ironside, Rotoiti, Trafalgar Street, and so forth. And in terms of good connectivity between a centre zone or one part of a centre zone to another, is the problems, and I don't know whether they can be solved for traffic engineering reasons without substantial investment in underpasses, overpasses, and so forth. But you still need to make the traffic move around that. So wouldn't there be a sort of a precautionary approach required to expansion to the northwest in terms of the current configuration, and particularly the Moorfield roundabout access to State Highway 1 as being brutal, I think is a fair way to put it.
I agree, and I think there should be some change in the public realm, and that doesn't matter whether you're zoning it residential or centre. You've still got to enable people, pedestrians, to cross that street and get to the centre. And if we're going to create safe, attractive, vibrant places for people to want to come and walk to, that needs to be dealt with. So yeah, it needs a solution in the public realm to, and I suggest that there's a desire right now for even the library facility, which provided a effectively front door on Moorfield Road opposite the exit of the car park to Countdown, where people can't cross the street safely and access the library. So
sorry, but wouldn't the levels of activity, unless I'm wrong about this, if it's a residentially zoned property compared to a centre zone property, you would expect, particularly during the daylight hours, that the centre zone will be busier and have more need for connections in between one part of it than another.
It could be.
In a residential one.
Yeah, it could be. Depending on
I don't know that for sure, and, but intuitively that sort of feels right.
But I'd say that it depends on what actual mix gets built in that northwestern block, for example. So if it's primarily residential with some commercial, then it's not a great deal different from a residential number.
You're really just wanting the enablement of anything goes there, but with a good dose of residential expected as well, rather than
ideally. But I believe that residential on the upper floors, where you can get good sun and the orientation, not having to require people to have a residential outcome at ground floor on those narrow streets with tall buildings which are around it. Because it's right next to the centre, the expectation is that that area needs to provide for density to support the centre with the centre. And so basically what I'm saying is an opportunity to do a range of activities in that rather than just relying on it being residential.
Okay, so if obviously centres has a range of different activities which could occur from potentially big box within limits through to other activities there, and in terms of you'd be relying on design controls about managing the design effects,
assessment of the
those.
Yes.
That's probably me for Johnsonville.
Okay, back to my question. Staggered height limits, you've got 55 there all around, and I can understand that, but looking on the south side of Broderick Road, now while, I agree there's some lower heights, the two areas where you've marked expansion at 55 metres, that rises up that neighbourhood generally, that's the properties in there, they rise up above.
Yep.
Is it appropriate therefore to have a 50, the same height down in the Johnsonville Valley, going up the hill to there?
I don't see why not. The relationship to the residential behind it, again, height in relation to boundary will provide for that. There could be some nuances in there. It's not particularly high in this area. It's quite a weird, as it comes down to the railway. So yeah, maybe that's, sorry, maybe that's quite a useful.
I've been looking at it on Street View.
Yeah.
I've been talking to remind myself what the topography is like.
So the topography starts to climb, up here. Yes, it's taller than the road at the frontage, and it's also taller here than it is in the existing zone below that. And I'm not sure how that's come about, whether it's an old quarry or something, but there's a kind of anomaly of height within this block, given it's lower both sides of it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions regarding Johnsonville?
How did you arrive at 55? Is that just you changed from your 30? How did you arrive at 55? What?
The desire to provide for 15 stories.
15 stories.
And arguably you can do that at a lower height, but it provides the opportunity for flexible floor-to-floor heights, roof forms, and provide a distinctively different height outcome relative to other centres. So again, it provides a visual. So this guy's a gruntier centre than some of the other local centres or neighbourhood centres, town centres.
And just considering there's, the land holding within that area, they're large land holdings predominantly. So I'm just wondering what you envisage and how you manage that urban form, considering there is, large land holdings.
That's a very tricky one. Ideally, it's intensively developed, but I don't know. You can only provide the opportunity to enable that to happen.
Well, I guess you can try and address it by providing additional areas to create some competition. And, the NPSUD talks about a variety of different landforms, and Johnsonville probably needs some redevelopment and some investment in key transport infrastructure, which might get delivered off centre expansion or greater intensification. I know, for example, in New Lynn in Auckland, I was the planning manager a long time ago. Undergrounding the rail, double tracking, electrification all came about because that centre was upzoned in the hierarchy. And so, and Mike, you probably were involved in that as well. So the plan can enable opportunities, and I guess, we've heard Mike talk about more is better. If we don't enable those opportunities now, then we might lose out on potential redevelopment opportunities.
Bernie, this is a general planning for me, well, no, it's not design question as well. I suppose there's always, in terms of zoning, that question, do you split a street into two and use it as a boundary, or do you keep the street as a whole and use the back boundary as the boundary? So that's something I'd be interested in when we do our site visit tomorrow for some of those streets there. Just as a rule of, do you have a rule of thumb?
No, it depends on context. So you can use either, right? And if the expectation, let's say, for example, on Ross Street. Oh, that's weird. That's showing a different thing on the screen to what I've got. Right, there we go. So if we're talking about Ross Street here, the expectation is that these sites over time will redevelop for high density outcomes residential. That's not necessarily that we need to protect the amenity of the existing, because otherwise you might say, well, that's there, we can't do this because it's way too much. And so it's in the context of other expectations in terms of redevelopment around it. But you know, you can. Sorry, so you finished. You can obviously use the central boundary for that. You know, and it may be that, you know, that is another option, another alternative. What happens then is you significantly reduce the development potential within that side of it because of the relation to boundary. Yeah. Nothing specifically.
Okay, Miramar. No, yeah, one quick question, just to kick it off. The MUZ areas to the CS County here, is there a reason, because it's been recently developed, it's pretty commercial, is there any reason why that shouldn't be included in the town centre zone?
That could be. We didn't go there, given the mixed use zone provides a range of opportunities within it anyway. We were again trying to focus the town centre to a central core around the existing centre. But yeah, I don't see there's a problem expanding it. Mike, you might have a comment on that.
No, just in relation to a question that you asked before in relation to what we included in Miramar, we did include the employment in that mixed use zone as part of the centre.
To the north or to the
just to the west, so not to the north.
Not to the north.
Yeah.
And another question. Another question is, Miramar Avenue, as you said, it's got the trees on both sides, and it is quite a busy road as well. I used to live in Miramar a long time ago. Does it make sense, I think it's related to the question that Commissioner Day had about Johnsonville, to try and have the town centre on the other side of what's a fairly wide Wellington and busy road?
Look, I think the opportunity there to enable a better outcome for pedestrians, because again, they've got to cross that street somewhere. Whether there's residential or commercial on either side of it, it doesn't really matter. You've got to provide for people to walk across it safely. The library's on one side, for example. You expect people to visit the town centre and go to the library on foot.
So a great way of managing street activity is to provide for lots of friction. So the street is quite wide there, so having activity on both sides requires a different sort of behaviour from drivers. And so when I design town centres with others, for instance, I typically try and get 15 to 20,000 vehicles a day going down those sorts of streets in single travel lane in each direction, parallel parking on both sides, and a 90-year-old grandparent reverse parking badly is perfect for, you know, that kind of condition. And so having a two-sided friction story is a good way of managing the behaviour of traffic.
Because the key is to slow that traffic down to provide a safe place for pedestrians in it. It doesn't mean you don't have the volume, just at a slow speed.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
In terms of Miramar, I'm surprised that there's a view that it should be a town centre, just in terms of what it has and the catchment it serves. It's, I'm sure it's got a supermarket, you know, Island Bay's got a supermarket as well, picture theatre. There's no comparison retail. It's got a garden centre and so forth. So I'm just wondering with your views about you know, why you actually think it's necessary to actually increase the size of Miramar Town Centre itself. So that's only my perspective on it, but I'm surprised it's been elevated. I can understand Tawa and I can understand your potential views on Newtown, but where I am a little more doubtful about it is Miramar.
And it's interesting that this is the biggest area of expansion in those options that we put forward. It's a future desire to provide for what's potentially quite intensive residential in that Miramar Peninsula. And there's also already good relationships again similar to Tawa in terms of the relationships to other employment, industrial land and mixed use opportunities, but also the airport. So there's another dynamic going on in terms of the employment opportunities within and around that. And so there's great opportunities in Miramar to add, you know, to that level. Now, whether it needs to be a town centre or not, that comes back to, from my perspective, a form perspective and opportunities for height versus perhaps the planning and economic sides of supporting that.
Probably the other thing is there's some community facilities there that are sitting just outside the centre zone now. And so I think you talked about the
library.
Yeah. So it's not just all about
capacity.
Yeah, jobs. It's also about community facilities.
Yeah, no, understood, but it is quite different from the other ones you're talking about, Tawa and Newtown, in that it's the end of the line, if you like. There's, you know, Miramar is a peninsula, and to go there, you've essentially got to have a reason to go there, whereas perhaps Tawa, you might have to pass through Tawa if you're going up further north, and similarly for Newtown, from large parts of the south and east, you might have to go somewhere near Newtown. But Miramar's not in that category. So, got a view on my.
Well, I think
there's take on that.
A lot of people are going there because the film industry is based there, and they go there for work. And I don't know if you want to add anything, Mike. It's, you know, in terms of employment, it's punching in terms of other centres. It's definitely one of the highest performers in terms of all the local centres.
And journey to work and your employment yield and attractiveness as a place to live and work. I mean, I would, this is probably off on a picnic somewhere, but I'd very much like to link Park functionally to between the town centre and the employment zone, because I think there's a wonderful opportunity to grow the capacity of that centre along which is a very, very wide street and has the capacity to deal with that sort of activity, but that's not part of the submission. So I just think there's a lot of potential in Miramar. And I would also say to you what's so offensive about growing its capacity in terms of offering different and wider opportunities. Because I do sense a reluctance from council to expand the settings for business, and that always worries me. And I'm not directly saying that to you, Commissioner, but it seems to be a pervasive attitude from council. Well, why would we? There are very good reasons why we want to grow the economic capacity of centres. Now, you may differ in terms of your definition of it as a town centre, but I still say look at them all and let's see where we can grow them, because we're growing the city. Why aren't we growing the centres? And sure, we may have different views about categories, but as Mr. Hill will show you shortly, there are community facilities that we haven't added to the picture in some of these centres that do expand, I guess, their role and definition.
Just we're at the time. Could we maybe just turn to Newtown, see if there's any questions around Newtown? But if you could bear in mind that at the moment I'm aiming for 5:30. So when we get to Mr. Hill, how's that in terms of flights and things?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay, good. Newtown, questions?
Well, with Newtown, these are not the sort of the spatial changes proposed by the submission. Obviously heights, and you've had Herring Stream 2 and that, which we'll need to look at as a group later, but there also has been, I think, an officer recommendation in terms of the heritage area as well, the heritage listed precinct as well for an increase in height. So I don't have any particular questions on Newtown.
Any other questions then? You do cover in your evidence another key issue that Ms. Caldwell identified, and that's the city outcomes contribution. Is there any key points you'd like to make?
Yeah, so there's a couple of points I wanted to make quickly. So I think the key point from me is we need some studying. City outcome contributions, I think, are unclear. I think part of them are clear, as I've stated, and particularly around public open space linkages and the way that you might assess those to get those points. There's actually probably going to be limited places where public open space, and I acknowledge that it could be privately owned, publicly accessible open space, and laneways. So I'm picking that there's going to have to be a contextual relationship in terms of where the site is, whether it's appropriate for open space, whether it's appropriate for a linkage through, whether you can actually use those in your mix of point aggregation. And the point there is there isn't criteria as to how that's determined and how the points are then allocated to that. And I've thought about this quite a lot because there's actually two triggers in terms of height. Because I was thinking, well, does it actually give effect to the policy around this, which talks about over height buildings need to provide contributions to the city. It was like, well, 25% more in some places, not in the city centre, but the others, is effectively free. I use that term. And so it doesn't actually give any contribution to the city for an over height building. But then I thought, well, maybe the trigger is actually another trigger within the plan, which within the 25%. So it's actually not the height limit. It's another 25% more than that, which is actually the trigger for what they consider over height buildings. It's just very confusing, right? And I've lost you already. So look, my view is it would be beneficial to have clear direction in terms of anticipated heights in the centres, so that when you apply for a building that is whatever height, there is assessment criteria and expectations around that. My experience with anything over height is a big discussion and an argument as to the level of effects that are provided from that. And I still, as I understand it, the city contributions outcome policy is one aspect, and you still have to assess the effects of development and as you would normally do down another route. And I think on one hand you're encouraging height, but on another hand it could be argued that it's a much bigger test to work out the effects from that. Whereas if you said, say for example, you said 33 metres in in Kilburnie, which is the 25 above the 27 that the council is recommending, right? So that's effectively the expectation of height in Kilburnie until you do something else, and then you need to assess the level of effect of that, even though you're encouraged to do more because of the contributions. But my view is set some height limits that are enabling, and separate the two. Now the trigger, unfortunately, has been height, but height doesn't necessarily relate to the improvements that they're trying to provide through the city outcomes contribution.
Thank you. Any questions on that point? Yeah, I think if any other, I don't want to lose any key points in your evidence.
There's probably one other key point, which relates to a number of standards, which I'm not sure I've explained well enough in evidence. Don't know if Dr. Zismani understood what I was saying, and that's relating to the building depth rule standard, right, and the separation standard. Okay, and so as currently proposed, both of those rules relate to residential activities in buildings on a site. And my understanding was that from Dr. Zismani's evidence is that those provisions were to provide for privacy and daylight to residential properties on, or residential activities on that site. When you then don't comply with that, you go to the assessment criteria and it starts to talk about the effects on neighbouring sites. I think there's some cross purposes in terms of intention versus what it was trying to achieve. And when you think about that, a non-residential building on the same site does not need to have a depth or a separation, and therefore can have a long wall along a neighbouring property. And so the effects of that building on a neighbour would have to be taken into consideration when you're assessing the effect of a building slightly closer for residential purposes. I don't know whether, do you understand that? Because it's quite a weird scenario, and I suspect that it wasn't intended to work like that.
I wonder, we were a little bit perplexed about your scenario, or Kāinga Orders scenario, and the council's scenario in terms of building depth, separation and outlook. So we asked Dr. Zismani to draw us a picture. So he came back with a picture, then we had to ask him to come and explain his picture. But so this has just gone on the website, so you wouldn't have had a chance to have a look at it. So it would, I mean, it looks like this, you know, that's, you know, it means nothing just really, but he came back and explained it this morning, just before lunch. So you might want to listen to the recording of that. That helped us in our understanding of how it worked. Don't ask me to relay it to you though, please. I'd rather you listen to the recording and have a look at these.
Yeah, so as I understand it, there's two built form outcomes that are provided by those standards. One is for residential and one is for others, or non-residential.
Yeah. And
they're quite different in terms of bulk and scale, and therefore the level of effect that might be considered on a neighbouring property if that was needed. I mean, I also have some concerns around the outlook. I think both Dr. Zismani and myself consider that 1 by 1 for a living space is completely ridiculous for outlook. So there's a whole.
Are you saying that you don't understand when you've got a residential building adjacent to a commercial, and that relationship between that interface is where you are unsure of that?
And there's no need to set back a residential building from that neighbour, regardless of whether it's commercial or residential. And so it's not actually providing privacy through a setback, or so it's actually, yeah, it's quite a tricky, and it needs some testing.
Yeah, I guess got to talk about this, I may as well do it now, but so our perception is most buildings need a consent as a restricted discretionary activity. You cannot come up with some random outcomes that no one can understand. Just rely on your policy direction. Your matters of discretion for a restricted discretionary activity. The standards don't make sense. The same goes for city outcome contribution approach, basically.
Sure.
So just to take, for example, the outlook control, the policy talks about adequate outlook for residential buildings. Standard says 1 by 1, done, got 1 by 1. Whereas if it didn't exist, you would actually say, well, what are you providing? How big is it? Why? Because it goes through a level of assessment rather than what most developers will do. I've done the minimum, ticks the box, move on.
So are you suggesting do away with them totally? Outlook and
it could be adjusted with different scenarios, and we've put in some alternatives in there. MDRS requires 4x4, for example, as a minimum. Not necessarily, I agree with that, but could be bigger than that and should be bigger than that. But through an assessment process, you would be asking the question: does this design with a number of buildings and the way they're orientated provide good privacy and outlook for the residents that are proposed to live there? How are you doing that?
And that comes to your question about what if it's a commercial or a residential building and how that interface works. Context is key. You know, it depends on the situation. Therefore, don't try and use a particular standard because you might get a really bad outcome. Allow that process to play out through the consent process. Or that discussion.
So there's the option to change the standards, or the option to use the assessment criteria because they need a consent anyway to manage. And you know, if I was assessing that, I would be writing, okay, building's been designed in this way because of its orientation to sun, and we've got a commercial building here which is ugly. We're going to put it back to it. And the outlook is great because it's X, Y, and Z, and there's a rationale as to why it's okay, rather than going, it's a number and it's a tick box, which doesn't necessarily provide a good outcome.
Does that provide certainty though?
So no, providing the same question.
Yeah, I just wondered, how does it provide certainty to a plan user if there, you know, there's not a.
And that's the problem, and we've got problems with sunlight access to properties without certainty as well. But I would strongly recommend that you don't use 1 by 1 as the minimum, because a lot of people will argue that that's the minimum, that's all we need to do.
That's just what I was going to say. Even to providing that certainty, you have to flip that we're meeting this building depth. That's sufficient, even though it might not be producing good outcomes.
Correct.
And that's the other danger.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
And this might be where the design guides come in, as long as they're very clear about what outcomes you're trying to achieve. Right? So,
the only other minor one was fences and walls and the front yards. So Dr. Zamani and I agree on the side and rear yards, and I didn't go there in terms, because I don't think we have scope to change from 1.8 metres from Kāinga's submission, but I recommend that you don't provide for fences and standalone walls on front yards and centres as a permitted activity.
I just had a question about that. What is it about the 2 metre height anyway?
So a number of plans have changed to 2 metres, and that I think triggers 2 metres in the Building Act being the trigger for where it becomes a building. Yep.
Okay.
Questions about walls and fences?
Oh.
Okay, clear.
Good.
Right. 5 o'clock. I'm just, how are you at really summarising your evidence?
I'll do my best. I've got a couple of handouts which I don't need to talk through in any detail. I'm happy to leave with you, which might save a bit of time. The first one is around some proposed wording amendments that our legal submissions kind of talked about in terms of We've got a city centre zone. City centre zone example, because we haven't had time to go through and do all the other centre zones. So as I said, I can come back to you by Friday with all the other centre zones, but you'll get a sense of where we're going just by looking at this. And I've got another handout. Which is, I guess, an audit of the centres. This is, I don't really need to go through this because I think we've canvassed this as we've gone through the different centres, but just to show you what's in it, we've got the centre classification in the proposed plan, KO submission, the retail and business demographic data that Mike, Mr. Cullen provided, journey to work information around how many people are walking and or getting other ways to those centres, an overview of the types of facilities located in those centres. I guess the key point is when you look at the town centres, there's quite a lot of commercial and community services when compared to some of the local centres at the bottom. And in the right-hand column, we've got the zone size. So if you look at the city centre, it's 150 hectares. We're not asking for any expansion. If you look at Johnsonville, it's currently 13.7. We were asking for 21.26, but now we've pared that back to 18.5. So that's kind of how the table works. So you can get an overview of what information's in there. But as I said, I think we've canvassed all that. So I've got a few things to say in terms of the rebuttal, in particular. City outcome contributions, we've canvassed that a lot today. I guess from my perspective, I find it confusing. And particularly, Ms. Stevens' evidence where she says the effects of COC should be managed beyond the site, including things like services, provision of infrastructure, public amenity and open space. I don't think the district plan is the right mechanism. I think we should be dealing with that through development contributions. I think there's a bit of, I've got a concern that you've got a guide or an appendix, which is going to need a guide to interpret it that sits outside the plan. Not sure what opportunity we're going to have to input into that. There was a question about policy 11 in the city centre zone, for example, where we're recommending it should say encourage rather than require. I contend that, if the COC is not workable, then a non-regulatory approach is the right policy setting, especially when it's best delivered with methods outside the plan. I've recommended that the principles of the COC should be encouraged where consent is required, which is the case in most situations. Most buildings need a consent because this is the best approach given the numerous issues that various people have identified with it. There's the issue of non-complying activity status for not meeting the COC requirements, where Ms. Stevens says, no, we shouldn't be going there because the MPSUD, we should be maximising development opportunities in the central city, but then states that notification should be compulsory where COC requirements are not met, because these matters relate to public good. I'm just trying to understand how compulsory notification is going to maximise development opportunities in the central city and other zones. So I think, if you're not going to make it non-complying, then I don't think you should be making it notified as an RDA, restricted discretionary activity. So all this is broadly covered in section 13 of my evidence in chief. In terms of the town centre zone, both Dr. Lees and Ms Hayes indicate that the town centre zone may be a good strategy, but it adds unnecessary complexity given the similarity, and we've talked about that already. And she basically says it's not required by the planning standards. I think you heard in legal submissions in terms of that issue, and I don't think we should be aiming for simplicity, because as I said earlier, you know, otherwise we're not going to treat neighbourhoods and local centres and town centres and metros any differently. We are certainly, Kāinga Ora is aiming for different outcomes across those centres. So at paragraph 15.3, there's a table 2 in my principal evidence. As I mentioned this morning, town centre zones, we're seeking a high density outcome with high density residential within a walkable catchment. Local centres, medium to high with this mix in the walkable catchment, and neighbourhood centres, medium density. Yeah, just to kind of add to that, these are policy settings recommended for all development, whether it's residential or commercial. So it's not just about high density residential, it's also about high density commercial. I kind of talked about it this morning, or earlier today. When something needs a consent, it'll be tested against policy settings that are commensurate with the level of community and commercial services within those centres. And that's kind of outlined in that centres audit table in terms of the types of activities that are going on in those different centres. The other thing is in that table you'll see the zone area. So town centres, for example, have a range between 2 and 6 hectares now, and between 5 and 6 with recommended centre expansion. So they're going to be a lot bigger than the other local centres potentially. The journey to work data also sets them apart, as they typically have regional catchments, given regional attractors like the hospital near them, the airport, the film industry, etc. Kāinga Ora has also recommended different integrated retail thresholds for different order centres to reflect the existing and planned scale of these centres. There's a key point here that this will ensure that these centres aren't fully retail dominated, so they can continue to play their role in providing for wider residential, commercial and community services as anticipated in the MPS. Touched on this before, Ms Hayes, I think it was, indicates that the planning standards don't require a town centre zone. I disagree. I think that came up in legal submissions. The planning standards, direction 3 of the district plan structure standard indicates, unless otherwise specified, chapters and sections in table 4 must be included if relevant to the district plan. Table 4 includes town centre zones in between metros and local. And the evidence we've provided, I think, clearly indicates that town centre zones are relevant to Wellington, should be provided as the planning standards anticipate that anyone picking up a plan in New Zealand or the Wellington region has a clear understanding about the outcomes for centres that meet the function of serving surrounding suburbs rather than just the surrounding residential area. It's clear that Miramar, Newtown and Tawa are operating at this level when compared to other local centres. And due to their scale, whether you do the expansion or not, they're greater in area than other centres, so they've got a greater ability to absorb change, in my view. Talked a little bit about regional consistency. Wellington's leading the way in this space at the moment, as not all other councils are going through a full plan review. So, you know, they're looking at residential intensification, but not necessarily reclassifying their centres. This has led to some anomalies. And I haven't been involved in these other hearings, but I've got some examples here where, so for example, Hutt City Centre and Upper Hutt City Centre are identified as city centres at the moment, but they're operating more like a metro centre. And those plans have unlimited height in those centres. Nainai and Waterloo are identified as what's called suburban mixed-use activity areas, but which is effectively a town centre zone equivalent, and they have a 22 height limit. Silverstream is a town centre, but acts like a local centre and has a 26 metre height limit. And there's a number of centres in Kapiti that are called town centres, but they effectively act as local centres and they have a 21 metre height limit. So got this regional inconsistency at the moment. Kāinga Water is trying to fix it up through its submissions, both to those plans and the regional policy statement, because in my experience, these things need to be sorted out at the regional level. You know, people, as Mike or Mr. Cullen indicated, the Wellington region is one region. The city's part of a wider region. People travel all over the region to come to Miramar and Newtown. There's edge issues that were canvassed in the residential hearing, an example being Linden and Keneperu. So Porirua had zoned high density up to the boundary. Linden had zoned, or sorry, Wellington had zoned not quite up to the boundary, and so our submission was about connecting those two areas because they're both within the catchment of an area. So I think it is important to have regional consistency, and that's why we've Kāinga has submitted on district plans within the region and the regional policy statement. Integrated retail thresholds. So this is covered in section 12 of my principal evidence. It's unlikely that, this is what Ms. Hayes has noted, it's unlikely that neighbourhood centres or local centres will see a proliferation of integrated retail activities given the small and fragmented land holdings, and that she's open to reductions in size limits informed by further analysis on the average centre size. I provided evidence showing the limited zoned areas of these centres in my principal evidence compared to the centre size, compared to the GFA limits, sorry, and agree with Ms. Hayes. But I feel that the limits for local centres and neighbourhood centres are fanciful then on that basis, because when you look at those, particularly the neighbourhood centre zones, most of them are less than 10,000 square metres, which is the integrated retail GFA that's proposed. So I agree. I think they should be reduced through further economic and urban design analysis. This will also help to provide much needed differentiation, not only with neighbourhood centres, local centres, but also the necessary town centre zone, and ensure that there's adequate provision for other community and commercial services within those zones. Centre expansion, Ms Hayes referred you to the Plan Change 73 that looked at the extent of zones. The Section 32 was done in 2009, so quite a while ago. And she did concede that there may be instances where centre expansion for some community facilities may be appropriate. Mr. Ray's talked of some of those examples, particularly in Miramar, for example. You've got buildings just outside the zone, that makes sense. There's a concern that centre expansion is going to water down intensification. I agree with Mr. Cullen that this won't happen, but will instead provide necessary room for community and commercial services and residential development needed to cater for growth and enable a variety of sites suitable for different sectors in terms of location, site size, and support a competitive land market in accordance with Policy 1 of the MPS. Providing centre expansion close to Wellington residents and centres will also potentially provide good accessibility by way of active and public transport, and as I mentioned earlier, could actually expedite infrastructure investment like undergrounding, double tracking, moving train stations, etc. Ms. Stevens, in terms of anticipated versus planned development, and this comes to the handout. She recommends reframing objective city centre 05 to read: development in the city centre positively contributes to creating a high quality, well-functioning urban environment, including contributing to general amenity of neighbouring residential areas while achieving the planned rather than anticipated, which is what we have proposed, urban form of the central city zone. As anticipated has case law implications for being the permitted baseline. Planned is more appropriate as it speaks to the density and type of development provided for in the central city zone. It does not predetermine any outcomes. In my view, the word planned is acceptable if we don't use anticipated, although the MPSUD talks about having regard to both planned urban built form, anticipated and RMA documents. That may involve significant change and detract from amenity values and be disregarded. Those effects may be disregarded. That's policy 6 in the MPSUD. If more clarity is sought, then perhaps plan enabled could be used in central city zone provisions. And you'll see in the handout on the front page, I've included a potential definition of plan enabled, which comes from the MPSUD. I think this will help ensure clear direction for plan users and improve alignment with Policy 3 and Policy 6 of the MPS. I agree with Ms Stevens that there should be consistency with other policies and recommend that plan enabled should effectively also be reflected there too. So as an example in the handout, Central City Zone Policy 12 could be reworded as I've included there, which talks about beyond those effects enabled within the zone. That's probably all in terms of the rebuttal comments. I can walk you through track change version if you like, or you can read that at your leisure.
I think we'll read it at our leisure. Your notes that you're just talking to,
Yeah.
Are they available or can they be made available?
Yeah, I might need to tidy
Tidy
a few
them, that's
things up,
fine.
but I can get them to you tomorrow.
Yeah, or on Friday with the other track changes thing, maybe.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Questions?
I just want to clarify in that your amendments are in red, aren't they?
On which version, sorry?
This is the one that you've just handed out to us. Or are they purple?
Both.
Red and
So,
purple.
so the red text is amendments that we were proposing as a result of in our evidence.
Yes.
Purple changes are the ones as a result of rebuttal.
Thank you. And the green is council.
Yes, but this version is not their rebuttal version.
Okay. Thank you. That's clear.
Yeah. And the yellow highlights are where all the changes are, basically. They're identifying the changes are.
Okay.
So just on that, what would be more helpful to us? Comments on the latest and greatest versions submitted with Ms. Stevens' rebuttal. But you've done it on the previous version, all right?
That's right, except where we've made changes, where we're recommending changes, I've updated that to reflect the rebuttal. And yes, I agree, it would be good to do it on the rebuttal, but we'd need to get Word versions of that. And we've had problems with that in the past. So that's what I meant when I said, if we get the gremlins, it might not be Friday, it might be early next week.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. Yeah, it's a very potentially very colourful document. You have various different changes made by different people at different times. Just trying to work out what's going on. Must be late in the day.
So do you think if I just gave you a clean copy showing the changes that we're recommending as a result of rebuttal, that would be?
As a result of council's rebuttal?
Yes. Yeah.
That would be helpful.
Do you need a Word version?
Yes.
We can get a Word version of their rebuttal document, then we can write changes on the top of that.
I've got a nod from the rear, so we'll make sure you get one. Okay, questions from Mr. Hill? A few minutes we have left. Can I just ask one?
There you go.
Okay. The table that you've distributed, the big descriptor of the commercial zones. Thank you. That's right. Because I was looking at the planning standards definitions of local and town centre zones, and they're very much hinged on the catchments they serve. And so I was interested in, would like to be pointed to evidence of those catchments for each of the zones. Now, you have made some descriptive comments here, like with tower services, both local, suburban, broader residential. Is there other evidence Kāinga has adduced that need to be pointed to say there's your hard evidence?
So in my evidence on Hearing Stream 1, I think, which is attached, I looked at the journey to work data, which has the catchments in terms of where people are coming from to those centres. Mr. Allen has also provided information about job numbers, etc. And I think that paints quite a good picture about the extent of those catchments. So you'll see in the middle, in the journey to work catchment column, I've said regional for the higher order centres, because when you look at the journey to work information, that's where people are coming from to go to those centres.
Take Tower, for instance. You've got a total of 984. And under that regional thing, does that mean there's, what does that mean in terms of?
Yeah, so they're different. That is journey to work total numbers. But if you look on, I think it's page Tower. page 60. Yeah, regional might be a stretch, but it's certainly suburban. It's the suburbs around, which is what distinguishes a town centre from a local centre. But certainly if you look at Miramar, oh, hold on, those are, sorry, I was referring to the walking catchments. It explains it. Tawa on page 53, you can see people are coming from a long way away. Newtown, similarly, and Miramar on page 51. They are regional in terms of where people are travelling from to go to those centres.
Okay, thank you.
One of the things I wanted to, I guess, offset was the notion that somewhere like Crofton Downs, which has a major hardware store and a supermarket, has a wide catchment in terms of its retail story, but it couldn't be considered as a major sort of intensification hub just on the basis of its catchment. So we needed to be a lot more nuanced and layered in terms of the way that we saw dynamics of the catchments.
I'll bear that in mind. Thank you. The other question you sort of answered in terms of what the regional consistency is, and I had a feeling that Hutt City were looking at rezoning the city centre and Tony to metropolitan centres, but I don't know. Are you aware of that?
So that was our submission.
Oh, right.
There was some conversation with council staff about that. But yeah, fundamentally our position was that the Hutt City Centre and Petone should both be metro.
Right. And what about Upper Hutt City Centre? Can you remember?
So the city centre, again, should be metro long term, but the council has that as city centre.
Right. Thank you. Further questions? Okay, it's the end of the day. Okay, well, thank you very, very much for your attendance today and your helpful evidence and advice. And for those travelling back out of Wellington, bon voyage, good rising. And we'll adjourn hearing stream 4 for the day, and we'll resume at the 9 o'clock on Thursday. It's not more nods in 9 o'clock on Thursday. Thank you very much. You mentioned the Salvation Army.
No, actually,